Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I think please take a seat because we will start our today event as the agenda is pretty rich and we have a lot of great speakers to listen today. My name is Agnieszka Sznyga. I am representing Institute of Innovation and Responsible Development, the main organizer of today's event, the European Sustainability Congress, which is the focal point of the Circular Week. Circular Week, it's the 8th edition this year, so already we will do it for the some time. It's already, I think, on the map of circularity, sustainability, and I'm super happy to see you all here today with us in person and online. I would like to also warmly welcome His Excellency, Mr. Oyster Bo, Ambassador of Norway, also our main partner of the Circular Week. Warm welcome. And Mrs. Stefania Krupa-Krzyżanowska, Associate Director of Marshal Office of Mazowiecka Province in Warsaw. Also, Mazowsze, it's supporting us from the beginning, so with us from 8 years already, so thank you very much. And as I said, it is my great pleasure and honor to welcome you all to the European Sustainability Congress, held under the name Redesign, Regenerate and Revolutionize, Circular Economy for Competitive Future of Europe. This week marks one of the most important moments for our annual calendar, when we come together to reflect, exchange, and take action towards a truly circular and sustainable Europe. We meet at a time of profound change. The European Union is entering a new strategic cycle, and the Clean Industrial Deal is emerging as a central vision for how Europe can combine competitiveness with sustainability. The circular economy is at the heart of this transformation. Not just an environmental priority, but an economic and industrial opportunity that can make Europe more resilient, innovative, and self-reliant. Throughout today's session, we will explore how circularity can redefine the way we design, produce, and use resources, from materials and manufacturing to cities, finance, and digital transformation. But this journey would not be possible without our remarkable international partners who have supported Circular Week and this Congress for many years. So I would like to express my deepest gratitude to the Embassy of Norway for highlighting the importance of circular resource management and clean energy transition, and for supporting cooperation between Norwegian and Polish innovators. The Embassy of the Netherlands for promoting circular business model, entrepreneurship, and circular energy, setting a benchmark for innovation-driven transformation. The German Embassy for the vision of urban future construction, emphasizing circularity in architecture, infrastructure, and city planning. The French Embassy in Poland for continuously inspiring us with their leadership in bioeconomy and extended producer responsibility, and for showing how circularity and biodiversity can go hand in hand. The Austrian Embassy for fostering cross-sectoral dialogue and sharing Austrian expertise in sustainable production and policy innovation. The Embassy of Sweden for championing systemic circular solution and sustainable industry transformation, reminding us that collaboration drives resilience. The Embassy of Switzerland for their commitment to innovation and efficiency, values that lie at the core of circular and competitive Europe. Business Finland for their active role in promoting green innovation, circular business, and Nordic leadership in sustainability. The Embassy of Belgium and Flanders for their dedication to green public procurement and the European Green Deal, demonstrating how policy can effectively drive circular markets. And the Embassy of Canada, we go beyond Europe even, for the global perspective and strong engagement in sustainable trade and circular innovation, bridging continents in the pursuit of regenerative future. But we also have our precious and amazing business partners who also for years support us and support this initiative. And most importantly, they also implement the real circular solution in their everyday activities, helping to make our economy more sustainable and resource efficient. So huge thanks to our partners for being with us on this journey, IKEA for inspiring circular design and sustainable living, Mazovia Marshal Office for supporting regional innovation and green transformation, BGK, Bank Gospodarstwa Krajowego for financing projects that drive sustainable growth, Recopol for advancing responsible packaging and recycling system. ING Bank for integrating circularity into financial innovation. Tomra for pioneering smart collection and recycling technology. Stena Recycling for building one foundation of a true resource recovery economy. Fundacja ProCarton for promoting recycling, awareness and education. Plastic Europe for driving transformation towards sustainable materials management. BNP Paribas for empowering the green transition through sustainable finance. ReFood for turning food waste into valuable resources and energy. And Polish Federation of Food Producers for fostering sustainable food system and responsible production. That was a lot, but I really want to mention that and really express my highest gratitude and thanks for proving that together we can make circularity happen. Each of you represent a unique contribution to the European circular transition, and together you show that cooperation across borders is not only possible, but essential for success. Let's today be a space where ideas turn into partnership and where our shared vision of a circular, inclusive and competitive Europe moves one step closer to reality. So let's begin this journey. And I would like to introduce to you our great master of ceremony, which we are cooperating for many years. So Ron Van Blois, board member of Real Asset Media. Please join me on the stage. So he will be our great energizer during the day and guide during the program.
Thank you. Let's see whether the mic works. Hello, hello.
Check, check, check. Yes, great. Well, talking about the introduction, I'm always impressed, Agnieszka, when I'm looking at, let's say, the big spread of people who are committed to your conferences. I think it's really impressive. So I think you were very rewarding to people all around you. But I would say let's start with a big applause to Agnieszka herself and the team. Great.
Thank you very much.
So please have a seat. Also, I think this location is, by the way, excellent, because you're having this three pillar of redesign, regeneration, and also to create a revolution. And I think we need this type of inspirational environment to have a provocative talk together. So I think the location selection was great.
Yeah, I love it. Yeah.
Please enjoy. I will welcome you on stage for the first panel. But I'm also very happy to, let's say, give a 2 minutes intro about myself, because I'm very pleased to be the master of ceremony. It's a little bit of an awkward word, to my opinion. However, I have only two purposes in life. That's healthcare and sustainability. Already over 20 years. I'm, for example, associate professor at one of the most promising postgraduate business schools, Amsterdam School of Real Estate. But I'm also board member of Real Asset Impact. And that's a journal about ESG and impact investing. And we're really a thought leadership driven journal. So it's almost just about the boundary of research, but also daily practice in the market. And we covered great thought leadership. Also like our big guy from Brussels. And indeed, it's all about regeneration. It's having a holistic approach about sustainability. And I think that's also where this conference is about. Because it's not about thinking in your silo, it's about creating crossovers. And that's extremely important. That's also what I'm trying to do with Real Asset Impact. Being a community, we're having a huge reach all over the place. I just flew in from Dubai. And because also, let's say, the Gulf region, the MENA region, they need to perform on a sustainable way. And we are very visible in all the leading real estate fairs like Expo Real, MIPIM, always creating thought leadership events. And like I mentioned, even at the COP, I was in Dubai 3 years ago. And I think that's the way forward. It's all about alignment in the value chain. Perfect. So that's as a Kickstarter from my side. We're having an excellent program of today. And my role is to manage it properly in time. But I'm having a great team of moderators and excellent speakers. So I would love to start with Mr. Ambassador of Norway, because I think it's great to have your opening remarks. So I would like to have a big applause for Mr. Øystein Bø. Welcome on stage.
Thank you.
The mic is all yours. I'm here also to ask some challenging questions, but I think you're having a great preparation yourself, so really looking forward to your opening remarks.
Thank you. Szanowni Państwo, przyjaciele gospodarki cirkularnej,
Ladies and gentlemen,
thank you for inviting me to speak to the European Sustainability Congress today and to bring some perspectives from Norway. And Agnieszka got a big applause. In particular, thanks to you. You and your team deserve all the applause you can get, both for pulling off this important event, but also for the whole circular week. Norway takes circularity seriously. Redesign, regenerate, and revolutionize, as you also pointed to, is our road sign, is our way forward for our society, for our government, and for academia. I'm pleased that we also have Norwegian participants among us today, from representing Fredrikstad Municipality and the Norwegian Institute of Bioeconomy, Natural State Circle Hotspot Institute, and then not least SINTEF, Applied Technology Research and Innovation Center from Trondheim, very much connected to the Norwegian Natural and Technological University. You will all get to know these good people during the Congress. Dear friends, we have no time to lose. Today we are consuming as if we had 3 planets. Our prediction is that it's a 70% increase of waste generation before 2050. The world produces more than 2 billion tons of municipal solid waste annually, and less than 20% of that is recycled. Those are some numbers to think about. And many things could get a second life. If we, for instance, look at batteries from electric vehicles, they still have much capacity left when they're not fit for traffic anymore. Many people say there's still 80% life left in them. Think if we could use these batteries for instance, storing power from solar panels instead of just recycling them. And we can also increase the rate of hard-to-recycle agricultural plastics to 90%, as we have seen demonstrated to the Tresor's EU project, which also Fredrikstad Municipality is a partner. The Norwegian government developed a circular economy strategy in 2021, focusing on sustainable products, waste sector, empowering consumers, and toxic-free environments. And we then adopted an action plan in 2024 with 39 concrete action points, the core components being measures to strengthen and support circular business models, regulatory framework within the EU also following that, and competence building partnerships and performance monitoring. Then, of course, what we do in Norway is one thing, what you do in Poland is another thing, but environmental issues, pollution, all these things know no borders. We need to work together in Europe to build a greener and a more sustainable future. And in this, we from our side, the Norwegian side, work closely with the EU, which is a driver in the policy development in this. Norwegian SINTEF, as I mentioned, who is with us today, have numerous projects in circular economy and bioeconomy, and their research contributes to advancing our technology in order to enhance the circular economy. And I'm also proud that we have Norwegian companies, not only research institutions, who bring expertise and high-tech solutions to Poland. Hydro, with its partner Alumetal, runs Europe's second largest factory for recycled aluminium. It's just marginally smaller than the largest one in Italy, and this is in Kęty, in southwest of Poland. The aluminium they produce from scrap metal is exactly the same quality as the one you produce from scratch, but it uses only 5% of the energy. This is, my friends, this is kind of circular economy in practice. And then Tomra, the leading company for collection of beverage containers, in Norway, has been active in Poland for 17 years, both with waste management, but also preparing for what is now happening. And based on the new Polish legislation that entered in force from 1 October, their advanced bottle collecting systems is being rolled out nationwide in Poland. And I also need to mention, since I'm from Norway, I also need to mention the EEA and Norway grants. We already have a good history of joint circular projects from previous editions of the grants, such as the Circular Gap Report from 2022 with Innovo and Natural State, and the municipal education project on circularity in the town of Sjöstum. In April, Polish and Norwegian ministers signed a memorandum of understanding for the 4th edition of the EEA and Norway grants. The MOU reaffirmed our shared commitment to strengthening our bilateral relations and open new opportunities for strengthened Polish-Norwegian cooperation. And a large part of that is for green transition. 160 million euro are set aside for green transition. And for green business and innovation program, we're adding another 55 million euro to the important work of promoting sustainability in Poland. In my view, a true circular approach is about education and attitude. When you start as a kid or start as a teenager, things like recycling bottles become a daily routine, almost turning it into a sense of duty. And I think we can all master that. I have an example, I grew up with this, collecting and returning empty bottles, and at that time, I'm now kind of revealing my age maybe, but at that time, that was before the era of the automated collection deposit systems, and it was also before the era of PET bottles. So returning one glass bottle, collecting and returning one glass bottle just gave us enough money to buy one lollipop. And for a 7-year-old boy, that was a big treat, and it was kind of, you saw the value in recircling, in using things one more time, or many, many more times. And of course, in addition, this also gives a sense of satisfaction. I must say, I didn't think that much about that when I was 7. But it gives a sense of satisfaction knowing that every bottle or can that are returned contributes to preserving the environment and contributes to preserving our planet. And this is exactly what this is about. Circular approach and taking care of the planet must be easy and rewarding for society to turn into a habit, such as the bottle return system, which is now being introduced, implemented in Poland, and which we had in Norway and many other countries for many, many years. In Norway, 97% of all PET bottles are recycled. That's when you're there, you know, you feel you have come some way in actually achieving this at least. Before I close, just one more thing, and this is about art. We are honored at this Congress to be able to present the joint work of a Norwegian and Finnish artist, Karin Hjort and Rita Ikonen, entitled Eyes as Big as Plates. You will see the photos hanging over just in front of the counter in the back on both sides. This remarkable series explores the deep connection between humans and nature. In the context of circularity, Eyes as Big as Plates challenge us to rethink our place in the natural world, not as consumers or resources, but as participants in an ongoing circular relationship with our planet. So, something to reflect on. In concluding, I wish you all the best for the European Sustainability Congress. I'm confident you will have inspiring discussions on how we more efficiently can change our way of living from a linear to a circular economy. Dziękuję za uwagę. I thank you for your attention.
Great. Thanks very much. Yeah, sorry. I still need to practice on this one. No, and indeed, it's not about age. It's all about purpose. So the lollipop being 7 years old, I think that was a very nice remark. And I also totally like your energy, because I think it's indeed all about education. So I totally agree. So excellent opening remark. And then I would like to welcome our second speaker on stage. And honestly, I made a little agreement with this lady, because her second name is totally impossible for me. So I would like to welcome on stage Stefania Krupe. Big applause for Stefania. So hopefully, Stefania, I managed to do the first family name in the proper way. Was good?
Yes, it was good.
Okay, so I will practice for next year on your second one, okay?
Okay, the second one is Krzyżanowska, so
Yeah, sorry for that.
This
I'm
is-
from the Netherlands, so it's
Yes.
yeah. So I need to cope with it. So maybe I need a little bit of an education on that one. Yeah.
so I understand that could be hard for Ron. I know that time is a real value today, so I will be speaking shortly. On behalf of the Mazovia region, I'm delighted to welcome all the participants of the Circular Week and European Sustainability Congress. As Agnieszka said, we are partners of this event for many, many years. As you can see, Mazowsze Serce Polski, Mazowsze Heart of Poland. Mazovia is an innovative and very strategic region in Poland. We are also a responsible region who actively support initiatives and events that combine innovation, sustainability, and care for the environment. We believe that cooperation between local governments, business, and communities is the key to build a more sustainable future. So I wish you, all of you, successful conference today, inspire meetings, and fruitful discussions. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Yeah, and being a master ceremony, it's always lovely when people respect time. So really appreciate that, Stefania. Well, actually, as a Kickstarter of the first panel, because we're having 6 great panel discussions today, we have a great video by Jessica Roswell. So I'm now looking at the people of the techniques to start in the video of Jessica Roswell.
Ladies and gentlemen, we live in a world of overlapping crises. Market protection measures, escalating conflicts, and trade wars threaten our economic stability, our societies, and our environment. Our businesses are faced with sky-high costs and uncertain supply chains, and our increasing use of materials is driving environmental breakdown. There is no easy answer, but moving to a circular economy is a vital step in the right direction. Because with circularity comes sustainability. Less waste and more value. Less pressure on struggling ecosystems, lower greenhouse gas emissions, and more competitiveness. But real circularity depends on real collaboration. Circular Week and the European Sustainable Development Congress bring together the expert, the policymakers, and the business leaders that we need to deliver this change. The EU is determined to play its part. Our Circular Economy Act aims to get the economics right and will build a single market for secondary raw materials and waste. Our EU bioeconomy strategy will transform the use of biomass resources and give Europe the opportunity to create lead markets that encourage bio-based circular practices. And the European Circular Economy Stakeholder Platform provides a space for dialogue, capacity building, and inspiration. Innovo is a crucial partner in this journey, so I am delighted to open today's event. I wish you all an insightful, productive Congress, and I look forward to working with you to build an inclusive, competitive, and resilient circular economy.
Great. Yeah, you would almost give applause to the commissioner, but I think that was a perfect warming up for the first panel discussion. And yeah, we have a great moderator for the first panel, Agnieszka herself. And I think the first panel is also a very needed conversation because working on a circular economy is all about competitiveness. So the first panel discussion is about the clean industrial deal as a driver for competitiveness. And Agnieszka, maybe you can welcome your speakers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ron. So I would like to invite on a stage my great experts. So let me welcome Arne Daniels, Policy Advisor from Flemish Department of Environment, Flemish Green Deal. Mr. Leszek Kąsek, Senior Economist from ING Bank Śląski. Markus Nordstrom, Vice President of Energy and Bioeconomy, RISE Research Institute of Sweden. Patryk Darowski, Managing Director of the Industry and ESG Risk Division, National Development Bank, BGK. Professor Rafał Łukasik, Director of the Research, Innovation and Commercialization Department, Łukasiewicz Center, Łukasiewicz Research Network. And Mr. Grzegorz Kozieja, Director of Food and Agri Analysis and Sectorial Specialization Department, Bank BNP Paribas, Poland. So please, gentlemen, take a seat. And I would forget, we have one lady with us. I don't know if Maria is online. Maria is supposed to come, but we have living in a very tricky times, and because of a drone attack yesterday evening in Brussels, she couldn't make to fly into Warsaw, unfortunately, but she want to be with us. So Maria Nikopolaou, European Economic and Social Committee President of EECC Sustainable Development Observatory. I don't know if we are managed to connect with Maria because she really want to be with us. If yes. Yes, Maria. Hi. Hi, Maria. So we also cooperate together under European Circular Economy Stakeholder Platform, so we know each other from many years. So let me start. So let's start maybe with Maria, as you are here online, so it's more difficult, I think, with you to interfere. So from your perspective, what is the key factors currently accelerating or slowing down the transition towards a circular economy in Europe?
Thank you very much again for managing to include me to some extent. I'm very sorry I cannot be there. I don't know if you can hear me, right? I hear myself back. Okay.
Try.
I will not try not to get present this time. So, acceleration. I think the biggest accelerating factor nowadays in Europe is the political will. I mean, we just heard from Commissioner and having a Commissioner of Circular Economy, I think it shows how much high the agenda is this topic. That this is driving the education framework, but it also drives the EU funding towards this direction. Then another thing that I think is on very good topic is the citizenry. We have people which is creating awareness of the impact of the consumption pattern on the environment. There is consumers for companies to offer better quality and longer lasting and repairable products. And at the same time, we also see bottom-up initiatives like repair cafes and sharing platforms that they are not only impacting on the circular economy as such, but it also strengthens the social cohesion of the local community. And on the business side as well, the business
Academia and Research Institution, Panie Profesorze Rafał Łukasik, what is your opinion about?
Well, I think the most important, factor that accelerates the clean transition and circular economy is the fact that we have more and more advanced technologies enabling this kind of things. Yes, so this is definitively the point that help us to make in practice circular economy. So this is the most important point. From the backbone, from the point that it's, I would say, barrier, I see that there is still quite, I would say, circular economy it's quite a niche still, unfortunately. So for me, from my perspective, I see that there is still a lot to be done at various levels, starting from education, from capacity building in terms of knowing what are the purpose of circular economy, why we need it. If you, for instance, take a look right now for the new Horizon Europe 2.0 that will come in 2028, I'm very happy that we will have much more money on clean transition to clean technology, where actually circular economy is a part of this. So I think there is still quite a lot of room for improvement, but I see the perspective and financing that we can really address the issues of circular economy and make it not only a scientific curiosity, but really a practice.
So maybe Markus, because you're also representing some counterpart research network, one of the biggest network, I think, even in Europe, yes? The RISE, it's pretty, I was amazed when I heard how big is your research network. So how it looks like from your perspective then?
I partly share your opinion there, Professor, that the innovation is a very strong driver of circularity in general, but I think there are much more to it as well. We do have a good support now by stronger European legislation that is driving and creating markets and business opportunities for companies that actually will drive this. And we also see a change in customer attitude, especially among young people, young women especially. So I think these three factors are important to drive the development forward. One thing which is a little bit on the hinge is how we will actually manage to deal with the transition in the context of a worsening security situation. Because as we know today, we spend very much more into defense, security, and resilience. And we certainly have to make that into an integral part of the circular and bioeconomy transition if we want to have the same driving force. So this, I think, could even be something which is reinforcing the pace, or if we don't play it right, it would be a break.
Do you think this geopolitical tension which we have at the moment could be in favor of circular economy development, or rather like phase it out?
I don't think we know that yet. I think we have a very good argument that circularity will make us much more independent. And if we can get that fact established well, so it is also reflected in the policies to come, then we will have an accelerator. But if we fail to do so, I think circularity will be regarded as a third or fourth priority, and much more money will go into other parts of security, defense, and resilience. So it's on the hinge.
Thank you very much, Arne. You representing like public institution, government, or ministry. So how it looks from your perspective? Yes.
Okay. Hey, thanks for having me. It's an interesting question. I think we indeed have lost sustainable development as a top priority due to security issues in Europe, in the world. But if you look at some of the main concerns in Europe, they are about energy prices, they are about critical raw materials, and in the end, the solutions to that are sustainable development solutions. If we look at, in Europe, we don't have as much fossil fuel reserves as in many of the other economic powers in the world. So the answer to that could be to really go for renewable energy. If we want to go for renewable energy, we need a lot of the metals, the critical raw materials that we don't have as much in Europe as other regions. So we could choose to go and buy them somewhere else, source them somewhere else, or we could choose to create a circular economy. And because the materials are here, they're in this room, they're in the they're everywhere around us, they're in our iPhones, and they are in there in higher concentrations as they are in the earth. So we can innovate, and we already have the technology to source from there. So I think that's that's for me one of the main reasons that I think sustainability will be back in a few years.
Thank you very much. We have actually 3 representatives of financial institutions, which makes me happy because always what we need from transformation, everyone say we need money. So we will see if it's possible to really have this investment. So let me ask our first representative of the Polish National Development Bank. Panie Patryku, how it looks from your perspective regarding these challenges, barrier, obstacles, and do you have like resources to support this transformation or willingness?
We have already some programs and resources to support the circular economy, but looking from the financial institution perspective, there are for sure many obstacles and barriers preventing the financing. First of all, in general, it's a higher risk and uncertain returns. Very often we are talking about new technologies, innovations, which per se are very often not bankable. That's why we need to think of also other financial instruments, also equity financing or some grants. That's the first thing. The other thing is definition. We discuss those aspects with our colleagues from other banks, from other financial institutions, and we have to come up with the same definition, what's circular at the end. EU taxonomy does not provide a very strict answer. So we discuss it also in a platform called Joint Initiative on Circular Economy, where together with other development banks and EIB, we are discussing the selection criteria for choosing the circular project, so we could assess it as a circular one. The other barrier is the size of the projects. Very often these are small-sized projects, and we, for example, as a state development bank, we came up with a program, a guarantee program, where we sign a framework agreement with commercial banks, and based on that guarantee, commercial banks can provide financing to particular, even small-sized projects developed by small and medium enterprises. And Professor Łukasik mentioned the need for building awareness and expertise, and we can only confirm also on the financial institutions side, we need such expertise, especially in order to assess new technologies. Okay.
Thank you very much. So how does it look from private perspective? Private bank, Panie Leszek, and Panie Grzegorzu, later I would like to, please.
Okay, thank you. There is no free money, and there is
So disappointing.
there are no grants in the commercial banks. Maybe what my predecessor from the development bank already mentioned about the issues related to commercial banks. So thank you for that. I think I would refer the main obstacles I would build upon the statements you already heard today. Mr. Ambassador mentioned that the transition to circular has to be easy. It is not easy. This is a problem. We have some pricing of plastic bottles in Poland, but this is trivial. Generally, the system is not easy. The switch is not easy. And the second point, I'm a macroeconomist, this transition does not pay off. It is too expensive. And the commissioner mentioned about secondary markets, secondary raw materials markets, and I'm probably hearing about that for 2 decades, and these markets are not there. The European Environmental Agency issued a report in 2022 saying that they reviewed 8 markets and only 3 were functioning: aluminium, glass, and paper. And the other 5, including plastic, including biomass, including C&D, so construction, demolition, textile, and something else, they are not functioning. So if we do not build this system, if the system is not in place, if it does not pay off to switch to circular solution, and it is not easy, we'll remain only in the circle, a circle, but will not make it a mainstream. So this is, I think,
Panie Grzegorzu, how it looks from BNP Paribas.
Well, first of all, thank you for having me, and hello to everybody. I think my colleague said pretty much everything from the financial institution perspective. I would point maybe a few things. So first, I don't really like the perspective when somebody is saying there are financial institutions, we need money from you. It's not our money, yeah? So we are transferring or intermediating your money. So sometimes it's good to take perspective if you would like your trusted institution, trusted financial institution, to input money into business that does not have too much perspectives, really. And we had kind of free money for some years on the market, and we had it sprinkled on initiatives that when I look at it now and what were the results, they were bringing, like I will give you an example. without pointing names. That's not the point here. We had a company that was meant to transfer urine into fertilizers, and they gathered like in total 17 million euro in financing, and over 5 years they produced just enough phosphorus to fertilize something like 20 or 30 hectares of land. So that was the most expensive fertilizer ever. So what I think stops us is maybe lack of this very diligent, very honest business thinking sometimes in these initiatives.
Thank you very much. From one hand, of course, financial support is very important, but also the green procurement, I think it could play a crucial role and support this transformation. Arne, you work on a green procurement and Green Deal in Flanders, yes? Could you tell us a little bit what is about this initiative?
Okay, so I can tell you about the Green Deals in Flanders, but I'm not really that much into procurement. So we noticed already many years ago that on the one hand, you can ask individual companies or municipalities or to try and be more sustainable, but you can only go as far as you on your own, and we noticed that you also need system change. If your system becomes more sustainable, like secondary raw material markets, if there is one, you can really go far. If there is none, it's hard to do something. And so we set up this system which we called Green Deals. We were before the European Green Deal. Back then we were first in Google and then after Green...
Dutch also, I think Holland, Netherlands have the one as well.
Yeah, we actually borrowed it from the Netherlands. And because we speak the same language, it was easier to
understand. Yes.
So these Green Deals, they are multi-stakeholder agreements. We actually set up communities of practice on certain sustainability topics with industry leaders, with companies, with governments, with knowledge institutions. And you can become part of this community of practice if you promise to take action. So at the beginning, we sign a big covenant with the minister, the mayors, everybody, the CEOs. And then we for a few years we run the Green Deals, and they are on many topics. We have 22 Green Deals already, with more than 2,500 companies taking part in it.
Easy to convince them to join your Green Deal?
Yeah. So we have Green Deals.
Because it's voluntary, yes?
It is voluntary. So one of my favorite ones is with the brewing sector. We had the big brewers committing to reduce their water usage, which was done successfully. We have one on car sharing. Instead of everybody owning their own car, like sharing program. We have one on, if you go and look in the circular economy, we have one on circular building, with a lot of building companies trying to set up pilot projects for recycling. We have one on circular purchasing too. So this is what you asked, yes. And we didn't only try to involve governments, but we also try to involve companies. So the first year of the Green Deal, we tried to learn what is circular procurement, what are the criteria, what are the ways that you can do. And then in the second and the third year, the companies, they took one of their major streams of purchasing and tried to implement the circular criteria in that. And we have many other Green Deals also on the sharing economy. We have one on a protein shift, so where we try convince consumers to, instead of eating like meat every meal, or I mean animal based proteins every meal, we try to convince them like maybe you can also have meals with plant-based proteins. We don't say go fully vegetarian, go fully vegan, everybody is free, but we try and convince them of the benefits of sometimes including these meals. So we have big programs on that too.
Does it work?
Slowly. So because we set up voluntary agreements, and if you then measure the protein shift on society level, you can see some percentages shift. But of course, a lot of is going on. There's other actors in society trying to influence this too. But we see a little shift. But so we're hopeful.
Promise. So let's go to science again. Markus, what, from your perspective, and also I can later pass this question to Professor Łukasik, what, from your opinion, the most promising technologies, sectors, you know, to really make a shift, make a change? And also you can tell a little bit about what RISE are doing and how you try to combine this technological innovation with policy and industry, what they need in practice, really, or, you know, are you...
Right, that's a big question, so I might be apologized for a long answer then, but well, just short about RISE. It's the fourth largest technical research institute in Europe. We're owned by the government, and therefore I think we have a bit of a special role since we work both with the government and with the industries. Then we can bridge the interest of these different parties, and by being also neutral, we can actually play a role which is trusted in policy development, and also to support the companies how to interpret upcoming policies and how to comply and how to actually make business from it. So we are a bit like a bridge between them. And to your first question there regarding the technologies with most potential, I believe you can actually argue that we do have all the technologies we need at hand already, but they are not feasible, they are not mature, they are not meeting the market requirements. And that can be sort of an iterative process where you both improve technologies and also the market conditions, because ultimately we are making the market, the politicians are making the market, and the science community will actually make things possible, and then it is up to the business sector to scale it up and make it real. So we have three quite distinctive different roles in this system, if you make it simple. But to the question of technologies that have most potential, I think that our most pressing challenge for the future will actually be to have a circular carbon flow. We're speaking a lot about decarbonizing certain sectors like power and so on, and that is going well. Transportation sector, that is on, I wouldn't say on track, but at least it's going forward. But we also have certain sectors that need to be recarbonized. If you just look around in the room, we have a lot of different materials. There are plastics, it's wood. This is made from chemicals to a large extent. So we need a lot of different carbon atoms in our daily lives. And if you look on the future carbon supply, if we want to go fossil-free, we have three sustainable sources, and that is number one, biogenic carbon coming from the photosynthesis. Number two, recycling of stuff we already have, like plastic, for instance. And number three is actually to use carbon dioxide and upgrade it to things that we need, chemicals, plastics, whatever. And speaking about scaling, that was a part of your question. I think the third one is a real big challenge, because it takes a lot of electric energy to catch, upgrade carbon dioxide into feasible products. And we recently completed a study in Sweden, looking at our prerequisites for decarbonization and recarbonization. And even if we have about 10 times as much biomass per capita as the global average citizen, we would need to triple our electricity consumption only to deal with the third stream of carbon, the carbon dioxide. Basically, that translates into 30 or 40 nuclear reactors or 35,000 windmills just to catch carbon. So the short answer to in the long one would be that I believe that we need to focus a lot on energy-efficient ways to catch and convert carbon dioxide into products, and secondly, how to produce more sustainable, cheaper energy.
Thank you very much. So how does it look from Łukasiewicz network? Also a lot of different research institutions, yes? You actually cover all sectors. So which one could be the most promising one?
Yes, thank you very much. Wow, so many things to say. I cannot agree more with Markus regarding the fact that we have all the probably needed technologies right now, but as you said, the question of maturity, efficiency in terms of economics, that's major challenge. But this is, especially if you are talking about the efficiency in terms of economy of the technology, is related to the policy. Yes, so we know right now ETS and the ETS2, for instance, yes, regarding the emissions. So all the policy can shift towards technologies that are more green. I don't want to say circular because it's I think one part of the image. But another point that is, I think, crucial is to understand that not everything will be circular. We cannot live in this idea world and thinking even if we will recycle plastic, do this separation very, very wisely, there will be, with I don't know how many reprocessing, some losses in the functionalities, in properties. So we always will need some new material. That's a fact.
But nature is circular. There is no waste in the nature, no?
Yeah, but well, we are unfortunately not Mother Natures, and we have some limitations for many reasons. Yes. So the fact is that we will always need some new material. The point is that we have to find the right balance between the new material and the recycled one. But coming to the first part that I started to discuss, saying is that the policy and that the policy can drive the change towards more circular economy is when the policy will be based on facts, on scientific facts. And in many cases, that's a problem. And because of that, we were discussing here about the procurement. So if we will have just a simple example, if we will have some kind of additional criteria regarding circularity in the public procurements, of course, it will make quite a lot of barrier for some cases, but this will be a case where we can start introducing more interest on the circularity. Okay, and one more sentence at the end. So Łukasiewicz, as you said, we are 22 institutes. One of our key strategic direction is circular economy. So plenty of our institutes, numerous of our institutes are actually working on circular economy. So all the technologies that Markus has mentioned, all these areas are covered by us. So we are actually a very active player in this sector, and we are keen to work with everybody, making the circular more real than on the scientific curiosity.
Thank you very much. So let's come back to money, let's say, which is the crucial part. Mr. Darowski, what role can development banks or public financial institution can play in mobilizing capital for the circular transition?
Yes, so we can act as catalysts for systemic change. And I mentioned previously the initiative JICE, Joint Initiative on Circular Economy, where we cooperate with other development banks and EIB. And so far, within the years 2019 up to 2023, we have financed circular projects and provided the financing of 11.6 billion euros. And our aim is to provide 16 billion euros till 2025. So we do finance particular investments. They, of course, have to meet certain criteria and be bankable at the end. We are taking on some more risk. And for example, we have financed Elemental Holding, a Polish company recovering rare metals from electronic waste, the company which operates in 15 countries. So our role is to also provide financing, but also discuss, share experiences and lessons learned from projects which are performed across Europe. We also should develop further innovative financial instruments. I mentioned that we have a guarantee program, for example, Business Max, and so far we have guaranteed the projects with the value of almost 2 billion Polish zlotys. But it's not only debt, it's not only bonds or debt financing, but we are also thinking of equity financing. And as a BGK, as a Polish State Development Bank, we have a dedicated investment fund. And we are also assessing secular projects when it comes to equity financing as well. So I think providing, one other program I wanted to mention is that we have a dedicated program called Financing Supporting Sustainable Investments, where we cover 31 areas, including circular economy projects, such as waste prevention, reuse and recycling infrastructure, eco-design, and product life extension solutions, but also remediation of contaminated sites and areas. And with this program, we are providing longer-term financing with preferential interest rates.
Thank you very much. Grzegorz, you just said that it's not your money, it's our money.
Unfortunately, no.
So it's huge responsibility, yes, how to spread them. So how the financial institution currently assess the risk and opportunities for investing in circular business model? And later, Leszek, I also would like to answer this question. First, Grzegorz.
Okay, we look at it as not on a special sector. It just must fulfill all the requirements that usually businesses need to fulfill to get the money from the bank. But we are able to adjust what we offer to the profile of the businesses of the sector. So we are not always acting through lending. We offer support in bonds issues. We also invest with equity. We also partner with some companies in the sector that is closest to my heart, so the food business. We are partnering with a company that is supporting regenerative agriculture development. They are called CLIM, and we have high hopes for the development of carbon circularity in this area. We also started, I think, the first ETF in the world that was dedicated to circular players. So they were not pure players focused on circular economy, but basically the businesses that were developing this aspect of the business models a lot. So we are trying to adjust the way we act to the profile of the specific project, specific businesses.
Thank you much, Leszek. How it looks from ING perspective? How you estimate or assess the risk and opportunities?
You know, you are asking a very technical question, which is. I think...
Keep your mic closer, because we have online participants.
It is of secondary importance, how the bank technically reviews the risk opportunities. The major point is that there is no demand for bank loans in that area. It is practically, in general, the Polish companies, because when we are talking about banks, we are thinking about, we are immediately thinking about giving loans to some productive, also from the social perspective, initiatives. These initiatives are not there. Our clients, I'm talking here about Poland, the Polish corporate sector is not investing a lot. The investment rate in Poland is very low. This is a general statement, including on projects related to sustainability or circularity. And we see some reasons for that in the structure of Polish corporate sectors. We have overrepresentation of small, medium businesses. And these businesses are largely either relying on their own resources, own money. Just some Polish businesses have aversion to borrow money from, externally. This is not, a situation which is not changing for years. It's something only about 25% of financing of investments in Polish corporate sector is coming from external sources. So we don't have so many dilemmas how to assess the value of a project or the cash flows, because we don't really have too many
one
of these
wants your
projects.
money. Yeah?
I say, there is this theory of pecking order, and when companies are not maximizing value based on careful management of the capital structure, but firstly rely on grant money or own resources first, then grant money, then EU money or money from development banks, which offer probably, let's say, interest rate of 1% compared to, let's say, 5 or 6 or even more from on the market. So when the companies exhaust this line, when they cannot find free money, they can only come to the bank, and this really has to be a solid business. By the way, you mentioned about one company, Polish company, which is very
sentence,
active.
Leszek, because we have...
Yes, very active on international markets, on raw materials. This is also our client. Many companies do both. That we do not treat them as circular company. We treat them, if they have good business, they can get funding from the bank.
Okay, and the last question, as we have run out of time, so please also be brief. And we come back to Maria, so maybe we manage to connect them here. What would be your 3 top priorities for the next 2 years to accelerate the circular transition in Europe? Maria, maybe we start with you, briefly.
Yes, I hope you can hear me. First of all, I think we need to take into account that this is about people as well. So if we look on the transition on a sustainable development goals perspective, taking into account, of course, why the business models and protecting the environment, but also the people, the social aspects. So make this transition work for the people, offer them safety nets, include them in the processes as well, so that we can accelerate them all together. And then, of course, how to manage to untackle all these financial blockages. We are in the process of trial and error, so it's difficult to have a 100% secure process of finance, so we need a little bit of margin in there. And then collaboration and co-creation. Bring everyone in the table for the discussions and try to find solutions that they're not there yet altogether.
Thank you, Maria. Arne, what is your 3 top priority?
Okay. So I would like to bring a point that for us from the Flemish government is really important. So if we speak about circular economy, we often speak about there is this Ellen MacArthur Foundation drawing with a lot of circles. We speak about the outer circle, which is trying to recycle materials, plastic, aluminium, paper, but there's many circles in the middle, and maybe we think they're a bit neglected. So when we made a reaction to the Circular Economy Act, which the EU is now drafting, for us it's really important to also improve on reuse. If it's not broken, keep on using it, or maybe give it second hand. If it's broken, maybe you can repair it. Maybe you have some things in life that you want to have or want to use, but you don't need them that often. The classic example is a drill. You use it once a year, so maybe you can share. So for us, it's very important if we set up a European Economy Act, that prevention is a big part of it, not only recycling. And to do that, you need new business models on sharing, on rental, on all these things. And I think we need to give them time, because we had 150, 200 years of industrial innovation and revolution to be able to burn fossil fuel really, really well. We need to take our time to do the same thing in a circular economy.
Thank you, Bart. So the final sentence, we have 1 minute per each panelist. Leszek, so what is your summary? What is your 3 priority?
Okay,
your takeaway?
I think the most important factor is adequate pricing. It must pay off to switch to circular solutions. On pricing, please look at the Chinese market of electric vehicles. The cars are cheaper by about 30% than the conventional ones. And now, around 60% of new cars bought on Chinese market is electric. Yeah? And there are solutions to make these relative prices of sustainable or non-sustainable solutions right. I do not see adequate action so far. I would not rely on preferences, including preferences of young women. This is not enough. Yeah? I know that they declare to be to go to select circular solutions, but preferences are driven by sound economic incentives. We need to put them in place.
Yeah, fully agree. Mr. Darowski?
Yes, we should mobilize private capital, and we need to scale up blended finance, guarantee programs, concessional loans in order to attract this private capital. We're not going to do this only with public money, so private capital is needed for sure. We should drive innovations. We should support R&Ds and commercialization of circular technologies, and try to find the competitiveness within this space. And the third thing would be to look at the new potential for new financial instruments which would basically address the specific needs of circular projects. So not only debt, but also equities, also subsidies, and the full spectrum.
Thank you very much. Markus?
I think clean industrial deal is the answer. If we have the endurance and if we have the courage to implement it fully in spite of tough competition from different parts of the world and a worsening security situation. And last, I think also we shall remember that man-made problems have man-made solutions, and there will be no one else to fix this. And we can't point at each other because we are all responsible, and no one else will do this. That is a helpful thought when you get tangled up in all the different systems that we created, and you find barriers and problems, but it's all man-made, so we have a man-made solution.
Thank you much. Professor Łukasik?
I think the first one is education. I mean, by education, I mean the fact that people has to understand that what we are discussing right now is not obligation that is coming from somewhere, but it's obligation that everybody has in front of their child, of the next generation. That's the first point. Second is research, because we need to have mature technologies addressing the needs that are coming up front. And innovation, the third point is innovation. So is integrating business, mature business, of course, but in the right environment. We cannot forget that the fossil-based economy was developing for more than a century, and we are expecting that the circular economy, which is only growing, will be able to compete with something that is fully established in our daily life. That's unfair, and we have to understand this, and that's the point that we have to also keep in mind working on introducing the circular economy.
Thank you. Mr. Kozieja?
So very briefly, first I think we would need more engineers to the problem. So this is an engineering problem in the end, what we are going to do. So I think there should be rather engineers than policymakers or lobbyists at the table. Second thing, they need tools. So we need to make everything to keep our technological, AI talent within Europe, so they could be contributing to our competitiveness. And third thing, in order to implement all of that, we will need cheap energy. So cheap energy will need to connect everything.
Thank you very much, and I think we're perfectly on time. Thank you, thank you, Maria, for being with us. Sorry that you couldn't make it, but thanks for joining anyway. Thank you very much. John, Ron?
Well, there was a lovely panel discussion. Thanks for moderating, Agnieszka. Oh, it was reframed. Yeah, therefore. Honestly, I was already a little bit having the idea to jump in the discussion. And that's also something I would like to introduce for the next panels. That if you have a question, please raise your hand. And also, I see there are a lot of late people. There are still some chairs in the front. So please, I would like to invite you to go to the front and take a seat. So, yeah, I think it was a little bit of a confrontive first panel, because there is no free money and also not the economy. So I think it underlines the challenge of the circular economy. So please take your seat. And then I would like to at least first welcome our next keynote speaker on stage, and that's Mr. Tim Forslund. So please, Tim, come over to the stage. I'll put the mic over here.
Thank you.
Yeah, Tim. What was your key takeaway of this panel? Like, we do need innovation, or what is indeed the circular advantage? Are you able to cover all those remarks from the first panel?
Well, I think I was asked to do exactly that, to frame how the circular economy is an advantage, and to also say a few words about the clean industrial deal, which Marcus here mentioned is really the way forward. But it will be quite difficult because a lot has been said about this already.
Yeah, sure. No, but I think it was a good wake-up call. And I fully agree with one of the banking people with a one-liner, it needs to pay off. And I fully agree. But I think it's also about underlining the gap between the green premium and the brown discount. Because if we don't finance the old economy anymore, then we're shifting in the right direction. So the floor is yours, Tim. I'll give you a 1 minute sign if you're out of time. So looking forward to your inspiration. So a big applause for Tim Forslund.
Well, a big thank you, and especially a big thank you to Agnieszka and Innovo for the invitation to be here. Very excited to be back in Poland. And I actually wanted to start this by saying that the role of the circular economy has never been more important than today. But I was actually thinking here in Marcus from RISE that I think he captured it better. This is a make or break situation. It could go both ways. It could mean that we're seeing this more as an opportunity, or the situation of the circular economy could worsen. And man-made problems need man-made solutions. It's as simple as that. So I think that's actually a much better way to frame the conversation. And we heard earlier on also from Jessica Roswall, the commissioner, on the emphasis on conflict. We're hearing this all the time. I've been here at the embassies in Poland. I hear about people working on the circular economy. And oh, by the way, in my portfolio, I also have a little bit of defense. It's very much something that is ubiquitous. You hear it everywhere, and it's something we cannot not talk about. Here, I wanted to link to three things that link to the clean industrial deals through different European files. And I wanted to start with what Ursula von der Leyen, the president of the European Commission, said in a recent speech at a global Berlin dialogue, the Berlin Global Dialogue, where she highlighted that we're seeing a confrontational global economy. We're seeing a whirl of imperial ambitions and hostile actors, and a world of transactionalism and zero-sum games. In reference to a new initiative, Resource EU, the president spoke of that this aim is to secure access to alternative sources of critical raw materials for our European industry. And it starts with the circular economy, not for environmental reasons, but to exploit the critical raw materials already contained in products. I have to admit that I find this a bit bleak and disheartening. If we compare to where we were 4 years ago, this is maybe not very uplifting when you think about it. At the same time, this does instill in me a fair bit of hope as well. The Commission President has also spoken of the need to work with others than long-time like-minded parties, to work with countries that are we share common interests with. And I think this is a really big opportunity and a pivot in the way Europe operates with countries around the world in new ways to diversify and deepen our connections with other countries. Because yes, we can exploit the critical raw materials in products in Europe, but value chains are global, and we need to take that into account, that we trade with other countries, we export and we import. So we need to really think of this as a global issue, and we need global solutions for that. As a small contribution to this issue, I work at the Finnish Innovation Fund Citra, and we're leading the work with the EU Circular Economy Resource Centre together with the Belgian Agency for International Cooperation, ENABLE. And our task is, in theory, quite simple. It's to support the uptake of circular business models and policies in third countries, and to facilitate exchanges between EU countries and third countries outside of the EU. So this is something that we are seeing more and more, that across these different countries, they've realized that the circular economy is an advantage. We see this across more than 80 circular economy roadmaps and strategies. The African Union has a continental roadmap. ASEAN has a circular economy framework for their 10, soon 11 countries. So this is something that's really becoming more mainstream. And we also need to think about the circular economy as an opportunity not to be outrun by other countries. We also saw this at the World Circular Economy Forum this year, where I met some of you in this room, and later next year we'll also continue the discussions in India. But just to say a few words about how the circular economy is an advantage based on these global discussions that we had at the WCF in Sao Paulo earlier this year. Firstly, on the sidelines of the WCF, Brazil published their national economy strategy under the Ministry for Development, Industry, Trade and Services. Because the circular economy is about innovation, it's about industry, and it's about competitiveness. That is why it's under this ministry from their perspective. It's also about trade. The circular economy is included in more and more trade agreements from the UK and Mexico and New Zealand. And it's not just something that you have to really insist on it being included. It's more and more seen as an opportunity to build new trade agreements and partnerships with other countries. And we see this with critical raw materials. Without the circular economy, the twin digital and green transitions would slow down. And it's the same thing if we talk about defense and security. We can't make these transitions happen without the circular economy. And lastly, we need the circular economy to tackle our biodiversity and climate targets. And I think it's fair to say that biodiversity and climate action is facing certain challenges, but I think in our urge to simplify things, it's important that we don't throw out the baby with the bathwater, because no matter how we report and measure our impact, the circular economy is about action, and it's those actions that actually help you tackle biodiversity and climate impacts. We have captured these connections through reports that we have developed and contributed to. We see that the circular economy can tackle about half of emissions in EU industry, and you can halt and reverse biodiversity loss through the circular economy. And so then I think I made quite clear that the circular economy needs to be looked at from a global perspective. But I'm also here to say a few things about the Clean Industrial Deal and the European side of things here. And if you think of Poland, if we think of a country like Sweden, they export more to each other than they export to China, which is the world's biggest market per purchasing power parity. So what does this tell us? Europe and the single market are incredibly important. So the good news here is that the circular economy in Europe has a certain advantage. We've done this for some time and it is paying off. You hear how we're heading in the wrong direction with the circular economy. Well, it's just not true. At a global level, yeah, it's looking difficult, but in Europe, we're seeing that the circular economy is going in the right direction. to be fair, we're moving more sideways than in the right direction. But we see that our circularity rate and the resource productivity in our continent is actually going upwards, not downwards. So let's keep this in mind. And in the LETA report on the single market, LETA highlights that 32% of circular economy technology firms are actually European. So companies in Europe have an incredible edge because we've done this for a long time and we're pretty good at it. So let's remember that. And let's also remember that we have a lot of solutions to build on. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. Saying that, LETA also highlights that while the EU companies do play a substantial role in the transition, most of the potential is still untapped. And as an example, the report highlights that the World Bank has quantified that the remanufacturing capacity in the EU could grow from 31 billion euros today to 100 billion by 2030. And in the process, it could create as much as 500,000 jobs. So there is a big potential, and we really need to leverage the circular single market. And the circular single market is a concept that that's a concept we pitched to Enrico Letta. In the report, he highlights that the circular single market is one where we focus on building a level playing field for circular materials, products, and services. We need to leverage funding from the EIB, from the EU Innovation Fund, and we need to amplify access to circular materials. We need to make sure that we develop end-of-waste criteria and indicators also for eco-design. And we need to focus on the strategic use of biomass because around 90% of our impact on biodiversity is related to the extraction and processing of biomass. So I think this is also very encouraging that we see Innovo and other stakeholders here that have really made this as an important topic, and this was the focus of the first day of the Circular Week here in Warsaw. So I think this is something that let's not forget about the bioeconomy and biomass when we talk about critical raw materials as well. So I think one of the encouraging things of the LETA report is that it actually makes a few links to, it's picked up on in the Clean Industrial Deal. So it seems like they took some of these points to heart. And the circular economy is mentioned in the Clean Industrial Deal 36 times. And it highlights that the circular economy is a priority. And it's a key engine for the European competitiveness agenda. So I think this is the good news. And I'd just like to end by saying three things, really simple. And I wanted to use as old a slide as possible just to highlight that this is something we have done for a long time. We have a lot of solutions out there already. Yes, we need to change the rules of the game. Yes, we need to talk about price differentials, incentives, absolutely. But let's not forget that we have a lot of European companies that are already making business sense. We have a company like Lindström in Finland, which provides textiles as a service. I don't even know if they would call it textiles as a service because they have been doing this for almost 100 years. Not for the circular economy, because it makes business sense. They provide a material that lasts for a long time because they maintain ownership. And they offer it by leasing it to their customers. And they can repair the carpets when needed, they can dry clean them. And the building we're in at Citra, where I work, we're not very good at cleaning carpets. We're not very good at repairing those. So we're very grateful that someone who is an expert on that can actually do it. And we can focus on what we are actually good at. And it's the same with IT equipment. We don't buy a lot of our IT equipment anymore. There are companies like 3-Step IT and Inrego and others that already provide computers and phones as a service, and they take it back and they can reuse most of the components in new products to make sure that we use them for as long as possible, because they have an incentive to design products that last. And in the process, they're also keeping us as a customer. These IT companies and the textiles as a service company, if you buy the product and then a few years down the line you realize that, where did I buy this? I'm going to buy a new one, but I don't remember where I bought this. If you're subscribing to something, you're going to keep doing it, so you have a better opportunity to actually retain your customers. So let's not just talk about recycling and supply of raw materials. Let's also talk about the business model innovation. And here I forgot to mention that the Clean Industrial Deal actually makes a reference to the Circular Economy Act that Commissioner Roosevelt mentioned at the beginning. And she highlighted that there's, the role of a market for secondary raw material and waste. And if you think this is a good emphasis and focus, you don't need to do anything. If you don't think this is a good focus, the open consultation is still open until tomorrow, so you still have a chance to make your voices heard about where you think the Circular Economy Act should be heading. If it should be, along those lines, or if it should be focusing on other things that you think are important. So I highlighted this one example. We have the business solutions in Europe. No, 4. And 2 more things I wanted to highlight. We need to keep the conversations going. And I think we're seeing this here with Circular Week and the Sustainability Congress. Next week, the EU Circular Economy Resource Center, where I work, will continue the discussions during Rebuild Ukraine conference here in Warsaw. So if you're a company working in the construction and energy sectors, do consider joining our event in 1 week's time here in Warsaw, because this is the last point. We need to work together. Like Maria from the European Circular Economy Stakeholder Platform mentioned, we need to work together and collaborate about these topics. We can create more value if we work together. And this is just a small example of Finland, Belgium, and Poland, and countries outside of the EU, such as Ukraine, working together, because that is the only way forward. So with that, I would like to thank you for listening and wish you a fruitful conference. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Tim. And I think, indeed, we need data. So I'm actually quite proud to be a European, also when I look at the gap between global and Europe. So a big, still work to be done also on the global level. Well, actually, we're heading to the second panel discussion, where we will delve into, let's say, where incentives will outperform regulation. And I would like to welcome on stage, because we have 2 introductory presentations, and therefore I would like to welcome on stage Bartosz Zilsak. So let's see where Bartosz is. Yeah, there he is. Coming, because those 2 introductory presentations will be a kickstarter of the second panel. So welcome on stage, Bartosz. I was doing my best on your name, so hopefully...
Yeah, it's Szylczak, but it was close enough.
Close up, it was almost the same. So you're having a 10 minutes intro. I'll be there and I'll give you a 1-minute sign. So the floor is yours.
Fantastic. I'm very pleased to be here. It's the 3rd consecutive year that BGK is partner of this event. And I would like to make a small introduction into whether the regulations, or rather the incentives, should outperform each other. I wanted just to give you a short story of how we've put circular economy into BGK. And you had our colleague, Patryk Darowski, who stated a bit about how we are focusing on financing those kinds of projects, that we have financial needs in place in order to meet all of those needs. But he also mentioned that from 2019, BGK is a part of a joint initiative for circular economy, and we've put much effort into mobilizing 16 billion euros in a 6-year period. And we almost have met this target. I'm pretty sure that it's going to be met by the end of this year. And it costed us a lot of work, a lot of effort, a lot of collaboration in order to, let's say, build a common understanding of what circularity is and how to mobilize actually financials for those quite risky projects, and what should be the role of the development bank in such sectors. And our goal is to develop the common approach to financing those circular projects. But we didn't stop there. We've just, at the end of the next year, introduced a position paper outlasting our experience on the work that we have done in JICE. We've introduced a position paper that was titled Time for Action, Accelerating the Circular Economy for Competitive Europe. And we would like to share what 9 financial barriers we've identified for projects that came into this amount of 16 billion euros. And as a BGK, we didn't stop here, and we are still proceeding now in order to position us as a leader in financing circularity. Because in the mid this year, June or July, we've introduced our new strategy, and circular economy is quite a key priority for us. We even have an internal goal for our advisors to mobilize projects that will fall under the definition of circularity. This means that we would like to also boost our ESG rating. I mean, we've scored very high. We are in the top percentile of European banks in order on sustainability based on the rating that we've got. But it still doesn't mean that we are a leader in sustainability or the circularity. I mean, when we will talk to the average advisor in our bank, what they can perceive as a circular project, they will probably give just a few examples. If you will just change the position with me, you can probably go about what is circular, what project we should finance for ours. But this is not the case for everyone. I just want to say a bit of an anecdote. I was on this MasterCard workshop, and they asked a typical Kowalski on the street, which bank in Poland is the most green? You know what the most answered question is? I'm not going to say the name of the bank. It has a green logo and comes from France. But the reason for this thought was because they have a recycled card. I mean, the card was made from recycled plastic. And this is not a case for how we would like to be perceived as a circular bank. We want to be perceived by the amount of cash that we actually flow into the projects that come to those definitions. And in order for that, we need to find some standards. And of course, you probably know exactly what I'm talking about, the EU taxonomy. I'm by profession an environmentalist, and I worked in technical consultancy. Taxonomy for me is written in quite an easy language, but it still took me about several months in order to understand how it actually, the mechanism works. And you can just try to figure out how a common advisor at our bank is probably pursuing this guidelines. So at the beginning in the JICE, we focused on something a bit more simpler, because EIB had a very nice methodology assessing which project should be perceived as circular. It's the EIB Circular Economy Guide. So whenever we are talking about mobilizing at the moment, financial for circular projects, we are stating that it's going to be aligned with this kind of methodology. And we've took a lot of effort to educate all of our advisors, people seeking the financing that will cope with the definitions described in this methodology. Patrick mentioned that most of the financing that we granted go to the development of new municipal waste management companies, to transform companies into more circular way, but also to bring back buildings like this, to revitalize them. And if you're probably going to be visiting Warsaw, if you're not from here, you can see many famous food halls that were abandoned a few years ago, but right now they are thriving with life. So we've identified some of the let's say, barriers, and Patrick mentioned 3 of those, like limited access to affordable long-term financing, lack of standardized metrics, and the EU compliance, that's why I mentioned the EU taxonomy, and high perceived risk of those kinds of projects. And he mentioned that we actually thought about an instrument that is quite typical for our bank. It's called Financing in Support of Sustainable Investments. It's based on EU taxonomy, but we don't want to bring a lot of burden into our clients, defying them that those projects need to be entirely with taxonomy aligned. We are trying to convince them into switching into a bit more sustainable approach within those investments. I will talk about our approach in this product in the seminar, which is tomorrow, but it covers at least 6 areas regarding circularity. And giving that it's an incentives, it gave a preferential funding, the cost of the change into a bit more sustainable is still worth doing the change. We also do knowledge sharing and building education within the GIs in order as not to only our advisor, but also in the external webinars and mobilizing the sector into being more circular. And we also issue BGK guarantees, and that's the reason that we would like to de-risk the investments that right now are perceived with a very high risk. So when we think whether the incentives should outperform regulations, me as someone who would like to position himself as a circularity and sustainability promoter into the bank, I would like to say that incentives are a better way because BGK wants to position itself as a leader in circularity and sustainable finance. And I'm a promoter of the investments that fall under this funding, and I would like to also de-risk those investments. But as a risk analyst, I also look into the regulations because they are building the base to underground actually the approach of the sector and stating whether the company is conforming with the regulations and we can perceive the lower risk. So I think they're both very useful, and I hope that this short introduction will bring a bit fuel to the next panel. Thank you.
Great. Well, big applause for Bartosz. And it was definitely a fuel energizing talk. I really like your EU taxonomy, ESG alignment. So, and also a personal, I feel your fire. So that was great. Well, then the second introductory presentation, that's an easy name for me. So I would like to welcome on stage Guus ter Haar. Yeah, now we can talk Dutch, Guus. Finally. You're Director of Impact at the Circle Economy. Let's say 10, 15 minutes for a presentation.
I will try to keep it short.
Excellent.
Thank you so much. Yes, so as mentioned, my name is Guus, but please feel free to call me Gus or Gustavo, whatever works for you. I recognize that it's a difficult name to pronounce. Now, what I would like to start with is taking a few things from the different panels that we've had so far. Talking about things need to be profitable, which I think is also part of the reason that got us in the situation where we are now. It is about Marcus saying human-made problems, they have human-made solutions. And I think that's a very important thing for us to recognize, that a lot of the systems that we have built, they can be solved by us because we have made them. We have designed these systems and we have designed the incentives in these systems, and they lead to specific outcomes. And the third, what Tim mentioned, there are already a lot of amazing circular businesses and circular ideas. We just need to look at ways to scale them and make them bigger. So what I would like to start with is a different perspective. We talk a lot about the risk and the massive pressure that we put onto our planet, how many planets we use each year, carbon footprint, etc. From our research, we can also show a glimmer of hope, which is that with only 30% of the material footprint and energy use of today's society, we could potentially provide decent living standards for everybody on the planet. So I just want to let that sink in, 30%. Now, we've known this, and we've known this number for a long time, because since the 70s, we've really been tracking our material use, and these calculations have been made. So we've seen this storm coming, where it's very clear that our current material footprint is unsustainable. And when we're talking about defense and we're talking about living in an uncertain world, part of that is driven by the fact that resources are used in a way that are not equally distributed amongst the whole population. And so what we see, which is a result of evolutionary biology, I'm a biologist myself, the human reaction to resource shortages is that we start to close our doors. We start to look for our own tribe, and we start to look for ways in which we can make sure that we live in a secure world. However, as humanity, we also know that we are a global population, we are a global society, and so we also should recognize that working together is really the way to bring security to our world, and by distributing resources fairly. Now, we've been working on a lot of different models for this. Some of you might know this one. It's a very interesting circular economy model. It talks about how we can change material flows in a way that would make it easier for us to manage our material footprint. So we should use less, we should use things for longer, we should use them again, and we should regenerate and use clean the things that we do require from a virgin source. You've also seen this one probably. As we use materials in the circular environment, circular economy, we want to retain them into the system for as long as possible and retain as much value as possible. So that means if we produce something, we should first maintain it, reuse it, then remanufacture it, then recycle, and then, if possible, biocycle, meaning putting it back into the natural environment where it can be reabsorbed as nutrients. And only as a last resort should we go to things like incineration and landfill. This is not new, right? Everything that I'm saying here is well known to you. You all understand, and I'm kind of preaching to the choir here in terms of circularity. And yet, this is where we are. You've seen this number already, it was presented by Tim. This comes from the research from Circle Economy. And we see that year on year, circularity is going down. And this is not the result of circularity being a bad idea. However, we do need to be realistic about circularity. Since the 1970s, our material footprint has tripled. So we're now using 3 times more materials than we did in 1970. And so even though circular measures and circularity is increasing year over year in absolute terms, it is unable to keep up with the amount of materials that we use on a yearly basis. And so this is what we call circular realism. We want to keep chasing that improvement of a circular percentage in our societies, but there are more challenges that we need to address. We need to address not only efficiency, but also sufficiency. How much do we really need? And what we also see there is this is a result of how incentives are structured. And I would argue that regulations are part of that incentive structure. The financial markets are part of that incentive structure. It is a way in how we reward linear businesses and how we reward the extraction of materials, and we ignore the fact that we are taking value from society and from nature and not putting it back. And so a lot of investment is going into this linear economy, and so the circular business models that we are actually deploying into this linear model are not as successful, which should not be a surprise, because they deliver value in a way that we do not measure with our current markets, that are not rewarded by markets. We see that also in the EU, because a lot of recyclers, especially in the Netherlands, are failing. So even though we have government regulations in place to say we want a specific number of circularity that we want to reach, we are apparently not yet able to adequately support these circular models into being successful. Now, I want to show you one very complex graph, and I will talk you through it, so I have to walk over the stage a little bit. So this is the result from our work on finance, financial flows within circularity. This was published in 2025. It's called the CGR Finance. You can find it online. What it shows on the left-hand side is where does investment into circularity come from. So you can see a large part of it comes from banks and credit providers, institutional investors, private equity, VCs, accelerators, DFIs, governments, and then there's always a little bit of unknown. What you're seeing is that the majority of investment goes into 2 streams. One of them is debt, primarily from the banks, and one of them is equity, which primarily comes from institutional investors and from private equity. Now, when we then look at where is this money actually being invested in circularity, we see 3 big phases. One of them is in transitioning. So this is more the traditional sustainability-linked loans. So it is supporting businesses in reaching ESG goals. Some of it is invested in the use phase. So how do we maintain and use for longer? And some of it is invested in the recovery phase. Now, already something here should stand out. Design and production is massively underinvested. So it's either not seen as an investment opportunity, or at least it's not regarded as being low risk enough to be invested in. What the result of this is for me, and as I mentioned, I'm a biologist, I focus primarily on the agri-food and bioeconomy sides. What we're seeing is that the conclusion of this is the majority of investment is going as debt into traditional business models, or as venture capital, but then it goes primarily into the recovery phase. So these are all high capex models that have a lower risk. And so the risk perception of these sustainable and circular business models is apparently so high that finance is not flowing into it. Well, talk about incentives, this is a big one. So that's why at Circle Economy we focus on reshaping the enabling environment. And in this case it's very similar to what we call the incentive environment. So it's about the regulations and the financing and the way that the market rewards different business models. It is basically about the rules of the game. So how do we change the rules of the game so that the outcome is different? Because we can all be very mad at the outcome and the fact that circularity is going down every year. But thinking from a systems view, we should see how much can we actually change the system and change the rules. So what do we look at? Make sure that we have the indicators and evidence to actually take informed decisions, that there is sufficient financial flows going to these circular businesses, and that key actors have the awareness and the capacity to actually start changing things. Now, I want to make this very practical for the people here in the audience. We are all leaders in our own way. We all have an opportunity to make a change because ultimately human-made problems, they need human-made solutions. What got us here will not get us there. And we are putting a lot of pressure and a lot of expectations on businesses, right? We want businesses to mitigate the risk of their supply chain. We want them to source locally. We want them to use less, use it for longer, produce better, create fair and long-lasting trade relationships. But as I mentioned, we know that currently the market does not necessarily reward this type of behavior. And so my argument would be that we need something else, which is, it's becoming very exciting, innovation from the financial side. So our opinion is that risk models used currently by many banks and investors do not adequately capture the fact that in several years we will run into resource shortages. They do not adequately capture the risk that climate change might offer. Some of the models that are still being used, the DICE model for instance, it estimates a 2.1 drop in global income if the world reaches a 3-degree global warming scenario, even though the World Resources Initiative has indicated that if we reach a 3-degree warming scenario, we lose 50% of agricultural production. So I would argue 50% drop in agricultural production does not lead to a 2.1% decrease in global income. So there is a need to really look at risks and need to understand, are linear models really less risky than circular ones? Can we really afford to keep investing in them? Or is our portfolio actually at a massive risk because of default by all of the polycrisis that we've talked about already today? And the second thing is policy innovation. So we also need governments to start planning for this new economy, creating the regulations that these businesses actually need, being a preferential buyer, creating also the rules and regulations that are needed for these businesses to thrive, to use reused materials and innovate. Now, this is what I would like to close with. We talk a lot about, can we make it profitable? Can we afford it? It's a big change. And I would like to spin that question around. The question is not whether we can afford the change. I would argue the question is whether we can afford business as usual. And so my call to action to all of you here, this is a human-made problem, needs a human-made solution. We need to change the minds of the people that are running the linear economy and need to convince them of the fact that for a global, sustainable society, we need change, and that starts with incentives. And so together, with you, I would like to say, let's make the new economy unavoidable. Thank you very much.
Wow, Guus de Haar. I would say a perfect blend of hope, realism, and also awareness. So impressive, great. I think you outperformed, and also it's a perfect Kickstarter for the panel discussion. So thanks very much.
You too.
Now I would like to welcome my colleague, dear moderator Karolina Adamska, because she will lead the second panel discussion, and I think there's a lot of food for thought in terms of the two excellent introductions we've seen. And I think also Guus really mentioned, let's say, a little bit what we called exclusion way of that people, when you're not compliant anymore, then you're not financed. So when the old system doesn't work, then we don't finance it, simple. So let's see where the panel will head. So please come on stage, Karolina. Your place is totally over there. Yeah, so I'm really looking forward. And please welcome your panelists.
So it's my role to welcome my panelists. Okay, thank you very much. I will switch into Polish because I've got the instruction that this panel will be into Polish language. So let me introduce. Zapraszam serdecznie na scenę.
I'd like to welcome on stage Mrs. Anna Sapota, Vice President Public Affairs Eastern Europe, North Tomra. Anna, please join us on stage. Applause, please. To warm you up a little bit. Also, Mr. Sławomir Brzusek, Director of the Management Board Office, EcoPack Employers Association of the Packaging and Packaged Products Industry. I also invite Mr. Andrzej Gantner, Vice President of the Management Board and Chief Executive Officer, Polish Federation of Food Manufacturers Employers Union. Good morning. And I'd like to invite Mr. Łukasz Sosnowski, President of the ProCarton Foundation.
So Karolina, I'm here, I'm your host. So if you have, for example, questions from the audience, please feel free, then I will jump into the question.
Okay, thank you very much. Dzień dobry, jeszcze raz. Witam Państwa bardzo serdecznie.
So again, welcome, ladies and gentlemen. I've been listening to the previous presentations, and I have a thought that we live in a certain bubble, for sure, and I think we have much more awareness of the issues at hand than the external world. I'm now studying for my MBA. I had a meeting for my MBA's thesis. I suggested something in the ESG area, and 4 persons in my group only. Among the 4 people in my group, I was the only one knowing what I was talking about, and this is a course for managers, so we don't all know that. Another thought is I told my friends about greenwashing, and they also had no awareness of what it was. So my thought is that we need to go beyond our bubbles and tell the story of what we do, how we do it, broader and further, because we all agree that circularity is what we need. It's necessary, that this is our common denominator. But if we move out to the world, the common denominator no longer is common. So regulations or incentives, now let me refer to regulations. There was ESG that created a lot of fuss in the market. As a lecturer in leadership, I always say that it's good to do something what we want to do, not because we have to do it, but it's not the way it works. And the regulations in ESG reporting have created a lot of fuss on the market. Reporting not only financial activities, well, I'm not sure if it's the same in case of circularity. One more reflection, that we have a certain paradox of circularity. I feel that the more we speak about it, the less we do. And that also results from the Circularity Gap report from 2025. It's quite fresh, but the data is for last year. That we have a decline of reused materials in production. Another thought, at the Responsible Business Forum, we had a diversity charter, and we had the same thought. The more we speak about diversity, the less we do in diversity. For example, the participation of women in management boards and supervisory boards declined compared to the previous years. So, how about the circularity? Anya, let me ask the first question to you. The recycling industry is the key player here, but more often than not, it operates in unfostering conditions. High costs mean that it's difficult to speak of a business model, but it's a question to you about those types of incentives, regulations, economic, technological, other types of incentives. Which ones do you need most so that you are able to say that you can make a living off recycling? Because business is, as we know from the Responsible Business Forum, is pragmatic. Business is business. So, what's the story? Let me start by saying that I hate the word incentives. We shouldn't speak about incentives. We should speak about creating frameworks for efficient business. And speaking of recycling through incentives suggests that it's something that may be there, but it may not be there as well. Let's incentivize and let's see what happens. Recycling needs to be business. It needs to be activity which is beneficial. We need to create organizational and legal frameworks which will foster that. What I believe is that, importantly, we need to understand why we have markets where it does pay off and others where it doesn't. Internally, we map different EU countries and we wonder why we can see that Sweden has one of the largest sorting facilities preparing plastic waste for recycling, and it is economically viable, whereas recyclers in the Netherlands go bankrupt or reduce the scope of their activities. Why? In Germany, for many years, even though they have a well-developed material economy system, we can see no progress in terms of recycling, in terms of larger investment projects development, whereas in Spain we do see such progress. So what about those tools? Trying to answer these questions, we see clearly legal tools, which are followed by financial tools. Unfortunately, when we speak about business, it always comes down to finance, at least this is my perception, and that it always has to be profitable, whether through subsidizing tools or through making something more cost efficient or through certain incentives, for example, in the form of tax deductions, other such solutions. All that contributes to creating a competitive and predictable market where we can develop recycling. And we can see that today in Europe it's a case-by-case situation. We have different places with different solutions. We don't have a broader perspective, which I would say that this model with these regulations works. So we don't have one single model which works from your observations. So what incentives are there which could be a gold standard to incentivize business, to encourage all of us to do business associated with circularity?
Certainly, there are tools that the likes that has worked out, like the producer's liability, not just in the area of packaging, but for all different kinds of products. This one is a particular tool that is a booster in circularity, especially when it comes to developing new projects. But systems do differ, because they developed individually in Europe, in individual EU countries. So every time you need to you need to harmonize conditions, and the regulations must be in sync with the actual situation on a given market. Last week, I took part in an event on circularity in fashion. Our takeaway was this: it is easier to set up business models related to clothes manufacturing than the ones related to its processing or reprocessing. I dream of a world in which there are more processing plants. We heard the catchphrases of redesign of products. There isn't any interest in such business cases. A very inextensive part of clothes are being subject to recycling. We were very much interested in that. We invested loads of energy in that. And our conclusion was there aren't prospects of recycling of such solutions. Chemical recycling might be an answer, is something that there are very many question marks around. There aren't legal frameworks in Europe that would incentivize its growth the way we could handle with that tool our clothes waste, for instance. Sławomir, one question goes to you. The question about the packaging industry, which is in between regulatory pressure on the one hand and consumers' expectations on the other, and other factors should be also counted in. How to break the impasse. We have, I believe, mapped pretty appropriately the pathway forward. We know where we need to go. We know what our capabilities are. And there is a very significant gap between our capabilities and our wishes. So how do you see that? What's your take on that? Let me begin with the last part. That is, I don't see any incentives whatsoever for the manufacturers that introduce the recycled products into economy or reprocess something. There aren't such incentives. There aren't such rewards. But for the incentive term itself, it is a very broad phrase in scope. Normally, we begin with legal frameworks, and that may give some a frame. There are means of coercion, and coercion normally instills more creativity. Well, I try to maneuver in a way that I can do some savings. So this is a semantic question, and I agree with my first speaker. This is not my favorite word. That is coercion. Instead of using the word incentives, we would rather have clarity in regulations. We would welcome clarity. To drill down on what you mentioned, the extended producer's liability. What's the aim of all that? Well, our perspective is this. It's not a trivial thing, but what we are missing in Poland is one thing, that is the proper regulation of the approach towards circular economy at the practical level. CDPR was supposed to be transposed in Poland years ago. They haven't been. We need to tackle that. If you looked at what happened to the first act that was supposed to transpose CDPR in Poland a few years back, it wasn't. It did not pass through because of the unwillingness on the market. Well, the proposed regulations changed the whole system of the circular economy in Poland, and it was in desynchronization with other Polish acts and the Polish constitution. The regulations proposed in August this year, which is to implement CDPR in Poland, does copy all the mistakes that were already made and takes one step forward. It does nationalize a circular economy in Poland. And this is where the actual problem begins. How much state, how much government is there in my business activity? To what an extent I can count of my own sovereignty in doing business? The more state there is, the less willing I am to do something on my own, out of my own initiative. Well, there is this parallel between the ESG regulations. It's a perfect one. 2013, 2014, you might recall, a directive on non-financial reporting. That directive opened the avenue for all the possible incentives. All the parties that wanted to join in could, via non-financial reporting, build up their own economic advantage. What was the outcome of all the measures taken? Greenwashing in the first place. In the second place, business developed their own conditions for ESG reporting. Eventually, it turned out that for the parties that are not restricted to do the reporting, want to reporting anyway. We act under the market conditions, and we don't want to be the parties who will invest, and I agree with my fourth speaker from another panel. The money won't be invested just for the sake of being a trailblazer who will be shot in the back. We need to have clarity in regulations. The regulations should be set out to provide a certain common denominator telling us what our approach is eventually about. Firstly. Secondly, another take that I wanted to share with you. It's for years that I've seen that. Namely, we have deviated from the core principle of circularity, that is, the materials management. Now, the definition of circularity has got extended, and it was nicely illustrated in examples of our colleague from Finland. Most of circularity initiatives are not in line with the core circularity principles. They are more towards sustainable development. So the scope of circularity projects are now very extended in their scope. And I don't envy the banks. They've got a very hard job assessing whether or not a given project is in line with circularity principles, or maybe not at all. We know we must manage in a manner which is sustainable. This sustainable activity is about managing our environmental impact by the vehicle of environmental management. But there is a whole series of other factors that we need to be mindful of. There was something that was added in literal terms. Why do we have circular economy? We treat circular economy as a value in itself, whereas it is not a value in itself. This is something that we badly need, with the aim in mind that, and let me make a reference to the use policy, with an aim in mind that we need to transform our actions. Somebody said there will be areas not covered by circularity. There will always be some missing links. We will always need some new products. Anyway, I've got the following impression. For the role of business in making circularity come true, circularity, in my opinion, should be understood in slightly narrower terms. That is, in terms of managing materials as well as recycling. We've got all the metrics in place. We've got the understanding what it means. If we follow that path, and the path that we have followed so far, it may turn out that we call with with different names, the same things. That is ESG, sustainability, circularity. Let me tell you this. Let us not wait until incentives come. In Poland, we should do and lay the actual foundations. Regulations that are perfectly clear. Imagine a dispute between two companies. One is a manufacturing company. Another one claims that this product is not in line with producer's liability. It is not compliant in this regard. One company says, well, in line with the EU regulations, we are in line, whereas the Polish regulation sees it otherwise. As there might be various interpretations. There is some practical application. One company refers to the shortcomings in terms of regulations vis-à-vis the products of another company. We may speak incentives, but there are some fundamentals that we need to tackle right, because we don't know what to do for the time being. On the other hand, however, circularity rate it's really saddening, but with a view of what's ahead of us. For the last years, given the regulations, or in the coming years, we'll need to ensure what is related to the regulations. The circularity aid needs to increase dynamically. What does the business expect? It expects partner treatment. There will be delegated acts in drafting, and there is a very immense role on the part of the Polish state to play, because that's the actual party vis-à-vis the directive. So, finally, business will be invited over as a fully fledged stakeholder, just to be able to hear what our problems are, because otherwise, if that's not carried out in a manner I've described, we won't sort out our actual problems. I'm stealing time of other participants. This has been immensely valuable, and let me make a reference to your words. CSRD. Well, that's going to be my point of reference. We've got regulations and deregulations. There is a great degree of chaos. Business is supposed to do things or is not supposed to do things, second of all. And third of all, that's the problem that you've rightly mapped. The actual inner workings, how to tackle things. Well, there is a very vast room for interpretation. Therefore, there is a very low degree of clarity in that. If you were to develop a solution, practical solution for business, so that business gets a clear set of tools to act, how can business play their part in terms of getting regulations which are clear and understood in a very same manner by all the stakeholders? We've got the tools in place already. The thing is, we must take advantage. Well, at a certain moment in time, business was not listened to. We were not even invited over to consultations, just to hear our voice, whether or not certain applications can be applicable. We speak of the regulations, and the business is not even inquired whether these solutions can be implemented. We need to understand one thing. Extended producer responsibility needs to be instrumental in terms of making circular economy principles come true. Now, there are some fundamental acts that will shape the landscape of business for years to come. Business is not listened to. If you are seasoned in either CSRD or ESG, you know what it means to have a dialogue with stakeholders. Let's sit together, let's talk, tell us what your goals are, what your limitations are, what your barriers are. Business knows this stuff, but it's eventually very sad. This knowledge is not taken advantage of as regulations are drafted. So that's the problem we've historically had in Poland for years now. But there's one other thing I wanted to pick up on. I'm trying to catch the train of thoughts. All right, so we'll come back to you. And now let me drill down on that. We don't know how to cooperate. All the parties should be involved. We don't see it happen in how legislation or lawmaking is done. Yesterday, we brought up the topic of for discussions on the rights of people with disabilities. People with disabilities are not invited over. So we need to be more mindful in these terms. Andrzej, my question now goes to you as you represent the food industry. Limiting waste is something very important in terms of circular economy in agriculture. Many companies perceive circularity as a risk, not an opportunity. Are food companies ready for to accommodate the circularity principles? Do they have the necessary knowledge and know-how? But the question is in rather more general. Are ready to accommodate circularity as Poland, as economy in general? Economy or economics, irrespective of what angle we take up. Well, things must pay off. Things must be economically viable, because if they aren't, companies go bankrupt. And these are the times we live in. That's something that we've seen. We need to maneuver in a legislation chaos. Many years ago, ideals were transformed into regulations, and now these regulations are being abandoned. So the question is, why would we act in that way some years ago? And it doesn't really matter whether the lawmaking was done at the EU or at the national level. Now it has produced its ramifications. Why would somebody come up with the non-reporting, non-financial reporting? Later, it turned out the companies would say, we won't follow suit, we won't do that. It doesn't bring about any tangible outcomes. What it does, though, are only costs, and there is no translation into practical business solutions. What's of key importance for this food sector, or who is of key relevance as regards how companies fare in the market? Eventually, these are consumers who decide. There is a certain area of needs, and they are always linked with products. If products don't come up from the needs, it is not necessary. If we haven't identified the needs when it comes to circularity, when it comes to environmental stewardship, when it comes to carbon footprint, if it is not present on a larger scale, then for the investments of the companies and for the higher costs, they won't be welcomed on the consumer's side.
And suddenly it turns out that those who invested in it have bore
burden the cost, can boast good solutions, but this doesn't contribute to their economic efficiency. It leads, on the contrary, to diminishing margins, increasing prices, and then they come across a very tough consumer who says, well, great, I might actually want it, but I'll go to a chain store and buy it cheaper. And this is what it comes to. And this is the bubble we've lived in, that it wouldn't be like that, things would turn out great. This was the European car industry bubble, and now it's breaking with a big bang. And the EU is losing a whole economic sector which cannot cope with competition with those who don't have to meet all those requirements and principles. Worse than that, a lot of companies in the food industry, but also farmers, because we have to remember this, it's not just food processing, it's the whole chain, from the field to the fork. And this also involves farmers. You cannot be fully circular and pro-environmental if our providers, the farmers, aren't. And this is a serious issue because our providers, the farmers, said, no, we don't agree. We don't agree to the Green Deal. We don't agree to thousands of costs which we have to bear. We don't agree because, first, this is not feasible for us and the prices are too low, which we see clearly now. And the second important thing is we do not agree to it because the very same mechanism, the very same people who told us and keep telling us to meet all those requirements, open the market, which is key for us, to products which do not meet these requirements, just like that. And that means that we lose competition very quickly. We already are losing it. And this cannot be done. This cannot be, we cannot be the beautiful green lantern on the global environmental sea of chaos and open our doors to this chaos. And this is what we clearly see. We as the food industry are the third largest consumer of environmental resources globally. This is our specificity. Of course, we can imagine that we no longer produce foods, but then we wouldn't be here in the room because we would starve. As simple as that. So we cannot stop producing, but we are a very significant consumer of resources and a huge emitter of greenhouse gases, CO2. And this all should come together. If we want to limit CO2 emissions, we cannot be in that alone. Well, saying, all right, as farmers you limit this, as entrepreneurs, manufacturers, producers you limit it. No, we can't do it this way. What we have to do is coordinate it, make it holistic policy of the EU and every state to assure that those activities are also economically viable, because without economic viability, I'm afraid that in today's world, nothing could happen. On the contrary, we will reduce what we've been trying to develop. The food industry has invested a lot in reducing CO2 emissions, in renewable energy sources, in biogas plants, in conserving water, where we have reached very good results in reducing water consumption in production. This all has been done. The industry in Poland, which is quite sad, many years ago, around 10 years ago, started investing very heavily in natural gas energy sources because we were told that thus we would reduce CO2 emissions, no longer using energy produced with coal. And all those who invested in it are now bearing enormous costs of having invested in natural gas. Enormous costs. And this doesn't foster strategic thinking about realistic introduction of circularity principles. It's the same with the deposit systems. You could say this is the enhanced producer's responsibility model. The producer who introduces packaging to the market takes responsibility for collecting and recycling it, and they are also the player who buys this recycled material in new products. You can hardly imagine better ROP, responsibility of the producer. These systems work wherever they are present. It would all be great. The problem is that the vision that the beverage industry had for the ROP and the deposit system was completely different from what was introduced. The system introduced in Poland doesn't reflect what the beverage industry described as doing it right, how to do it properly and effectively. Instead, we got a political vision. It's expensive, it's chaotic, and it's difficult. This is what it looks like. The direction might be the same, the goals may be the same, but the effects are not. Now, whether we should incentivize or punish entrepreneurs, well, to start the deposit system in Poland, we have to spend a lot of money, and for that we get the ZUP tax. This is the first tax. We get the crop tax, which is also planned. So another tax on the same product, and a third fee we have to pay operators for the system to work. So it means 3 taxes on one packaging. Is this incentivizing? Everyone's wondering, why did we ever wanted to have this deposit return system? We just have losses here and nobody can appreciate that. It's the same in the ROP system. It's difficult to imagine that the sector, which introduces 60% of all packaging to the market, 60% of all packaging is food. It's difficult to imagine that in a situation where we have responsibility and we think logically, we do realize that we are responsible for the environment, it's difficult for us to imagine that we wouldn't like to have ROP. We want our packaging to be collected, we want it to be more environmentally friendly, for it all to work, for recycling materials streams to work, to reduce consumption of resources and to reduce environment pollution. That's true. The problem is what we want and what is being proposed to us is completely different. We want a system which would incentivize us wherever possible, because we also need to notice that every industry, every sector has its specificity. What's specific for food producing is the limit of food safety and food quality. We cannot break this limit. We cannot produce packaging which doesn't secure the safety and quality of food and prevent waste. This is something we need to conserve, something that is proposed to us instead of solutions that wherever possible we will design packaging ecologically, reduce streams of packaging for recycling. The system should be aimed at selection at the very onset so that we have an increased proportion of fractions sent to recycling so that the recycled materials can actually be reused. We are proposed a system which doesn't meet these criteria. All that we are proposed is to pay a tax on packaging. And you shouldn't care what happens to this packaging, what really happens, whether it's recycled or not, whether this recycled material is available or not, whether the system is going to be efficient, what fractions will be selectively collected. This is what we are offered. You should pay a tax. Is this an incentive? No. In no way is that an incentive. If this is the way you make the law, whether in Poland or the European Union, I don't want to frighten you, but all those great ideas which speak in favor of the circular economy, of the producer's responsibility, the Green Deal, will just go bankrupt. They won't be accepted on the economic level and won't be accepted on the social level, which is already visible.
Some social groups, such as farmers, are more outspoken in negating it. Others, such as entrepreneurs, not so much. But at the end of the day, it leads to the same. We damage what could be an effective, rational, circular economy in Poland and the EU. And we damage it ourselves, and there's no need to do so. Thank you very much for your opinion. This is again an issue of understanding in the narrative we build, because I got the words you said, noble goals, which are an excuse. It's totally non-business goals. I think that sustainable development shouldn't be just about noble goals. It's about respecting people and the environment, but also the safety of business in the conditions of changing climate and geopolitics. If we explained sustainable development like that, we all would have an easier life, and the business would easier understand what sustainable development is. Because I'm also thinking about your industry, about the food industry, that probably the food industry is one of the few experiencing climate change, experiencing that the climate does change and that we have to start following these changes, because in a moment we may run short of something. Well, yes, looking at all possible regulations which are already present, which we are still going to face, this resilience to crisis should be the basis for any regulation, whether it be current or future. The question of how much the regulation increases our resilience to crisis for our industry. The climate crisis is reality. Sometimes we see it in the price of a cup of coffee, and sometimes we see it from a very different perspective. That is, that in Poland, a lot is said about maintaining, preserving a very important resource, which is without which we cannot have food. It's water. We speak about it a lot. Water, water, water. Companies invest in systems which allow us to regain water, restore water. But do you realize that since 2017 we've all been paying a water tax? In every liter of water we use, we pay a water tax. Do you know that the tax comes up, contributes billions of złotych, which is paid to a company called Wody Polskie, Polish Waters? Do you know that the goal of this tax was to protect water resources in Poland and increase the protection of water, the drainage of water with rivers to the sea, to retain the water, to protect it, to have a supply of water? Do you know that over the years, through which we paid billions of złotych, our retention has not changed? We have a retention rate lower than Spain. How is that possible? This demonstrates that theoretically the water tax is not a penalty. The water tax should be an investment. That's what we were told. We invest so as to protect our resources, so that we have water for production, water for farming, we have water as consumers, so that water stays in our country. What a great investment. But how can we assess the water tax with nothing of that having been realized? Well, it would be great to invite someone who could answer these arguments here. Politicians who come up with such things. Yes, surely the gap between the industry and politics is huge. It's also about trust in politicians, what they do. Thank you very much, Andrzej Łukasz. Last but not least, I believe this will be a voice which will probably close our debate. A very strong voice. In the debate on the systemic introduction of circularity in packaging, we often hear that we need to change not just technologies, but also thinking of the regulators. It's been said many times. In your opinion, the current legislative financial system, does it support circularity in the packaging industry, or is it hampering it rather? So, moving on from the food industry to ProCarton Foundation, your area of interest. Yes, so packaging, but it's still in the context of foods, because carton as food packaging, the interests we represent are for something, for foods, usually for milk, juices, plant-based beverages, and as we've heard today, in our panel, packaging is there to conserve foods, to extend its due date, to extend its usefulness. It's all elements of circular economy. Of course, very often it is about the end, which is recycling, and this is, of course, the right attitude, approach, but we need to think of it holistically. From the point of view of packaging, we should think about foods so that we can protect it, so that we can use it for as long as possible. Now, when we look at regulations, because I can hardly see any incentives. If you look at regulations, we see EU regulations. We have a regulation which I assume you all know. It's the PPWR, the EU packaging regulation, which introduces very specific solutions, not only for producers who market products in packaging, but it also concerns producers of packaging, such as, for example, producers of cardboard beverages packagings. In a few years, 2030, 2035, there are different requirements included. If you look at it generally, in a few years, if packaging fails to meet recyclability requirements, which comprise recycling levels, selective waste collection levels, we won't be allowed to use such packaging in an EU member state or more broadly in Europe. And I look at it from the point of view of the packaging function, which is to prevent food waste, to protect foods. I cannot imagine that packaging such as a milk carton or juice carton fails to meet requirements which can lead to preventing the marketing of these packagings. If you look at the Polish point of view of how the Polish law responds to the EU challenges, we can see this idea for the producers' broad enhanced responsibility. I won't mention those issues which Andrzej mentioned, which we fully agree on, but I'd like to point out very specific solutions concerning, for example, packaging, which, as I said, from the point of view of circular economy, are necessary to some very important sectors of the Polish food market. When we see solutions which the Climate and Environment Ministry proposed, we were surprised to see that those regulations are a certain step back compared to what we have in force right now. At the moment, we have regulations which provide for the multi-material fractions recycling goals, so packaging such as, for example, the milk and juice cardboard packaging. The proposed law forgets these packagings. They have goals for collection, for a number of other packaging types, whereas they forget or omit, let's see how it develops in the next version. I still hope that this was some sort of an error, mistake in these legislative works, but these provisions have no goals for the multi-material fraction.
Therefore, it is very valid to ask the following questions. Question, are these the regulations that we can consider regulations conducive to circularity? Well, in the current scope, they aren't. And importantly, the regulations, as Anna mentioned quite rightly, should set a certain framework for further incentives or for further actions to be taken, and that would go beyond the regulations themselves. So the regulations to be a signpost for others. And we are a bit concerned that what's now in force will not encourage business people to seek circularity solutions. Look at the solutions already in place in our sector. The package for the liquid food is not delivered not only as a package to the market. It is a certain set of solutions. It covers all the stages in a product life cycle. Because this particular packaging can be subject to recycling in Poland, not just within the scope of paper, which makes up 75% of the whole packaging, but there is also an installation that will manage the recycling of the polyethylene and aluminium fraction. That's the silver element within the paper packaging that prevents food from decay, food from damage, so that food can be stored for a longer period of time. And the sector of food manufacturers have supplied that particular product to the market. There are recycling capabilities already installed. And I'm concerned that the eventual reward to market participants would be the lack of recycling goals or selective waste collection for such packaging types. And this may lead to a situation in which we won't collect any single milk package in Poland. I had another question, a rhetoric one, for you to have a food for thought. If you were to enforce one particular regulation that would be needed, that would make for change, that would be viable for business, what would that be? But I'm afraid our time is up. That is why I will just leave you without question. The ban on introducing stupid regulations. That is one which I would add. A big thank you goes to all of my panelists, and I wish you a very fruitful debate.
I think a powerful gentleman, and also Anna Zapota, congrats on your power on stage. Actually, I also improved on my Polish, so I would also give a big applause to the two translators over there, because you were doing an excellent job. Thanks very much. And yeah, the panel was more and more talking about food and drinks. So I think that's a perfect bridge builder for a 20 minutes networking break. And then we will continue with the third panel just before the lunch. So we'll get back at 20 minutes after this. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, please, I would like to welcome you back for the second panel discussion. So please come back to your seat. Then we can continue the conversation and the inspiration. So hopefully everybody was enjoying their coffee or tea and a little pastry. And of course, after the next panel discussion, we will have a lovely lunch, always perfectly organized. So already looking forward to that one. Natalia. Maybe you can also help a little bit to ask people. Yeah, that's, I think, needed now. Yeah, otherwise it will kill time. Yeah, please. Here, yeah, so please come over, go back to your seat, and we will continue with a lot of inspiration and thought leadership. Okay, maybe final call or after all the coffee, etc. And therefore, otherwise, we will start with a festive announcement because I think the conference is all about thought leadership, but also to sharing appreciation to bright minds. And that's actually the Kickstarter for now. Okay, we're going to start because I'm also trying to respect the time frame. So, well, as an associate professor at the Amsterdam School of Real Estate, I think, and it was also already underlined by a lot of speakers, that education is key. And when it's about education, it's not only about creating awareness within the value chain, but also working on the students of today who are the professionals of tomorrow. And of course, this Congress is part of the Circular Week, and we also did a student competition. And actually, we've got the winners over here. So I would like to welcome on stage, and let's give them a big applause, the winners of the student competition. So please give them a big applause. Maybe walk over there. So it's Annelina, Adriana, Adam, and Eldar. Welcome, ladies and guys. Yeah, well, let's stay. It's an active Congress, so... Well, this is, we're discussing all day long the European sustainability perspective, also circularity, but also it's all about wording, so it's also about definitions and, for example, how can we incentivize it? Well, as a one-liner, you won the student competition. It's all about, let's say, a little bit built environment, but can you briefly explain, let's say, the concept of your idea?
Okay, so our solution basically was developing a circle data center strategy that would use the wasted resources into circle loop, which would enable us to turn it into profit for a company and then make the process more profitable. So our solution was integrating existing technology, but in an integrated system. Because we have to remember that technology is here, but we have to know a holistic approach to combine it.
Yeah, and actually I'm not surprised that the students are coming with a holistic approach. And is that also because, let's say, your university is working with a multidisciplinary approach?
Yes, for sure. Our team is already a multidisciplinary team. We have people from different fields like computer science, mechanical engineering, and etc. And the university supports it. So we built such a team to be able to find different perspectives, put into practice.
Well, and I'm already working on sustainability for over 20 years, but I think purpose is the most important thing. So knowledge is one, but purpose. Can you maybe, and now this is a tricky question, can you briefly share in a one-liner your purpose, why you think, let's say, working on sustainability and circularity makes a difference also for the future generations of, let's say, real estate professionals, but let's say the entire world. Can you please briefly share your purpose as a person?
So we also focused on data centers as this topic is really demanding because the electricity, the data centers use around 3% of total EU electricity, and we need to do something in order to develop more, in order to develop, for example, AI more. We need to do something to save more electricity, and because this topic is really demanding.
Well, and last but not least, because we have four people and it's all about teamwork, maybe something to add from your side?
Okay, from my side, we're glad to be here, so thank you for this. And of course, like we are working with data centers which are generally dedicated to the AI, because like now each project has uses of AI in it, but like nobody knows or just thinks how the AI works exactly and where is it processed. So we like go to the source, and that's why we have proposed this topic.
Great. Well, I would like to finalize with a big applause for the students. And of course, I would say let's publish on it, make photos on Instagram, Facebook, Snapchat. I don't know what kind of mediums you're working at, because you need to share this with the world. So congratulations on winning the student competition. And now we're heading to the next panel discussion. So thanks very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, because we don't have time to lose, and therefore Pavel is already around the corner, my lovely, appreciated moderator. Pavel, welcome on stage.
Hello, everyone. I'm glad to be here, and it will be a huge pleasure to make this panel happen about the future of sustainability urban cities.
Please take the lead and also announce your excellent speakers.
So first of all, I would like to invite for the stage Katrin Barf, head of circular economy, natural state. Then Ewelina Szczech-Pietkiewicz, head of the European Union Unit Institute of International Economic Polity, Warsaw School of Economics. Lucie Blondel, policy officer from EU Commission, DG Research and Innovation. Magdalena Edvardsson, project manager for the Tresors project, Fredrikstad Municipal Norwegian Institute of Bioeconomy and Research. And Marcin Grącki, Director Air Protection and Climate Policy Department, City of Warsaw. And Silke Schleif, Project Manager, Enterprise Europe Network, Up to Circ Project and TU Tech Innovation, Germany, right? So welcome everyone. There's one more. Get this one. Okay, so...
and if you need me, Pavel, I'm here also to ask some questions to the audience, so like a sidekick.
We just lost 5 minutes, so I'm not sure if I'm...
floor is yours.
We are now in the very big problem with the polycrisis, and the cities are gathering about 70% of resources. being used in the worldwide. Construction, for example, is my point of interest in general. It produces 50% of waste. So I would like to, we are here gathering from completely different perspectives, different backgrounds. We have policy officers, we have some research, let's say, inspector who are making consultancy, and also we have people from universities and the cities. The question is how, in your opinion, we can shape the future of cities in our dreams, that they can really appear in the future. Maybe the question to Magdalena Edvardsson, because I know that those dreams we were talking about yesterday in German embassy, this is something bold, and I believe we all have to learn from the perspective of Nordic countries.
Yes, thank you. I'm very happy to be here. If I can share my dream about the cities, then I will start that I believe in cities that are smart and circular. I support very much the EU policy approach about smart specializations, actually. I think that a city should build their innovation perspective and industry based on what they are best on. What is their stronger sides, and I think this is the most important thing. But I really have this vision that we can be more oriented on this circular loops, this local circular loops, that we eat more locally and we buy local products, and we can utilize the waste in the region and use the resources of this waste also in the region, and the energy. So I think this is a very important thing. And also this is very, very important that this raises this resilient for the cities, which is so important now in this global situation, that the city can be more resilient of the geopolitical situation, for example, not that vulnerable like now.
So this is important for us now here in Warsaw, because yesterday on LinkedIn I did see that.
Czyli to jest ważne, bo widzimy, że miasta takie jak Warszawa, które pracuje nad dostosowaniem publicznych zamówień do zmian klimatycznych, te obserwacje mogą stanowić się inspirację dla przyszłego kształtowania naszych miast. Marcin, gdybyś mógł wyjaśnić, jakie są przyszłe oczekiwania i dlaczego wprowadza się zmiany, co Twoim zdaniem może być czynnikiem, który będzie inaczej kształtował Warszawę, tak żeby rozwijała się w sposób bardziej zrównoważony dla nas, dla rodzaju ludzkiego. Dziękuję za tę reklamę nowej polityki zakupowej. Tak, faktycznie w ubiegłym tygodniu ogłosiliśmy nowy plan dostosowania i politykę zakupową, czyli dostosowanie do odporności klimatycznej i wzmocnić ten obszar ze strony miasta. Mamy już obecny plan, ale on ma już kilka lat. Miasto się zmieniło, zmienia się już teraz klimat. Dynamika jest inna, cele są inne. W związku z tym postanowiliśmy przygotować nowy plan na podstawie nowych modelów, nowych danych, bardzo miejscowych, związanych z konkretnymi lokalizacjami analiz, dostosowanych do potrzeb lokalnych. Powiedziałbym, że gdybym miał wskazać jedną misję tego dokumentu, to chodzi o budowanie odporności, ale jednocześnie
So if we introduce more greenery and blue-green infrastructure, make it also people available to be used to be a part of public space, not a dedicated tools, so to leverage synergies and multi-purposes as possible as much.
So circularity and sustainability are very broad. I will come back again to this circular construction. I know from yesterday, great presentation, German embassy. I'm very proud that this weekend includes a lot of different points of view and discussions in different places. Lucy Blondel yesterday did mention a great circular cities and regions initiative, and they were working on the projects in different cities. And now the New Horizon perspective can also provide support for other cities, so the projects can be scaled up and extended. Am I correct? Is it possible to scale, for example, the Uppsala project about the marketplace for reused construction materials into the Polish cities like Warsaw? Because I feel this would be really needed, and I'm struggling with that every day as an architect, as a part of being on the construction side. We are not able to implement those things because they are not existing.
Yes, thanks a lot for this question, because indeed this is one of our biggest challenges at the moment. We have been, so I'm representing today the European Commission, and we have indeed invested a lot of resources and time and energy in supporting cities and regions through an initiative called Circular Cities and Regions Initiative, CCRI. And we have piloted circular systemic solutions with a community of around 140 cities and regions so far. And quite a number of these solutions are in the construction sector. And one of our most popular solution tested was about setting up construction materials places. And this has been done in Uppsala and in many other cities like Asker and many more that I'm forgetting. And this is indeed quite an easy, let's say, solution to replicate. So now that we have these pilots in our, let's say, portfolio, we would like to see how to make sure that they will be replicated and scaled across Europe in many other cities and regions willing to advance on their circular journey. And this is what we would do, most likely through training and mentoring. So really connecting cities one to another, because this is how it usually works. They like to speak with their peers, and they speak the same language, so they can really compare how they could replicate in their own local context.
And those materials, let's say platforms, were online or like huge warehouses like the venue where we are now?
We have actually many different forms of marketplaces that have been tested. So this is the beauty of it. So all these solutions have been very much analyzed, and their implementation have been supported with experts that we have been specifically selected. So now these experts are kind of dissecting the case studies and developing solution booklets that will be soon available on the CCRI website. That will really include what we hope will be practical and actionable insights for city and region practitioners to get inspired from.
Okay, that's very interesting. I'm looking for those documents. I will contact you later. Because this is like the big thing. If we are not going to make circular construction, what is the answer? In my opinion, answer is bioeconomy. And yesterday on the discussion in German embassy, we were talking with McKinsey about the report that they were comparing 26 circular cities about their attitude. And I asked the question, do you think that Americans, for example, are a little bit more circular than Europeans because we are making a lot of great warehouses, a lot of legacy that is going to force the circular construction. But actually, if you go to United States, in every city they have big warehouses where you can buy those elements. And it is not happening often in Poland. It starts to happen in Germany. We are now talking with some partners about making the pre-demolition audit, let's say Excel sheet, so it can help with those kind of things. While being in the sustainable construction for years, I asked myself, what should I do to support this more? And maybe the question to Katrin Buff, who's the head of circular economy in Nordic countries, why do you support circular economy instead of bioeconomy? Which, in my opinion, is way easier to be adapted, to get compost with that waste, also to adapt entire structures and reuse materials which are raw. Why do you push so much energy into circularity?
It's a good question. You made me think, but actually, among the four front runners in the Nordic, it's really the Finnish market, the Finland system approach, which adapted the circular economy on a very systematic level about 10 years ago. At the same time, also pushing this as one of the policy and regulatory change makers within the EU system. Having understood where the origin, the bioeconomy in Finland has been very strong for the national economy. The forestry, in Norway, it would be the fish and ocean industry. So we have a variety of bioeconomic markets, but in a very few years between 2010 and 2015, the bioeconomy in Finland really endorsed and embraced circularity. So, and also policy-wise, industrial-wise, circular economy is really connecting the dots both between technical materials and I would say live materials, anything that can rot and be photosynthesis. But we see very different strategies to introduce circular economy in bioeconomy and I would say in construction and more technical industries.
Yeah, they align. They also align with decarbonization and digitalization, as I remember from yesterday some presentations. So if we believe that circular cities are the future, my question may be to Mrs. Ewelina Szczech, who works on Warsaw School of Economics, who actually teaches the future of business, right? The new managers and the new businessmen. Do you still teach on? Do you still teach on Warsaw University of Economy, Warsaw School of Economics, linear economy, or you are already transferred for circular economy because you are ensured that this is the future?
Well, we don't have classes on circular economy and linear economy per se. However, we do have. Our attitude is to incorporate sustainability into any subject that we teach at Warsaw School of Economics. Therefore, when I teach about cities, I teach about sustainable cities. If I teach about the future of anything, of entrepreneurship, of cities, of leadership, whatever, we teach about sustainable cities, leadership, or entrepreneurship, because that's the only way for us to move forward. Like if we want to have economy of the future, we need to have sustainable economy, right? This is the economy of the future. So it's not like we differentiate and we say, well, now listen, this is a linear approach, this is circular approach. But generally, those topics are incorporated in the curriculum. However, there is a very strong need to also speak about the difference of the past models and the future business models or the present business models. We've heard about circular business models in today's panels a lot. So this is the approach we're taking. Also, keep in mind that we do so because we feel the responsibility, like in any panel here, in any event throughout the whole circular week, education keeps coming up, whatever the topic is. Be it construction or business models or whatever, education is going to come up and with every topic. Therefore, we feel the responsibility, but also it is important to remember that education is not only the formal education that we provide as professors to our students, but education is building attitudes, is changing attitudes. For example, communicating with clients, customers, creating attitudes of customers. That's also education. So let's not keep the education close to the teaching halls. and keep in mind that everybody is an educator here. So, yeah, that would be probably also a question to every panelist here. Do you teach on circularity or linearity?
I know that Katrin is working as an assistant professor on the Norwegian University. Do you teach some circularity, or it's still linear?
My background is from business school, so I go back to my professor and I ask them the same, are you still teaching linear models? And then in my university at the business school, we totally teach the circular economy. It's a masterclass in circular economy. We dive into the circular business models, and we are really trying to identify the economy of the circular economy. Following materials, recycling materials, sharing materials, using dead spaces in silent cities, everything that is feasible. We really have to grasp how do you identify the economics of the circular economy, and we have had many very nice talks during the years between the Warsaw School of Economics and also our School of Economics. It's easier to learn circular economy as a default when you're young. It's harder to unlearn our generation and unlearn linear systems.
But to unlearn that, there are a lot of different programs that can provide money, for example, for startups. And this is the question to Silke Schleif, who used to take a part as a project manager in UP2CIRC program, which was donating a lot of small startups with money to get more circular, being involved in the circular economy. Can you, Silke, tell maybe about any startup that were making impact for the sustainable city in general, in the urban scale? Did you have any of those startups that were evolving and trying to support the circularity or in general sustainability in the urban scale?
Well, I think all of them do. So, I mean, the Up2Circ project, which was one of the Cascade funding projects currently funded under Horizon Europe, took an approach to advise small and medium-sized companies about the opportunities and actually also, like Katrin said, the economic opportunities within circular economy, trying to convince them to test the feasibility of implementing circular business models like product as a service that Tim was talking about before. And then we had small funds, either 15,000 for feasibility studies or 50,000 for piloting, demonstrating, for the different companies to implement their solutions. And they were all very different. They were coming from all over Europe, the companies, and both from rural areas and city areas. And of course, they all have their application type. Like, for example, one of my clients from Hamburg is a company that is designing and constructing exhibition booths. And I don't know if one of you has ever been at an exhibition site just at the last day of the exhibition when everything is torn down. It's a huge amount of waste because these booths are designed to be very individual and, well, very eye-catching. But they are built up for 2 or 3 days of the fair, and then afterwards, most of it goes to waste. So this company prototyped a zero waste and zero emission booth within Up2Circ, for example. And they were really, really successful and even reached a much higher impact than they expected before. And their feedback was that it was not only the ecological impact of reducing waste, and reducing emissions, which they gained, but they also gained a high economic impact because it really increased interest both from their suppliers and from their customers, because they had to talk with partners in their whole value chain, of course, to make this happen. And they also see that their staff who was working on this project was very much enthusiastic about it. And so it's also like this social aspect of getting your team on board, getting your team engaged in the company that worked out for them. And just, well, what I say here is that 2 points were important. The one thing was advisory before funding, because a lot of companies do not know yet what to do. And then to start with a vision, and I think this can also be transferred to the urban level. If cities are like Warsaw now developing their climate transition plans or developing strategies how to become more circular, it must start with a good vision. And there can be a very simple vision like we have in circular economy with a good living for all within our planetary boundaries. or a future worth living for our kids and grandchildren. These are visions that anyone, no matter what political parties they would vote for, can align with and can confirm. And if you start with such a vision and then try to define goals and really take it from the top down, if I'm talking with companies, I always insist that the CEO is on board in the meetings. And it's the same, I think, for the cities, because we see, of course, they are driving people like from the bottom, like different departments, but it's not a topic for the environmental department. It's a topic that is cross-sectorial, also like others said before, and it needs to be also taken seriously from the top, from the mayors, from the administration, from the ministries. And they shouldn't fight about their budgets for different ministries. If it goes to the economy, to the research, or to the environment, it needs to be a common priority and implemented across all measures.
I copy that, but I also want to include a perspective that the former panel before the networking, I was almost losing my optimism. Usually I'm very optimistic on behalf of the circular economy. And I think we need to understand the urgency. The cost of being linear, it's not voluntarily. We have to believe this is possible. I see a huge opening when we plan our cities in the time to come. This morning, Maria couldn't come here. She was in Brussels due to droning. And this, when we start looking at circular economy as a part of the new total defense, it's not about dealing with waste problem. It's not about, is it possible to put new material, old material in a new building? But when we shape and do urban sustainable planning of cities, that's also how we make cities that are resilient. And in the new geopolitical times, that we create supply chain security, locally grown food. In the Arctic region now in Norway, it's really harsh getting materials up because our train lines are broken, both from Sweden and both from Norway. So we only have ocean supplies. So we feel the stress of supply chain insecurity, but also feel the tension of the geopolitics. And this is the era where we really need to see the civilian part of the NATO agreement, where we all are part of a defense strategy. It's not only about arms, but how do we actually shape our societies to be part of not only what we learned this morning about the extraction problem. We have been into job creation and skills, but we really need the next level to see when we approach our urban spaces as part of the way we can resist shocks and also remake societies with the people who we are and who live there and by available materiality. And this is, I would say, sustainability 3.0.
I have a great thought, but I know that Magdalena wanted to say something about supply chains, probably, right?
About
supply chains. I mean, because she said that crisis actually starts the thinking about real circularity. And in my opinion, this is something that we were referring yesterday.
I totally agree with Catherine. I wanted to comment about this because you said that we need urgent, and I wanted to comment that this integration in innovation integration in cities. This is the challenge now, and I was so happy yesterday when Lucy said that EU is focusing now on more integration of the pilots. Our EU project in Fredrikstad is pilot CCRI pilot, and I am so happy to hear that now we are focusing on the integration because this is the challenge. And I don't have answers how to integrate totally this all innovation technologies into the society, but I have one idea that could be very helpful, and this is the public procurement. And it shouldn't be neglected that this is a big role of public procurement. I have a story actually about that because many years ago in Fredrikstad, two companies, one company making buses and a municipality company, waste management company, decided that they want to make the transport more environmental friendly. And they overcame all obstacles and created this public-private partnership. and created the system that uses biogas in buses. And this is still going on. This was first city in Norway using biogas for buses. And this is perfect example where public procurement make this big change in the city. So I wanted to comment on
referring to that and referring to the very skeptic thing, that I have something very optimistic. We do have in Warsaw the Warsaw Green Standard of the building, and I believe this is a part of the public procurement, first of all. Second of all, this is something that inspires not just investments that are going to be built for public, but also private real estate developers and architects. So thank you, Marcin, for delivering this document, because it really inspires, and those small buildings like timber library constructed in Choszczówka, which is probably the first public building in Poland made of wood nowadays, because there was like a huge gap. We felt in love in concrete and in the brick. It happens, and those small examples, like a pilot projects, are inspiring like domino scale, one by one. And I believe we should start from the small things. And I don't know how do you feel, Marcin, with this document? But in my opinion, it's great, and I'm going to design a few buildings using those codes without permission. I mean, without necessity.
Please do. Please do. No, that's a fantastic document. First of all, because it condensates the energy efficiency, renewables, greenery, water management and well-being in one standard, and it is a standard, but at the same time it has super educational purposes, so any investor can jump into and see what kind of different measures I can implement into my building to be more sustainable and green. Secondly, this document, you mentioned the library, Timberwood Library in Choszczówka, but this is a standard which is binding for any public building currently, including the huge sport hall that will be built in Pole Mokotowskie, including all buildings that's being built by the city or for the city. So it has a scale, but at the same time, we have 140-something thousand buildings in Warsaw, and only 4,000 are public. So we also need to cooperate with business and to leverage that into large-scale cooperations, include business and private actors to the table and endorse that kind of standards or any other measures. Same with retrofit. I mean, we do a lot in retrofitting buildings. With the renovation fund now we have and other funding sources, but it is also one part of the whole image, and including or inviting other actors are super important. Same in GHG inventory. I mean, cities are responsible for how many? 8% probably of the emissions, and the rest is inhabitants, business, residents. So city has a role to play as a leader to sometimes to create regulations, sometimes to create a mechanism to support business, sometimes to not step in and let things happen without regulating them. So it's that's the way we think about transition towards sustainability.
It's important to see also about the resources that we have actually. The vacant building, the not used actually spaces, untapped resources. You wanted to refer to this point.
I want to refer to the importance of standards. Because the construction industry is very risk averse. It will never take a risk unless it is proven. It's about insurances. It's about securing financial institutions. And it's going to last for 50 years. So the fact that taxonomy and policy is so important for regulators. And going into the implementation, integration phase, there is actually a standard for circular economy which has been developed by more than 100 nations. We will listen more to Sigurd. He was heading the Norwegian committee. Here he is. And this standard on circular economy, which is horizontal, should be just as valid as the environmental standard. And construction industry loves standards. So if everything is according to standard, you get better prices. It's better economics. And in these standards, there's one thing. It's a really trigger point for cities. We know the fact of industrial symbiosis. These are the industrial approach, but here is the hidden catch. It's also listed that we will have urban symbiosis and regional symbiosis. Nobody really made these work yet, but we heard it from McKinsey yesterday. And if you start thinking the connectivity of city as a symbiosis of industries, of people, of skills and knowledge, that's also how we could use the standardization system, the 59,000 series, to actually measure and prove and evolve the symbiosis that we will need to introduce in the urban and regional mindset for circular economy.
And there are many different strategies of making sustainability urban future. There are books about sponge city, about 15-minute city, about the circular city, even written by Ebenezer Howard in 19th century. But I wanted to ask you, because we have even like less than 10 minutes more, about mentioning one circular game or sustainable game changer that can influence urban future in case of writing this, let's say, for example, adaptation plan of Warsaw, something that we can really implement into future that you maybe saw on any other city that works, or even something that you wish to happen, the game changer that you can shift. Maybe Silke, you can start.
From my point of view, it's the implementation of circular business models like sharing and product as a service, because really this shift from, well, the behavior or the way of living that we must own everything towards just using it. I think that has a big potential, especially in cities, because everything is so close. And so cities have a unique potential for sharing economy. And I think there are good pilots on this, there are great startups, there are a lot of things like, that are working well in neighborhoods or even with eBay or whatever you use in your local regions that are about sharing and second using between citizens. And this has a huge potential, I think, and it can really change a lot in terms of responsible consumption.
Marcin?
So if I must choose one?
You can choose two. Maybe.
Okay,
if they are equally important.
Let's start with one. I believe, the principle we and other cities must take really seriously and embed that into the business model, let's say, or the strategic development is taking the advantage of the resources that are treated as a waste currently, like, for example, waste from heat. Yesterday we announced the project to use heat from metro into the district heating network, and that kind of initiatives are real game changers because those are very pragmatic. It's not about some extra project that will never happen in a large scale. This gives you an option to leverage, to scale up, to do it wherever it's possible. And the heat, the extensive heat is everywhere currently, in data centers mentioned previously, in metro line, in sewage pipeline, and many different places. And this is only one example, heat. And we waste so many different resources.
Magdalena?
In case of Fredrikstad, I would say that the game changer was constructing or developing the very well functioning industrial symbiosis, because it connects companies and it creates projects and possibilities, and this is really this is what gives power to whole Fredrikstad to develop. But I wanted to add something to that, because I'm working with biogas, so I have to mention this, that we are really trying to create this not only industrial symbiosis but rural-urban symbiosis to connect agriculture to hold this system and make biogas very profitable to them as well, that they can use digestate to agriculture. So this is what we are trying to do now.
Okay, Lucy, any policies that can change the future of Warsaw?
Of course. No, I would actually name 3 game changers, if you don't mind, because I believe they are as important, and they have been mentioned on several occasions this morning, so I will try to summarize this. The first one is smarter and stronger regulation and clarity in regulation. I think this has been mentioned several times. And this is really a strong call that we are receiving as part of the consultation that is ongoing around the Circular Economy Act, the Advanced Materials Act. So regulation is already out there. We are really trying to see how to refine in the best possible and efficient manner. And what is clear from this consultation is that stakeholders ask for, let's say, deregulation in some cases, and in stronger standards in other cases. And I think this is really the balance that needs to be found in between. I think it's pretty clear we need clearer end-of-phrased rules. We need simpler reuse procedures. We need streamlined permitting. We also need stronger, even mandatory circularity criteria in our public procurement. So these are ways we are currently exploring and that we may be exploring through what we call regulatory sandboxes, as we need to go much deeper into what actually works and make sure this will then be pursued. The second is building trust along the value chain. I think this has been very much mentioned, and as well, we need to bring the private sector fully on board. Investors, industries, startups need to work very closely with the local and regional governments. Circularity will only take off if these business models evolve along the new local regulations. And third, cooperation and peer learning. I think this is what we have mentioned, and this is what is key to move from piloting to real deployment and upscaling. Cities learn fastest when they learn from each other, from their peers. And I think in this context, the Circular Cities and Regions Initiative has offered such a collaboration platform, connecting cities with experts, with potential financiers, so they can move faster, replicate what works, and really move beyond this piloting.
Beautiful vision. Maybe Mrs. Evelina, do you have any game changers that can appear?
Of course. Of course, I do have game changers, and I can show you my vision of how the cities can evolve, can transition towards circularity. Apart from being an expert in circularity, I come from the urban studies. So this gives me a little different perspective on circularity or sustainability in general. If we look at cities, they're all networks, right? There are mobility networks, there are food chain networks, everything in the city, in city governance, is about networks. So cities are natural environment for circularity. So you've started with how 70% of emissions, 50% of waste is generated in urban areas. However, also 80% of the GDP is generated in urban areas. Plus, it gives us a great opportunity to employ all the circular models. So it is built in order to be circular. So we don't have to implement circularity into urban areas to push it very hard to do that. So that's one thing. But also the game changer should be cooperation. And I know it's a boring word. We always say about cooperation, whatever topic we're talking about. But I would like to refer to what we heard from Warsaw. Only 8% of gas emissions come from the publicly owned assets, buildings or whatever. Only very small fraction of buildings is publicly owned. So even if we have the green standard, there is a very small scope that this standard is going to be implemented on as an obligation. But cities have this great role of being facilitator, of showing or delivering platforms for cooperation. So these are the most efficient ways probably that that cities can introduce, can push, give that extra push for circularity. So cooperation, and we need to maybe take a step back and think about that 17th sustainable goal, which is cooperation, because we kind of take it for granted. In terms of cities, cooperation is the key, and we have public private, we have public people, we have people private, we have universities from time to time. I can do that for 90 minutes, so I can see you're getting anxious.
So that's
but cooperation is going to be my game changer, and also thinking in terms of networks.
It's all about trust. And Katrin, your game changer that can change the sustainability of the urban future for better.
Emphasize local economics. How can citizens be part of the profitability when we increase the focus not on gross domestic product but gross regional product? I have a beautiful case from the north part of Denmark where they have renewable energy from windmills, and there's a local foundation owning these, and it's stated that the profitability will go back to the citizen, and one of the four, they are actually citizen purposes, so they have a renewable money source to finance and fund circular innovation. And this is also, but we have to measure, the game changer is the monitoring and measuring of material flows, and understanding that material flows is material economics. Unless we start measuring how material go into the economy, not only go out of the economy, it's impossible for us to localize and the urban economics and the citizen ownership for the value creation.
Wow, 50 minutes, short time. Thank you everyone for being on this panel. Silke Schleif, Marcin Grącki, Magdalena Edwardson, Lucy Blondel, Ewelina Szczech-Pietkiewicz, and Katrin Buff, and my name is Paweł Wołejsza. That was a pleasure to talk to you. Thank you so much.
Well, great. Let's give them a big applause. Also, thanks to a little bit of a provocative moderator, which was good. Thanks. Well, actually, if you listen to the sound, then the lunch has started. So we have a 1 hour break. Thanks very much. Powerful ladies, forward-thinking city. I think I really enjoyed this conversation. So thanks very much. 60 minutes of a break, and then welcome back.
Okay, that's fine, yes.
Quite natural, but then also you would like to look a little bit, of course.
I will be, because we have 6 panelists and me.
Yeah.
So we have 6 chairs, everyone sits.
But you want to...
No, I will be sitting, definitely.
Will be sitting. Yeah, but because the general idea was that the moderated chair
okay,
is there.
I can be there, yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes, sure.
Then your position is like the
Yes,
previous panel.
okay, no problem. I can be there.
The corner panel.
Sure,
yeah.
sure.
No, I
was
thought that your
asking
wish
because-
was
no,
that you would
my
like to
wish
stay.
was to sit on this side because I usually prefer to sit on this side.
No, but that's
However,
fine. But then it's
no
that
problem.
corner. Yeah. Also for photos, it's.
It's better.
Yeah. Okay. Now I need to. You're now directly. I will kick off and then it's directly you. So I would say if you sit already there with your mic on, then it's a natural way of introducing you, and then you can announce all the panelists.
Okay, so
Yeah?
I will put my...
And there is a mic over there already. So then we are still perfectly on time. So.
Because I'm loading my device and have my questions here. Although I would manage without it.
Okay.
However, but
I'm gonna announce them.
Have,
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, 60 seconds. No hurry when you're still in the queue for the food. You'll have plenty enough time. So therefore, kind request that when you're already were able to have a little bit of a lunch, please come to the front, and then people with the lunch can join, let's say, in the tables in the back side. So that's, I think, a good collaboration. Yeah, please sit in the front side. In my Amsterdam School of Real Estate, we always make a joke that the smartest students are in the front. So I just spoke with this young gentleman over here. We agreed that he was a very smart student. So he's writing a lovely journal. So looking forward to your key takeaways.
W ogóle na angielski też, a to...
Okay, let's restart the show again. We're having an excellent afternoon with 3 panel discussions, 2 introductory keynotes, and maybe also if you are keen on reading more on, let's say, the real assets and then the sustainability part, we've managed to get 40, 50 hard copies inside this building of Impact. And my own journal. So if you would like to read about sustainable real estate development, and especially on the city level, please take 1 copy with you. And if you prefer to have it in a digital way, no problem, then send me a WhatsApp or a digital message on LinkedIn. Then I will give you a digital copy. Okay, so 3 panel discussions with actually a wide range of topics. So the first one will be on design, the second one on critical raw materials, and the third one on digital solutions. And I think that's also really what makes this conference added value to what's happening in the industry, because it's tackling a wide range of topics. And I'm very delighted to welcome on stage our moderator of the first panel. That's Tamara Binchak. And your family name again, Tamara, is challenging for me, but please take your moderator seat. And yeah, you're, I think, very well positioned to lead this lovely panel discussion. And please welcome your fellow panelists. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So let me first introduce Silvia Calvo, founder of Silvia Calvo BCN. Welcome to the stage. Come, please. Now, Niccolò Cipriani, founder of RIFO. Please come to the stage. Hello, hello, super nice to meet you. Hello. Now, Marian Ketunen, biodiversity lead at the Ellen MacArthur Foundation. Please come to the stage. Take your seat. Hello, hello. Anna Kozera-Szałkowska, managing director, Plastics Europe Polska. Krzysztof Lipiec, director of commercialization, Łukasiewicz Research Network, Industrial Research Institute for Automation and Measurements. Please come to the stage. And last but not the least, Weronika Ogonowska, Sustainability Business Partner at IKEA. Thank you.
Maybe one small request for the people in the back of the networking part just finished. So let's give full attention to the panelists over here. Thank you very much.
Yes, please come. It will be an interesting panel. I'm really excited for this one, not because I'm managing it, but because circular design is a very interesting topic that I hope to discuss together with my honored guests. Let's start with my first question. That will be a fast one. So, what do you hope to contribute to this panel? Why are you here?
Well, good afternoon, and thank you so much for your kind invitation to share this moment with you. I'm Silvia Calvo, the founder of Silvia Calvo Barcelona. I'm from Barcelona, Spain, that's a big clue. And I do transform an existing material. In this case is coffee bags. They come in jute and cotton. And we transform into hopefully nice garments. And we took a step farther, and I developed a yarn, textile, and a felt from it. So I hope to contribute to this table or bring this afternoon how circular design can be regenerative and can be emotionally engaging and can be innovative.
Amazing. Is your outfit connected to what you do?
Yes, this has the coffee bag as it is, and the material that goes with it is the one that I've developed by shredding the coffee bags and making a new yarn, all locally in Barcelona.
Amazing. Thank you for that. Niccolò, next to you, please.
Yes, well, thank you very much for the invitation. I'm Niccolò Cipriani. I'm the CEO and founder of RIFO. RIFO is a circular fashion brand. We are specialized in transforming textile waste and old clothes into new materials and then into new clothes. We have expertise in recycling fibers because Prato, where we are from, has been recycling textile fibers for more than 100 years. We are also specialized in spreading awareness regarding sustainable fashion and sustainable consumption. And in addition, we are also working with a social impact project in maintaining traditions and especially like maintaining skills, because we are training every year from 5 to 10 vulnerable migrants that arrive in our territory in skills and like artisanal works that are slowly fading away. So we are specialized in circular fashion, but at the same time also on social impact inside the fashion industry. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Marianne?
Good afternoon, everybody, and happy to be here as well. So I'm the biodiversity lead at the Ellen MacArthur Foundation. So my key interest here, the Circular Week, has been the bioeconomy trending. So for the intents and purposes of this panel, my role is to highlight the importance of design in the future of the bioeconomy, and also highlight that only through design our bioeconomy will also deliver for nature and climate as it should be, as Tim pointed out in his presentation earlier today.
Thank you. Anna?
Thank you very much. Me as a representing plastics industry, I do hope that in this panel I could contribute on the role of plastics in circular transformation. As many of you know, that plastics are not only the materials that takes part, but often leads the circular transformations of many sectors.
Thank you. Krzysztof.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, Tamara, for having me here. It's a pleasure. And I wear two hats today, actually. First one is of a research institute that is developing technologies that are relevant from the point of view of the topic of this panel, both product and manufacturing technologies. And the second hat is the industry contact point for Industry 4.0, where we help companies to connect, and research partners as well, to connect in consortia to work on solving challenges in technology on a European level, and we connect them with funding sources. So I hope to talk a little bit about that as well.
Thank you very much. And Victoria.
Good afternoon, everybody. I would like to put some extra focus on perceiving circularity not only through waste management processes, even not only through circular design, but as perceiving it through some kind of holistic approach to economic, perceiving it as an economic model for a business, a way to run the business that is beneficial, that should be treated as some kind of investment, not some kind of cost. And for the people, for the society, for us, it should be perceived as a resourcefulness, as some kind of way to address affordability need for the customers as well. So basically that would be my main thought.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Now I would also like to set the stage for some definitions, because circular design is not as obvious as it may seem, because even today, even during this conference, I felt like so many versions, so many definitions, etc. So my first question to you all again is, what is circular design and why it should be an important part in circularity dialogue? And this time I would like to start with Marianne.
Thank you, Tamara. When I got the question, the first thing that came to my mind was, well, design is everything in this game, but to be debated, of course. We've heard about the design through the lens of product design. We've heard about it through the lens of building design. Then there's also the whole element of systems design. So, for example, built environment system design, urban cities, which we've been also hearing here during this week. And then food systems design, which was the topic that we looked into on Monday when we focused on bioeconomy as well. So what I'm saying here is that we have different windows into the design, and I think the key thing for me and us at the Ellen MacArthur Foundation is that your product and your building design, which is more on a perhaps smaller scale, should be also a big part of the driver towards the systems design. So thinking it through that lens is something that came to my mind for the first thing. So I'm going to leave it at that and hear from my fellow colleagues.
Thank you very much. Now let me go to Victoria. I would like to hear your definition and maybe some examples from IKEA.
Yeah, from my perspective, circular design is some kind of a prerequisite for a product to unleash its full potential. It's designing with the focus on the future of the product, how it will be used, It's also focused on prolonging as much as possible the product life cycle. Of course, having in mind some complementary services to the product that should be also introduced to actually allow us as a consumers, as a users of the product to really unleash the potential. When it comes to the example or maybe the approach of IKEA to circular design, as a basic rules for design, we use democratic design formula, and it is addressing in each product, when designing each product, like 5 main formats. Its function, its quality, its form, its affordability when it comes to the price perception, and it's also sustainability. But a few years ago, we decided that, we're thinking about and we are running our business in a sustainable way, but it's not enough when it comes to the product. So we went a bit farther or a bit deeper when it comes to the sustainability format in democratic design. And we decided to produce or to design each of our products introduced to the market according to circular design principles. There are 7 of them. Also the products that are already introduced or have been already introduced to the market are assessed according to these principles. And these are not like super complicated design principles. It's really something that allowed us as a consumers to use the product as circular as possible, such as, for example, possibility to assemble and disassemble the product, the way or the type of the materials that the product is produced, such as renewable materials or recycled materials. Of course, the possibility to the product to be used, to be recycled at the very end of a life cycle. Also, for example, adjustment to the changing and very dynamic situation of our own lives. For example, the bed that is growing up with the child. These are not something like, these are not the principles that are, something new, but they're really focused on unleashing the potential of the product for us to be more comfortable to use it as much as possible.
Thank you for that answer. Anna, maybe now to you. What is the role of plastics in circular design?
Well, great. Well, I was just trying to build on what Marianne said and Victoria. But indeed, it's all about plastics because this is the field I feel a bit specialized. First of all, circular design is the such kind of designing products that we can keep resources as long as it is possible in the loop. Of course, we need to have all the materials produced sustainably, used sustainably. Then we have the use phase, so we have to take into consideration also the life cycle and all the savings we have, for example, in terms of, emission reductions in the use phase. And then, of course, sustainably manage the end of life. So altogether, and keeping in mind that we're using only as much resources as we really need, that's, in my opinion, in a broad perspective. Of course, in details is everything what Victoria was saying, and also the source of the materials, as Marianne said. And last but not least is also the type of thinking, and that's why we as an industry, we believe in our roadmap that if we have the plastic products produced sustainably, used sustainably, and then sustainably ended the life, then we can be circular, of course, under certain conditions.
Thank you very much for that answer. You mentioned end of life, and in this context, textiles are like super tricky because only 1% of textiles are being recycled. So what's your view on that? Let's start with Sylvia.
Well, I think 80% of the impacts of a product, in this case a garment, is decided at the time of designing. So is very important, is I would say one of the most important stages, because at that point you take into consideration the full life cycle of that item or the product that you're going to design through the process, how it's going to be made, how it's going to be used, how it's going to be reused, and how it's going to be the end of the life. If there is waste, that's because it's a design flaw. If you design it correctly, should not be any waste, no? At Silvia Calvo Barcelona, I use a material that already exists, because the most sustainable material is that is already around us, no? And we apply circular principles and also craftsmanship, because we should also not let behind all those cultural traditions that has to be entangled with the new perspective, no, of the circular view. So it's a shift of letting the focus of the extraction of the material and the disposal, and focusing into regeneration and values and relationships. So we have to consider the values that those bring through all the life cycle, having in mind all the system is system-wise. We have to be connected in order to do it properly and design it properly. For example, when I design, I try not to take away any trims, to make sure that I try to do as monomaterial as possible, thinking of all the process, and at the end of life, that can be recycled properly and avoid any problems. You can only do that when you have an understanding of all the process and how you can improve at every stage of it. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you source your materials in a very circular way. So everything you produce is basically already there in the market, right?
Most of it, I would say 80-90% of the material. Either I found it in the coffee bags. Coffee bags come in the jute and also cotton. So I have 2 projects that develop those two. And of course, there are some items that I cannot help, but I like to also include some of the artists locally. So I do buttons in ceramics from the local artists. I do paintings from the local artists as well, and some that work with wood also for buttons. So that only brings value, and also try to give support to the artisan and craftsmanship work that should be all related and help each other.
Sounds amazing. And now to you, Nicolo, do you have anything to add? Maybe you see any other ways circular design could help in your area?
Yeah, well, I think that today when we think about circular design, the first thing that we think about is recycled materials. Like, recycled materials are circular economy, circular fashion, but that's not true actually, because like, yes, I mean, we can use recycled materials if it's like, if they have LCA, so if you know that they have less impact than virgin production, conventional productions, but doing circular economy is to reduce consumption, to reduce production. So I can use recycled materials, but if I still produce 100 garments, then maybe I sell like 70% of them, and then people wear 10% of what they buy. Is not circularity, is not sustainability. We need to change this model. And in addition, today we talk a lot about recycled materials, like circular economy is infinitive. It's not. To the technology we have today, we cannot recycle a material 1,000 times. It doesn't resist. It's not high quality product at the end. So the first circular economy is nature. We need to go back to the composable materials. That's circular economy. That's the real circular economy. What we can do is to extend as much as possible the life of the product, to reduce our consumption because we are buying too much. At the same time, we are producing based on quantity instead of quality. We produce with the idea that in 1 year I need to change this weather. No, we need to produce as we used to do before. I produce in a way that people can wear it after 10 years. At the same time, there is the least concept that is about emotions. We have lost emotions when we buy, because I still remember the figure of my grandma that made me a sweater and knitting, and I still remember that when I had that sweater, before throwing it away, before not using, I was suffering. Today, we buy and throw away, buy and throw away. It's so easy, but at the same time, it has an impact, and we need to understand that. And that impact is apart from the fact that it's a recycled material product. We need to do a step farther on that.
Thank you for that. I think we will get back to what you just said in my next question, but now still the first one, so definition of circular design, according to you, Krzysztof.
Yeah, thank you very much. I was thinking about actually two aspects when talking about design for circularity. First aspect is business models. That there's been a lot of talk going on today about how different business models we need for it to actually happen and widespread. And the second, and that's something that is closer to my everyday work, is engineering perspective. So basically, we want products to be designed in a way that will be easy to reuse, easy to recycle, and from my perspective, most interesting is easy to be remanufactured. Because basically, in manufacturing process, what you do on every stage, you basically add value to the raw materials you had at the very beginning. And in recycling, what you do is you basically destroy all this value added and go back to raw materials, while in remanufacturing, you try to keep as much as possible of this value that's been added in the next cycle when these components or these products are used again. But this requires an effort in engineering, and if we had such advanced technologies for remanufacturing as we have for manufacturing, if we put so much effort in developing them, in designing products that will be easy to disassembly, easy to remanufacture. So if we had this much effort in these technologies as we have in manufacturing, we would be in a way better world.
Thank you for that. Okay, Marianne, you wanted to add something. Go on, please.
I will add something, and I'll respect your desire to move on as well, so I'll try to be brief. I'm just thinking that in this wonderful Twitter-tafel of designs through different lenses and different sectors, one thing that is missing still is the design for food. And I just really wanted to also highlight what design and circular design means from the perspective of the food design, because that's an important footprint for climate and biodiversity as well. So currently the food design is very high impact ingredients, not very diverse ingredients, and of course circular economy is supposed to be also regenerative. So thinking about then the future design for the food, which is circular and regenerative, we would be looking at shifting to more low impact ingredients, more diverse ingredients, so not only cotton, also hemp and other things, not only sugar cane for sugar, but also other sweeteners, and designing for the byproducts, and also designing for seasons, because we're now designing food products like there's only one season all the time. So just, highlighting what it looks like for food, which is different for the other sectors.
Right. Thank you very much for this inputs. Food is very important because everyone eats, right? And now I would like to talk about a customer's perspective, because, okay, great, we have a general idea what sustainable design really is, However, what's your take on the second question? So, do clients really want circular products? Let's start with Victoria.
To start this answer, I would like to share with you two main insights. And first one comes from the report, latest report called Earthian Attack. And it refers to polls. And my main take from this, one of the main takes from this report is that when we look at the segmentation of the consumers, then it is visible that the segment of the consumers that are really aware and also that are really willing to do something more than a regular, I would say, very generically unsustainable and dynamic consumption. This segment is actually lower and lower when it comes to the percentage. But when it comes to the segment of people who are really comfortable and they are really pricing the convenience above other things, this segment is actually growing. So that was the first thing. But on the other hand, we have the second report, the second research. This one is the research of GlobeScan and IKEA. And this research is a global research in 32 countries with a sample of 32,000 people. But the data I will share, these are the data specifically for Poland. Over half of respondents prefer to repair products than buying a new one. But in comparing it with the first insight, is the reason behind this repair, is it like sustainable choice or taking care of the planet? Not really. It's more the resourcefulness, it's more the willingness to actually save some money, to use the product as long as possible because it's some kind of a affordability perception of the product. So using these two insights and answering your questions, I would say that customers or we do not need sustainable or circular product. We need product and solutions that are convenient and comfortable for us, and it is more on our side as a business to provide customers with products that are both circular, with complementary services that allow in a convenient way customers to actually use the products in a circular way, just to create this kind of environment for customers that actually encourage them to use and to live within the circular model idea. So when it comes to IKEA, we look really into the product, but then I was referring to the services and solutions as well, because I really think this is a super important part of the circular economy. So a bit of diverting the share of products produced versus services. And when it comes to IKEA, for example, we have the buyback and resale service when you can actually sell the used products to IKEA whenever you don't need them anymore. We have like freshly introduced in October to the market the platform called Secondhand IKEA. It's a peer-to-peer platform when customers can actually sell the IKEA product to the other IKEA customers. We have also the department near the cash line that is called in Polish okazjonalne okrągłe or circular bargains when it comes to English. So this is the department where both we can find in an affordable price, we can find the products from buyback and resale service, but also we can find the products that are a bit of destroyed, but it doesn't influence the function of the products, the end of series when it comes to IKEA range. So a lot of products that in a, I would say, normal, regular business operation would end on the waste ramp, but we are creating the opportunity for customers and the products to be sold again in an affordable price, and some other solutions like availability of spare parts to the products or assembly parts to order for free on a website. So this is like a complete, I would say, solution for the customer that is convenient and comfortable for them. And then, of course, equally, there's like a whole educational and awareness part that each of our decision matters, but taking into consideration this social and economic environment and situation that we're living in, the focus on our health, the focus on our safety, then we really are striving more for the convenience and affordability in general than for circularity. So it's more on the business and government side to actually provide us with certain better solutions.
Thank you for that. I really liked your ideas, your solutions. However, word convenience appeared like many times during your answer, and now I'm looking at you, Nicolo, because in your previous answer you didn't only talk about circular design and products being more sustainable, but also about abstaining from consumption in total. So do you think that today's customers, clients will accept this path?
Okay, well, good question. I think there is a niche of the market that is much more aware than before, so it's growing. When they ask me, like, do you think that circular economy is perceived by the client or by the customers? I think that still the price is the main driver when they buy. And it can be a cheaper price or higher price because it's luxury. So there is still a lot of like reasoning behind an ethical product, a circular fashion product. At the beginning, like with Brifo, I wanted to make products accessible to everyone. Then I realized that they couldn't be accessible to everyone because they were comparing a product made in Italy with certain processes with something that is not made in an ethical or in a circular way. So I started thinking, okay, the problem is the price. We need to work on the price. The governments should like give incentives, fiscal incentives, so people that can buy sustainable products, they can buy B Corp certified products and so on. But then I realized, no, that's not the solution. The solution is to educate people so they understand what they are buying, because they need to understand if they're voting for a certain economy or for another economy. So I started shifting my mind from price to education and spreading awareness, because I think when I say that circular economy or circular fashion is, let's say, for an elite, it's not only based on an economical perspective, it's not based on the budget they have, but also on a reasoning saying, today I don't buy this product, I bought it yesterday. This year I don't buy 5 t-shirts, I buy 1, but with good quality. So I have the same budget, but instead of spending like 10 euro for 5 t-shirts, I spend 50 euro for 1. And this is not a problem of budget, this is a problem of culture, of reasoning. So in my view, today's circular economy or sustainability is seen as something that is not for everyone. But that's not true, because actually we need to work so everyone can make this reasoning of saying, maybe I stop buying as much as I can, but I shift from quantity to quality. And there is a niche. Our market is mainly Italy, France, and DACH region. There is a niche growing, but not in the sense of like economic availability, but in the sense of cultural availability.
I really like your answer. I'm also the more like a quality person than quantity, and this is really in line with my values. Now I'm looking at you, Anna, because I was watching you while Nicolo answered. Would you like to also add something to this question?
Well, I feel like we all are all now in a kind of circle bubble, because when you ask if consumers need circular product, I would ask if they know what does it mean circular product, if they know the term circularity, if they know the term circular economy. Definitely no. And with consumers, as Victoria said, we need to have the communication which is based on the profits for them. And of course, the financial profit is the only one, frankly speaking, and especially in the countries which are not as rich as Italy or Netherlands or Denmark. Then we really are only on this price level. But of course, it doesn't mean that we shouldn't, as an industry, stop our efforts to bring the circularity. But what the consumer needs is the clear message. We really need to be transparent. We need to be clear. We need to avoid any misleading information, because for the consumer, it's the most important that they really need to believe something. And believe me, I have on plastics plenty of the discussion when sometimes I really feel lost because I can't break any myths or any misleading information that people know from the elsewhere, from the, I don't know, internet or so. And sometimes, of course, it's not like every need to understand the chemistry of plastics because it's not like that. But when you think, what does it mean for consumers, the circular product? It's for them the feeling that this product is better for the environment. Again, what does it mean? Normally people think about recycling. Okay, then more or less you know what is a recycling product, what is suitable for recycling, designed for recycling, and so on. But then you see what you see in the internet. In the internet you see recycling is bad. I don't know if you have heard, I'm sure that you saw all those messages from last 2 or 3 years that there is no sense of recycling, only 10%, blah, blah, blah. And then when you ask consumers, we did this research in Poland in September, and the people asked, did you heard such kind of info? Yes, 42% heard about this misleading information about recycling. When we asked them, does this information or did this information weaken your willingness to, I don't know, sorting of waste or something like that? Imagine 1/3 told, yes, we feel that recycling have no sense. So this is very simple message, and then consumers are lost. So what we would really prefer, and I think that businesses really the huge responsibility for proper information to the consumer. And just one example from, I think, 2 weeks ago, one of retailers, they presented the new packaging, the new packaging for certain product. This new packaging was replacing some plastic with another plastic. But with the messaging, the main message was, we use less plastic. Sorry, you have to really be transparent, because the consumer, once they see that you are, you know, just not using perfect information, then you're lost.
Thank you for that. I also am a strong believer in transparency, product passports, etc. Now, going to my last questions, starting with Krzysztof. We already started this one, actually, because Anna referred to some of the enablers as well. What are, in your view, key enablers and key blockers of circular economy?
Well, first of all, referring to the previous question just shortly, we are in this lucky position that our customers are actually businesses, so we are only indirectly influenced by consumer decisions. And because our customers are manufacturing companies, we have this insight about what's going on in this area. So I would say that first of all, we have to think about the digital enablers of this process. In remanufacturing, you need two things, basically. One is digital passport for the product. So when you design it, you already design it in a way that it can be remanufactured, and basically the company that's remanufacturing your product, whether it's coming back to the same corporation or following some other path, they know exactly how it's been assembled, so that they can easily disassemble it. They can have a kind of digital twin of this product, and then use this information to disassemble the product in a robotized way or automated way. And here is the second part. What we need, I would say that smart robotization with new levels of dexterity, cells designed in a way, I mean robotic cells, designed in a way where the product is coming in and components are going out, so in the opposite direction, and then robotized logistics and sorting and handling of these components. All these technologies, robotics and digital, are basically the enablers of remanufacturing. So that's the part of the process I like most. And I would say from manufacturing perspective would be, yeah, if we have that, I would be really happy.
Thank you for that. So Krzysztof provided the view of person representing B2B sector and large industrial sector. Same question to you, Sylwia. How do you see those blockers and enablers?
Well, collaboration is key in circularity, as we are, for example, dealing with materials that we want to transform them, or the way of processes that are going to be different. We have to put our minds together at different points of the value chain, and that collaboration, when we do that, when we look at the whole life cycle, that is key. I think it was mentioned also before. Policy also help us, but please don't do all the policy at once. We don't want to die through this process. What you mentioned about fiscal incentives that can differentiate a little bit and help these circular products a little bit, because we are in the market putting our products that are not comparable to what we have there as fast fashion that dominates, for example, in the textile, that dominates the market. So we need that help to differentiate. And this infrastructure is key. If I want to transform, for example, in my case that I did these coffee bags into yarns and textiles and things, we need infrastructure to do it. We need the technology also to accompany to make that and for reuse and recycle. The blockers for that is that the supply chain is long and is opaque and is very difficult to get into that supply chain. Is for me has been like an ant, no, that goes there little by little and trying and knock doors, but you can finally make it through. They also see the benefits of coming up to light and participate in projects like this. And then the fast fashion, the dominance that it has in the market, that also blocks, and then there's lack of visibility for a small brand. So we need a system that rewards creativity, that rewards circular thinking, and that also gives support to SMEs that are more agile, innovative, and they normally always have a little bit of lack of support. We don't need, at this moment we have a market that we have few players with thousands and thousands of pieces in the market. Let's see if we can change it to thousands and thousands of little producers that put only a few items out there. We look for unique pieces out there.
Great, thank you for this perspective. And finally, Marianne, something happened. Okay. Okay, so again to you, same question, key enablers and the largest blockers.
Yeah, so I think, so I'm looking at it through the lens of policy and the right kind of regulation, because I think we all agree those can be key enablers as well. And we've heard many of the key enablers for driving circularity, regenerative, through design here during this week, during the day. So we've heard secondary raw material requirements being mentioned, now perhaps also foreseen to become through the bioeconomy and biosectors. That will be quite interesting and exciting if that happens. We've heard about the role and the power of public procurement as well. So these are a number of the instruments. I would also want to add requirements for regenerative production as part of the requirements as well. So there is this minimal viable policy instrument mix that can really help to use design as a driver for circular economy and circular systems that we are starting to have somewhat in place. It still has gaps, and as Silvia mentioned, we shouldn't put them all in place in once. I think that will be unfeasible for the businesses. But that's kind of the road we need to move on towards, and I think keep an eye out that we get the right instruments in place. It's not going to be easy because you don't quite know how they interplay, but I think that's the expert's job to keep an eye on that. I don't want to end with the barrier, but I did want to draw our attention back to José's presentation and when he showed where the funding is flowing at the moment and how little of the finances investment is flowing to design. And it feels like trying to crack that equation will be really important moving forward, so we'll get the funding support and the investment into design for circular regenerative that we need, because it was quite eye-opening for me at least.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for the great discussion. I think you all got some more insight into what circular design is, what are the key enablers, and unfortunately also blockers. I hope we will move from here toward a better, more circular future. Thank you, everyone.
Great. Excellent panel discussion. Congratulations. And honestly, maybe for next year, I would like to have a coffee bag suit. Is that possible? A coffee bag suit for me for next year?
Yeah, yes, I do have.
Great. Yeah, thanks, Tamara. Also, I think very insightful delving into design and then also talking about consumerism was very insightful. So excellent. Well, I'm also a little bit delighted to welcome on stage from the Dutch Ministry of Infrastructure and Water Management, Mr. Richard Kempen. So a big applause for Richard. Or we call him, yeah, Richard. It's already English, eh? So it sounds English. I'm giving the mic to you.
Perfect.
Let's see whether this one also works. Yeah, I think it's a wide range, and you will touch on the Netherlands and the bioeconomy, and we had a little bit of a pre-chat that it's all about, I think, also touching on raw materials, also in the previous panels. Are you able to add, let's say, a fresh perspective on it, or what's, let's say, in a one-liner, the perspective you will touch on in your keynote?
I will try to stretch the definition of critical raw materials from just minerals and rare earth minerals to biomass as well, because I think biomass is critical for the clean energy and the material transition.
Perfect. So looking forward to your thought leadership. 10 minutes. I will give a 1-minute sign if time is running out. So the floor is yours.
I'll do my best. Thank you. And thank you, everybody, for having me. Just introduced, I work for the Ministry of Infrastructure and Water Management, and specifically, I work in a team that focuses on the connection between circular economy and climate and energy. And with the brief sneak peek I just mentioned, I want to be focusing on bio-based raw materials today for the energy and the materials transition. And that it's an important topic we've learned the past time with also, of course, the EU bioeconomy strategy coming up. We had Commissioner Roswell this morning presenting it, and also this Monday of the Circular Week, we talked a lot about bioeconomy as well. And that we think it's important in the Netherlands, you can tell by our Queen Maxima, opening a bio-based chemical plant in the north of the Netherlands, Avantium, which instead of you making PET, it makes bio-based PEF. So let's dive in. First of all, quick update on the Dutch National Program for Circular Economy. We, of course, as well have the 55% reduction goal for 2030, and we will try to get there with circular strategies as well, reducing 4 megatons of CO2. And even though that doesn't seem like a lot, there's a lot of other benefits with circular strategies that we heard a lot today as well. For example, reducing pollution, and also, very important, even though these goals measure Scope 1 emissions, there's a lot of Scope 3 CO2 emissions, embedded carbon in the products that we will reduce with circular strategies. So, as I said, we think it's really important. So just last September, the Dutch government updated our national program for the circular economy, where we set our goal for 50% circular materials by 2030. And in 2050, we want to reduce our resources even further and be 100% circular economy. Now, also mentioned earlier today, the circular economy cannot be done using recycling alone. We will need to have fresh input of primary material as well. And because we don't want that to be fossil, it means it needs to be bio-based raw material. And something very important when you think about this is that biomass can only be a sustainable solution when it's sustainably sourced. And that sounds like a really obvious thing to say, but of course we don't want to be deforesting the Amazons just to reduce our fossil fuels and input. And that leads us to the conclusion, something a French colleague mentioned this Monday, of the bio-based bottleneck. Because we need sustainable biomass in both the clean energy transition, but also in the material transition. So on the short term, we need it to defossilize the system, but for the long term, we need to work on our resource material transition, because from research by the Ellen MacArthur Foundation in 2019, it's estimated that nearly 50% of all global CO2 emissions are not in energy, but actually are in materials. So that means, like I said, it's a very important topic, and luckily the EU is coming with a bioeconomy strategy, and we as the Dutch government made a position paper for the call of evidence outlining our priorities for this bioeconomy strategy. So we want to create and protect European lead markets for bio-based products. We want to support primary producers and their strategic industry. And we want to increase the sustainable biomass availability. Now, there's a lot more detail in this position paper that I don't have the time to go through right now, but I do have some copies with me, so if anybody's interested, please reach out to me. And of course, you will be able to find it online. For now, let's focus on the application of biomass according to cascading principles. Because like I said, there will be a bio-based bottleneck, so we will need strategies, cascading principles, in order to most efficiently use these scarce biomass resources. So in the Netherlands, we've worked on a framework on how to allocate those sustainable biomass. It doesn't include food and feed. We are working on that right now. But for the material and the energy transition, we've made a decision tree that I will run through with you right now. So the first question is also something mentioned before earlier today. It's the circular strategies coming before actual use. So do we actually need to use bio-based raw materials? Are we able to rethink, redesign, reuse or repair our materials instead of putting new fresh bio-based materials in there? But if no, then we come to the second question: is the bio-based material sustainably sourced? And I can be quick about this. If it's not, there is no application of sustainable biomass. So very important. If it is though, if the biomass is sustainably sourced, then we come to the next question in the decision tree. Are there alternative renewable options available in a timely manner and for a reasonable price? And if the answer is yes, then we talk about a low-value application. And for example, low-value applications is green energy. Solar and wind is widely available for a cheap price, So we shouldn't be burning biomass for our energy. If there's not a renewable alternative cheaply and timely available, then we get into the more tougher question of, is this application of biomass sustainable enough for the long term? So that's where we come into the conflict between the energy and the material transition. Because on the short term, there are some applications where we do need to use biomass for the meantime to defossilize, while we should be avoiding a lock-in on those uses of biomass. So it's very important that even though we need to still build up these conversion uses of biomass, we should in the meantime already be working and thinking about scaling them down again. Because in the end term, let me just stay here for one more moment. In the end term, you don't want there to be biomass burned for energy. You want there to be in the high-value applications, in the materials. So that means construction, replacing steel and cement with wood, or in the chemical sector. And this is the decision tree that determines what application we are talking about. And then, of course, you need policy in order to try and allocate based on these applications. So for the low-value applications, like I said, energy, but also light road transport, we should work on stimulating the use of the greener alternatives, such as green vehicles, electric vehicles, but also we should work on phasing out the use of sustainable biomass by reducing fossil subsidies for energy based on biomass. The bridging application, like I said, is more tough. Heavy road transport, you cannot easily electrify. Same goes for aviation and shipping. So there, we will need to be first building up the use of biomass before, in the long term, hopefully, we can change to alternatives that hopefully by then are available and for a reasonable price. And then the high-value applications, like I said, the construction sector, but also the chemical sector, we want there to be a different, we want to phase in those applications. So that means that we want to use subsidies. We need to have strategies, a vision. So for example, the Dutch government just last Friday published a vision on defossilizing the use of fossil resources in the chemical industry. It's interesting, but I won't go into details right now. And one more thing is that we really need the EU, the European Commission as well, to really make mandates and standards for those high-value applications. So that brings us back to the EU bioeconomy strategy. It's coming up soon. We're very excited to see the final edition, and hopefully there's enough in there for us to actively collaborate across borders and really work on reducing this biomass bottleneck together. That's it from me. Now please enjoy the panel on the critical raw materials. Thank you.
Big applause to Richard, well done. It's always lovely to see that the Dutch government is nudging everyone in the right direction, with stimulating, with working on, let's say, a little bit of a brown discount behavior. So excellent. I would like to welcome on stage Mr. Piotr from Business Finland, who has a, I think it's a challenging task because we still have 2 panels left, but to my opinion, very impactful topics. But it's also afternoon. So Piotr, for you, I think a nice task to delve into this topic. I think you had a very good introduction. So, I would say energize the room.
Yes, sir. Yes, sure thing. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, circular economy leaders. Welcome to the panel on critical raw materials. Today we are having 3 excellent speakers, and I hope we will get opportunity to look at this very interesting issue from many different perspectives. Because before I will ask the gentleman, invite gentlemen to the stage, I would like to tell you what you can expect. So we will start from defining the landscape of critical raw materials. In the second round, we will discuss recommendations how to strengthen European economy and national economy in competition for critical raw materials. And at the end of the session, we have a gift to you. So prepare a ball pen, a notebook, and stay tuned. And now I will welcome the speakers to the stage. Please welcome them with applause. Kevin Rossi, a PhD, Assistant Professor in Materials Science Engineering at the Climate Safety and Security Research Center of the Technical University Delft. Please, welcome. Sigurd Sagen Vildasen, PhD, Senior Business Developer, Syntev. And Mr. Eric Petit, President and founder of Magri Source. So as we are all on the stage, we can go to our panel sharply. We are living in very interesting times. All economic trends like electrification, like energy transition, digitalization, and development of defense industries depends to some extent on mix of critical raw materials and rare earth elements. In the same time, China dominates the supply chain, so both extracting and processing critical raw materials, and is introducing export restrictions. Some experts 3 weeks ago said that we are facing an economic thriller. And the first question to the speakers, to the panelists, is: do you think that we are facing economic thriller, or it is just business as usual in competitive free market? Please, let's start here.
Thank you very much for the thought-provoking questions. I will start by quoting the leader of the Communist parties in the 80s and 90s, which referred to rare earth as the petrol of China. So you could see a long-term vision in that area. I do not know if at the time it was about having a leverage, but what I do see is a risk. And that is, for me, a thriller. I would argue maybe it's one of the first times I see these kind of thrillers, but our inability of understanding, for example, climate risks is the same inability that now I see in the field of critical raw materials for European industry.
Thank you very much. What's about the opposition?
Yeah, so of course it's a very difficult question to answer directly, but I think it's closer to a thriller than business as usual. Maybe to put a bit of a hopeful perspective on it, maybe it can also create a sense of urgency in Europe to actually transition and change, because it's so critical. So maybe a sense of urgency could be the keyword here.
Thank you very much. And the third opinion?
Yes, hi. So Microsoft, we are a rare earth magnets manufacturer in France. I mean, working with a circular model, but we'll come back on that. Just to say that magnets, I mean, you find it everywhere. Magnets are used, I mean, for your electric cars, I mean, for windmills, for defense application as well, because this is a kind of a dual-use materials as well. And so, yes, I mean, when we have to be afraid. We have to be afraid because China thinks the long term, and so there's a monopoly on the rare earth market. I mean, is coming from 20 years, 25 years ago already. So it's not just a question of. I used to say that Trump is a very good VRP for us. I mean, it's a super good, I mean, communication marketing manager. Okay, but China, I mean, thought about that 25 years ago, and there's a plan, I mean, to dominate the world in the industry, I mean, in 25 years from now. So yes, we should be afraid.
Okay, thank you very much. So it means that the topic we are dealing with is important and is urgent. And in this context, we can go to the next point of our discussion. I would like to ask you, just to build the understanding on full spectrum of phenomena related to critical raw materials. Each and every of our speakers has unique perspective based on professional experience and domain he operates. So my question is, and maybe let's start from the other end this time. My question is how the situation looks like from the perspective of your professional domain. You may also remind the audience what is your professional domain.
Yeah. So we make magnets, and so magnets are made with. I mean, it's an alloy. It's metallurgy. So it's a heavy process industry. Very deep tech, like we say. To make magnets, we need rare earth elements, and these rare earth elements are usually coming from mines, and the mines, the biggest one, is in China. Representing about 60% of the mining extraction of these typical elements. So yes, I mean the monopoly is very crucial. I mean the Chinese monopoly is of course, I mean, a big risk for us. And again, I mean the idea of the magnets is that we need that. I mean for so many applications. I mean you cannot believe. Typically, I mean we do make magnets. I mean for the pump industry, for the car industry, for cosmetic industry, for lifting, clothing applications, and so on. And all of that can be stopped if China is a little bit upset, or all of that, I mean, can be lost in terms of jobs, really, because when we discuss here, it's a question of how do we want to live, I mean, in the future? Do we want to keep the job? Do we want to keep the knowledge? Do we want to keep, I mean, our culture in Europe, or do we let that to directly to China and we will lose everything? So this is a big issue, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. What about your position?
Yeah, so I represent SINTEF. SINTEF is a research institution in Norway. We are fairly large, more than 2,300 employees, working in really a broad scope within the circular economy domain. So my background is also from circular economy. As a scientific researcher, I work more and more into the market and business development side of things. So in order for preparing for this debate, I took around with my colleagues the real scientific experts on critical materials, and especially also rare earth elements. And I was actually a bit surprised, because I was expecting that they would tell me that, yeah, you please tell the audience that we need more money for research, right? Because that's usually what researchers want. But actually they told me that, you know, in Europe we have okay schemes for doing research on rare earth elements and critical materials, at least to some extent. But and I guess many of you know the concept of TRL, technology readiness level. So up to a certain level, we do have capacity in Europe. And we do have mature technologies. I guess your company represents one of them. But there is something happening when we go from typically pilot to scaling these different solutions, and for example talking about recycling technologies. So my colleagues tell me that we do have the knowledge, we do have the technology, but there's something happening when this is going to market, and as you have been saying, the value chain is really dominated by one player. So there could be also other schemes that we need in Europe. I also like what the Commission is doing on the strategic projects. I guess many of you have heard about that. So the Commission has selected different strategic projects under the Circular Raw Material Act that should promote certain solutions and also enable scaling. As a final starting point maybe for the debate, even though we now sit in a panel debate and we will discuss maybe mostly the supply side of circular economy, we shouldn't forget the demand side. So the previous panel talked about circular products and design, and I think that's also a very important aspect in the critical raw material debate, because one thing is the supply, which also, of course, is critical per definition, but what about the demand? What are the real demand in society for these elements? Do we need all the electronic products that we have, right? For example, in Norway, we have a lot of electric cars, But sometimes I ask myself, do we need all of them? So sometimes people buy their second car as an electric and they feel good, right? So please remember the demand side as well when we have this debate. That would be my perspective.
Thank you very much. You mentioned in your speech value chain, in the middle of your speech. The same question to you, Kevin, but could you please elaborate also about value chains, okay?
I will do my best. So I have a slightly different background. I guess I was a theoretical physicist at the beginning of my career, and I wanted something more applied. Hence, I moved into material science, and there I apply computational modeling and AI to discover novel materials. And it was during that time that I realized that I wanted to do these things. Hence, I moved to experimental labs. And then I realized this was not enough, because as it was discussed, there is a moment in which you need to scale and you need to meet the demand of the value chain. So my current function at TU Delft, Climate Safety and Security Center, Material Security Flagship, is to study the complex techno-economic transitions that could concern material criticality and transition technological levels across different materials value chains. And of course, in this realm, I do also educate and build capacity in my community, comprising both young students as well as upskilling or reskilling other professionals. And in this context, I do encounter stakeholders across the value chain. And for the case of Netherlands, you could see, as was beautifully represented in also the previous discussions, that there is a lot of movement. There is a lot of know-how. There are bottlenecks related to how the market works that make it complicated to enable the transition or to enable a full resilience, also because there are evident dependencies that are outside the Netherlands, outside the EU. And what I do it's really understanding what are these needs, and I try to find solutions as an engineer or a scientist, but at the system level, because that's where the complexity is.
Thank you very much. Good points. Before we go to the question about recommendations, I would like to organize a quick public opinion poll addressing you, the audience. Using Mr. Donald Trump terminology, having cards. So do you as audience believe that Europe has cards in competition for critical raw materials? If you believe we have cards, please raise your hand.
Wow.
Thank you very much. I think it's...
Oh, he was sleeping, so we have 2 panels left, so please be awake. Do you also need an opinion from the audience?
Yeah, from the audience. If you believe that Europe...
Maybe one opinion, when there's at least one opinion in terms of that he or she thinks that Europe has...
Okay, yes, please.
I saw a lot of hands over there. And I don't want to ask the Dutch government, of course, but if somebody can maybe underlining why he or she thinks it's a yes? Don't be afraid. Yeah. Perfect. Let's give her a big applause because people would like to share. Yeah, please share your thoughts.
From my point of view, I think we have some cards, but not definitely the full leverage. I would say that Europe, being a huge consumer of many goods and an importer of goods, if we employ the technology to recycle, to recover the materials, we could definitely build some nuance on the critical materials that are already embedded in the products. So this is a part where I believe that we could really expand drastically. It's not going to cover all the needs in future, but I think it's something to really focus on.
Thank you very much for this contribution, and I think applause, please. Okay, and we will park here, and we will go to question about recommendations, how to strength and position of European Union, of Europe in competition for critical raw materials and rare earth elements. Of course, at the beginning of your speech, you can present your position. Do we have cards and what the cards are? Let's start here.
So I do think that the cards we have come from our legacy. There used to be a mining industry in Europe which still enables us to have the right skills and technologies, and yet there has been a strong discussion about how to mine sustainably, whether you could mine at all sustainably. We are at the forefront when it comes to capacity and technologies also related to recycling. There are structural problems, as highlighted before. The cost of energy is such that if your recycling process is energy intensive, it will not be cost competitive. And I think we are all aware of the problem, and there is a financial capacity to make sure that we meet the needs of Europe in this sense. And I would leave the word to the people that are really playing in the field to understand whether what Europe is doing is enough. From a capacity building perspective, I think the ecosystem is moving forward very well.
And maybe one recommendation. What would it be if you were to name recommendation?
Understanding that investing to prevent a risk is actually enabling wealth. If we have a risk that we do not account and this risk takes place, all the wealth related to that loss is lost. And it's not like a casino where you can buy a new chip and you play a new game. So if a big problems happen, the game is finished, and we almost saw that with Volkswagen and Nexperia in the last few weeks. And this mathematical framing of risk is something I hope the audience after this sentence will accept and embed.
Thank you very much. That's clear. Thank you. Please, Sigurd.
Yeah, thank you. I liked, as a starting point, I liked the input we got from the audience, because obviously in Europe we have imported a lot of goods and products, which means that we have these materials integrated in our products and within the region. But of course, if they just end up as waste and exported outside of Europe, then we'll lose the resources. So I think that's a very good starting point, talking about our cards. Another element or input to the discussion, I think we should talk more about critical products and not only about critical materials, because the products, they govern what kind of materials we need. And I don't have the solution, but maybe there are some products that could be, so critical products that Europe could be really good at both designing, producing, and also recycling at end of life. So that could maybe be some kind of competitive niche for us. Also, I think I mentioned it before, but I really like what's going on now regarding the strategic partnerships, the private-public partnerships. I mentioned these strategic projects that the European Union are promoting through the Critical Raw Material Act. I think that's a good strategy for the future. And I just checked online and I saw that the next deadline is in January. So I guess there are some people here planning to apply for such a project. That sounds very sensible. Unfortunately for us in Norway, we are not a member of the EU, but we follow all the rules and we pay a lot of money to the EU. So, maybe we should have been a member, but we are not. So we cannot get our projects into this scheme, but directly, there are some indirect possibilities I saw. And I just lastly want to mention, because I saw that Poland has a strategic project. It was called Pole Wall or something. So I think it was recycling of batteries. So Poland seems to have understood something and is planning to develop capacities for the future when it comes to recycling of batteries. So that is very good.
Thank you very much. And what is your position, Eric?
So I am on the business side of the panel. Just to say that I'm very pleased because we were awarded strategic project by the EU beginning of this year, and we were awarded because we got the technology to develop this circular model, to recycle scraps and to make new magnets out of that. Again, this is metallurgy, and so I will not get into too many details today. But however, since then, we can talk about technology. We can say that metals, globally speaking, can be recycled 1,000 times. We are in a world today where to know is not enough. We have to do. To do is that we fight against China, we fight against the US. They are both manipulating the laws, the regulations. They put new tariffs suddenly on the US side. They put restrictions on export on the Chinese side. So they have many cards. Again, and we are a little bit a victim of that. My point here is that we got the chance in Europe, to have the know-how, to have the technical expertise. Now we need to reindustrialize. And reindustrialize means also, different things. In my mind is first is it costs money. To reindustrialize, so that means that we need to be attractive for the private sector, because the public authorities, can be supported a lot, and we have received as MagResource, we have received many grants. It's not enough. I'm talking about financing again, and so we have to be attractive for the private sector as well. And the private investors, will never come if the market conditions are not met. Market conditions is if somebody wants to invest in MagResource, he wants to make money at the end. Makes money, it means that he wants to make sure that I will make margins. And again, we are back to the beginning of my talk. We are fighting against China and the US, so the two biggest world leaders today. If we want to make money, it means that we have to change the rules on the market. First of all, to have some kind of a price floor, because we know that the prices are manipulated by China a lot. To have some tariff, that means that at the end we need to be protected as well. And so this is market conditions in order to inject trust in the market for the private investors. So this is my first point. Second point is also to say, since we talk about circular model, today Europe, for the magnet and rare earth, Europe is the biggest market for China. We are their biggest customer. We import like crazy because we are Europe. And nevertheless, when we talk about scrap, when we talk about the secondary resources, everything is living today. So we have some scraps leakages towards back to Asia or back to the US, because they pay. Again, they are ready to pay much more than what we can afford. So this is again an issue that we have to do with some political, I would say, assessment, to say that we must block the scrap leakage. We must add this price floor. We must restore the confidence of the private investors. And of course, at the end, the made in Europe must be taken into. It must become a real issue, a real solution for us. Today, when we fight against the Chinese restrictions, is to say, magnets typically are present in so many applications in our life, in our everyday life. If we don't have the factories in Europe, we will be screwed up in 5 years, in 10 years, in 15 years from now. And so this is very, very important to when I say again, reindustrialize, to have the factories in Europe, create jobs, or at least keep the jobs.
Thank you very much. Very good point. And I see that Sigurd would like to intervene or comment also?
Yeah, more like a reflection based on what you were saying, because coming from the field of circular economy, that's my scientific background, and I've also been working a lot with sustainability analysis, impact on environment and nature. And I have to admit, when coming into this topic, I think I've been a bit too naive, because when discussing it with my colleagues, I have many colleagues working with primary extraction of different metals and materials. And my entry point has been that, yeah, but we should do circular economy, right? We shouldn't do any of the mines. We can just recycle, and we shouldn't, impact the nature and so on. And I think that obviously that's a very important element, but I think we have to think along two parallel lines. So we need both primary and secondary extraction, so to say. And I think there has been maybe, I wouldn't say maybe conflict, but there has been a tension between actors advocating primary extraction and the ones advocating sustainability and circular economy.
We need both.
And we need both, exactly. And actually one of my colleagues was saying that, yeah, but primary extraction doesn't mean that you have to, because I have this image in my mind, which is a big mine, and a lot of natural disaster and destroying of the nature. But at least my colleague is saying that the modern way of doing mining could be very different. So it could be, in a way, sustainable to do mining as well. And for me, that has been a realization. And as you say, we need both.
Thank you. I saw you took notes, so probably you want also to
I would
contribute.
just add one point on the matter, though, that sometimes primary or secondary sourcing is ugly or could look ugly. And I think we need a different social awareness and social acceptance of that. Because whenever you think about opening a new mine, but also a scrapyard or a smelter, the local communities will have a trade-off in their mind between new job opportunities and problems related to health and fine dust. And in general, I think that since it's so critical to have this right, we also need to be very upfront about the trade-off that exists for this technology, and yet communicate properly to, for example, I encountered this challenge when recruiting students. This was not, especially in the past, this was not a hot topic. This was something boring, something from the last century or the one before. I think we need something different, also related to social acceptance of these practices, because these are the enablers of our society anyway.
Just one word, that goes with you. I started my career in the steel industry a few weeks ago. At this time, it was not, we were still in the 20th century, but it was a little bit dark, a little bit gray, a little bit dusty, and so on. And it was clearly obvious that if we have to reindustrialize today, we have to do it in a much better conditions for the social acceptance, like you said. Today, our example is that we have no issue to attract talents in a metallurgical plant. People are like the circular model. They like the technology. Today we have proved that we can make a factory without pumping water from the aquifer, because we are able to recycle the water inside the factory. We are able to produce our own nitrogen. There are plenty of things today that we can do in order to make it much better.
Thank you very much. We are having good discussion, right? And I see that there are some questions from the audience. So if you want to pose a question already, please introduce yourself and max 1 minute to formulate the question, please.
1 minute? That's impossible, huh? No. But a great discussion, and indeed questions from the audience. We love it.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Mikola, and I'm presenting here the company No Metals and Compounds, and we are working on extraction of the metals from the unconventional resources. And actually, my question is related to legacy mining industry, and it is related also to the cards. And do you think if oil and gas industry could come useful for circular economy, for example, for critical minerals extraction? What do you think about this? Is it could be useful because it's legacy industry, it's already exists, infrastructure exists, there's no need to drill new wells, there's no need, the low capital expenditure, but still this infrastructure and wells can be useful with novel technologies for instance, lithium extraction. Can you advise me, please, something about this? Thank you.
So when we talk about rare earth, I mean, it's not rare, this is seldom. Okay, so we can find it on a low concentration, I mean, almost everywhere in the world. But the low concentrations means that this is not economical, I mean, to mine, to extract. We have a few projects in Europe, in Sweden, in Norway, in Finland, that are potential mines. And we will know better if it becomes a reality only in about 10 years from now. So just to say that mines, in order to get into reality, I mean, takes really long time. Now in Poland, I'm not aware of such a kind of a project. We, as MagResource, we are French with a Polish shareholders, and we have already a subsidiary in Warsaw, sorry, and for the dismantling of the scraps only. Okay, so we know that Poland has already, I mean, this mining extraction may be more culture than what we have in the west part of Europe. Yes, I don't think anyhow that there is a real big potential for the mines, but we have many discoveries to do again. Huh?
Thanks for your question. Excellent. Any other speakers would like to answer this question? No? So before, maybe now it will be time for gift giving to the audience, for those people that stayed with us till almost the end of the session. I ask the members of the panel to make a recommendation of one worth reading or worth watching material on critical raw materials. So it's time for them to share with you, please.
So 2 gifts from my side. One is about the Lithium Paradox, which is a movie developed by Q11 about the challenges we somehow discussed implicitly about opening a lithium mine across Europe. And the second one is instead a suggestion to contribute to the Advanced Materials Act, which is also open for consultation and which looks at developing advanced functional materials, products and technologies, which in a sense nowadays display dependencies on critical raw material. And I think it's as important as the Sustainable or Circular Economy Act paradigm and discussion.
Thank you very much. Sigurd, what about your recommendation?
Yes, you know, as scientists, what we really like is when people actually care about our research and the knowledge, and we would really like to disseminate. I guess you know what the best success criteria for a research project. Do you know what that is? It's the name. You should have a very good name, and it should have a short name that everyone remembers. So we are really good at that. So I have 2 suggestions. The one is a project called Reproduce, and please bear in mind there are 2 E's. So R-E-E, produce, you know, and that's because it's on rare earth elements. So Reproduce with the 2 E's. That's a EU-funded project. And another one, it's called Supremo. So it's the same thing, 2 E's, Supremo. The first one is on the secondary extraction, and the last one is on the primary extraction.
Thank you very much. What about you, Eric?
I forgot about this question, so I will skip.
Okay, so I will do it instead of you for those people interested in global governance and geoeconomics. In June this year, the United Nations University published the policy brief on building a global minerals trust, and it can be food of thinking for people interested in global governance. And now we are getting closer to finalizing our session, and I ask the panelists that each of them make a final statement, so to pass the message, convey the message to the audience that they want you to remember, discuss, or reflect later. So let's start from Eric this time, please.
So yes, I mean, I just wanted to emphasize that yes, I mean, today we are in the circular week, and so a circular model can help in order to regain sovereignty once again. I mean, to be able to reindustrialize and regain sovereignty in Europe. So this is important, and however, this is not the only solution. And so again, I think we all agree, the three of us, that the circular model must be also linked to I would say primary extraction, and this is important. I mean, to need both. In any case, it was for us, I mean, the best solution in order to regain, I mean, this knowledge, this industrial knowledge that we lost over the years.
Thank you. Please.
Yeah, maybe as a recap of the earlier messages I have posted in this debate. So the first thing I really would, emphasize, I think this means of using strategic projects is very promising, and I would just recommend having a look at these nice projects. I was doing it earlier today, and there are really many interesting examples which I think could strengthen Europe's competitive position for the future in this field. And the other point is that I think we should talk more about critical products and not only critical materials, because products are the one that needs materials, and we should really think about what kind of products do we need in society, and especially in today's society where there are so many challenges. So what are the critical products that we need to, well, basically survive and also to flourish in society?
Please, Kevin.
I would thank the moderator and the panelists and you for your attention, and I leave you with the reflection about the different trade-offs of values and questions that are relevant to the critical raw materials challenge. There are perspectives which are technological, that are about how we as a society perceive the value of materials and products. It is a matter of what we think about the free market and competitiveness and coordination and strategic autonomy. And it is a complex matter, but I hope that after today you really see that the risk for which we started discussing about it's too big to make the wrong move.
Thank you very much. It sounds like we have takeaway from this session. Ladies and gentlemen, circular economy leaders, it was Kevin Rossi, Sigurd Sagen Vildasen, and Eric Petit. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And also a big applause for Piotr for your lively moderation. Maybe next year, Piotr, you can also do you can take my role. You're a natural talent.
No worries, no worries. No.
And maybe then the final question on your side, because when it's about, hey, you gave away a little, let's say, all thought leadership presents. If you have to give one present to the audience, what's your personal present? In terms of the recommendation, yeah. Now you're a little bit.
I did this policy brief.
Yeah.
So is it enough, or you want more?
Yeah, we want more. We want more, because, or is it like, what should we read, or is it like? So what's next? What do we need to discuss next year on this particular Congress?
So my recommendation is to pay more attention to strategic thinking. So not only to focus on the current, what is happening at the moment, what is hyping in the media, but to get this more strategic, systematic approach.
Well, thank you. Also, big applause to Piotr. Thanks very much. I'm always very happy when you're indeed master of ceremony and then it's heading into the end and then the energy is going a little bit down. However, when you're having this type of excellent speakers and moderators, it's always very helpful. Okay. And also we're a little bit advanced in terms of timing. That's lovely because we have actually an extra speaker on the last panel. Therefore we will add again an extra chair. But I'm also very pleased to give a warm welcome to the last introductory presentation, and that's Mrs. Professor Eva Blomqvist. So a big applause for Eva. And I'm aware because, for example, sometimes I'm giving a lecture at 4 o'clock or 6 o'clock in the evening. Then time is running out. People are a little bit, well, not bored, but in terms of energy, it's a challenge. So, Eva, it's, I think, now up to you to make a final big splash at this Congress.
So, thank you very much. Let's see what I can do about that. Let's see. Otherwise, the coffee is in the back. So, if you need it, you can always. So it's a pleasure to introduce this last panel of the day, and we will talk about digital solutions in this panel, and I will introduce this from the perspective of a project that I've been leading. So my name is Eva Blomqvist from Linköping University in Sweden, and I'm a professor of computer science actually, so not circular economy. So what am I doing here? Let's see how I can do. So I've been coordinating this project called Onto the Side, a Horizon project, where we looked at the digital side, and that's the perspective I will take in this presentation as well. So in this project, we've developed 3 key contributions, and on the first contribution from this is from my colleague Fenna Blomsma, who will be also on the panel in a minute. Which is the multi-flow method, which is a way to allow you to think more strategically about circular value chains, how to develop the right sustainable value chains and the collaborations that you need and manage the complexity of this. However, more on, let's say, my side of this, there are 2 other contributions from the project, which is more about the digital infrastructure that we need to make these value chains work. So what do we actually need to put in place? And one thing is the data sharing. So we need to start to share a lot more information than we've done before. But how can we do that in ways that organizations still feel in control of their own information, they feel secure, and they have trust in the system? So that's one thing we worked on. And then the glue that can put everything together, it's really the descriptions of the information. So how can we understand the information and describe it so that we can actually make it usable and reusable by others? So these are the 3 parts. However, when we do this, I mean, we need to consider the complexity of the systems. And I think it's been mentioned a lot of times previously during the day that we cannot think about things in isolation. And that's kind of the starting point for us as well. That we cannot think about just recycling or just reuse. I mean, there are all these strategies, and we need to consider all of this and all the different actors that need to be involved. And we need to consider all of these flows, the information flows, together with the value flows and all these flows together when we do this. But even when we zoom in on something, for example, an example of recycling, we see that, of course, there are many, many actors involved, and all of them have their own standards, their own formats, their own data templates, and so forth. So even if we do zoom in on one specific example, it becomes quickly very, very complex. And I don't believe that we will see in the near future anything that is D1 standard, or I don't think it's even possible to have D1 template or standard for the data that we need to share. So we need to manage that complexity. And how do we do that? In a way that is interoperable, and we can start translating between all these formats and data. And it becomes even more complicated if you look at one of these actors. So this is an example from a project partner called Ragn-Sells. It's a Swedish recycling company that is now moving from being a waste management company to actually a materials provider. And they realized that they need to manage a lot of different flows. And it's everything from concrete to food waste. So how can you actually manage that? And today, their information management, it's more phone calls, it's emails. And they obviously realize that this is not going to scale. It's not going to work. If I have to get a phone call every time someone delivers something to my door and I have to recycle it, it's not going to work. So we need to automate something that all these arrows going around in this picture needs to be automated exchanges rather than emails and phone calls and Excel sheets. And to really make this happen, we need to make this scale then across all these actors, across all different industries and so forth. So I hope it's not starting just yet, but in the project, we worked on, of course, this basic technical infrastructure, but also on the problem of this semantic interoperability. So how can all of this information go together? How can we understand? How can we describe information? And we have a small video that should explain this a little bit further to you. Let's see. No. So I think that this video just introduces this idea also of that you need to be in control of your own data, but we need to allow this diversity of formats and worldviews. We just need a way to share them and describe them. So we need some global infrastructure to do that. Well, luckily we have a global infrastructure in place to share our data. It's called the web. Of course, we are used to web pages and so forth. You scroll your social media, but actually the web is also a place for sharing data. And it's been so since its invention, actually. And there are already unique identifiers used for web pages, but they can also be used for concepts to identify products and so forth. So these things can be used, and they are being integrated also in the different standards for identifying products, for example. But we have a lot of things in place. There are standard data formats for the web that you can use for sharing data. So what we need to do is just to use all these things to create this web of linked data for circularity that we need to connect all our data. But we have these problems that were also in the video, or let's say challenges, I shouldn't say problems. We have the challenges of the semantic interoperability. So what do we mean? How can we agree on what we mean while still allowing people to use their own formats and their own standards and so forth? And we need to create this data sharing in a way that, that inspires trust and security. Feel that you're in control and there's a way of securing your data while sharing it when you need, with whom you need. So in the project, we've developed a network of ontologies, which is the centerpiece in this picture. The idea is that you can use this to describe your information and then map it to other people's information so that we can start to translate between our systems. And we've also used a web standard called SOLID, which was originally for personal data, but can very well be used for company information, so as the data exchange method to exchange data in these value chains. So these are the three pieces from the project, and if you're interested to hear more about them, then we will have a webinar on the 17th that you can sign up for. We are launching some guidebooks to tell you how to use these things. There's also a community group at W3C, which is the standardization organization for the web, where we can continue to discuss and about potential standards that are needed to further develop this use of web infrastructure for circular economy. So with this, I want to conclude the introduction. Of course, I could say more things about digital solutions, and I didn't say anything about AI or fancy apps, because I believe that before we can do that, we need the basic infrastructure. We need the basic to share data and to make it usable and understandable. Then we can start building the fancy things on top of that. Okay, thank you.
Great. Well done, Eva. That's a lovely Kickstarter of the panel discussion. Thanks very much. Then I need Hubert. Hubert, my appreciated colleague, you are what they call the research director of Innovo. I think the best man on the best place to be the moderator of this final panel. You can also take mine.
I think I got this one.
Perfect. I think you're having an excellent group of thought leaders. 6 people in a row. Let's say a small hour. I gave you 5 minutes extra. Eva took also a little bit extra. So I think a strict moderation is needed. But I think it's a very interesting topic.
No problem, I'm strict.
Floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Ron. I invite to the stage our distinguished panelists, and this is Professor Eva Blomqvist, that you already know. Dr. Dariusz Prasek from Georgian Society of Nature Explorer Orchis, Professor Fena Blomsma from University of Hamburg, Joanna Krombolc-Zabielska from P2SMC company, Maciej Jakimiec from Device Europe, and last but not least, Dr. Piotr Glaser from Poznań Institute of Technology. Thank you for being here on this panel called Digital Solutions for Circular Value Chain. And as you all know, the digital world is actually intertwining with the real world that we live in all of the time, and also when it comes to material, to economic model that we live in, that we work in. And so we are now at the end of the European Sustainability Congress. We have the opportunity to actually discuss how digitalization can help circular economy, or maybe it's the other way around. So let us start the discussion. We have seen the presentation, Professor Blonsma. And my first idea from the presentation is that when you actually go into depth, what is happening in the economy, you actually get a lot of data points to take care of, to make sense of, to collect. And is it really possible to actually do it without digital tools, without machine-readable data? Or circular economy requires a lot more of them, maybe?
Yeah, I think that it requires a lot of data to make it work, and it needs to be digital, as I tried to tell in the presentation, that I don't think that the phone calls are going to work. So we need the data in a digital form, and it needs to be machine readable to be able to automate things to make it really scale. Then, of course, there is the challenge of the scale of the diversity of things and how much data we actually need to start sharing. And this is, I think, not just a technical question. It's really a lot more than that, because organizations are not used to sharing data with each other. So there's also a mindset question and all of these things.
Okay, so there's only a social aspect, also a social aspect of sharing data. And does digital tools like anonymous data, anonymous system, do they help this barrier?
Yeah, I think that definitely there can be technical solutions. I mean, I hinted at some that we've used in the project. This solid technology, for example, which was developed for personal data, where the idea was to stay in control of your personal data, and the same applies for the companies. You want to stay in control of your data and share only the parts that you want to share, with whom you want to share, and so forth. And that creates also the feeling of control and trust and so forth.
Especially that you have to really, share all the granular data of what is happening inside your products, inside your processes. I have the idea that circular economy really dives deep in what is happening inside your company, and is, really granular information that we are about to share. We also try to make sure that we know everything along the life cycle. So it's not only about the element, the materials, but also how we use them, what happens at the end of life, etc. So this is a question to Pierre Glaser. How can we possibly meet this huge information needs of circular economy? And what kind of technologies are there or are supposed to come in future years to actually help and meet those circular economy expectations on the data that is needed?
Well, I think we've already seen that the circular economy is data-driven right now, and the circular systems also, because of that, require digitalization at every stage of the product life cycle, from the extraction of raw materials through the usage phase, all the way down to the recycling and the usage of the secondary materials. But at the same time, this data-driven trend is kind of transforming the industry. And let me use the recycling industry as an example that I've worked at some point. Basically, a few years ago, the polymer sorters used in the recycling lines, they were rather simple. They would just divide polymers based on the categories, simple NAR signal and division. Nowadays, those are huge digital platforms analyzing input streams, analyzing the material in the real time, giving a lot of more information that can be processed by the operators and used to actually control the quality and at the same time analyze the input materials. We also see technologies like the AI pickers. Normally, along the recycling lines, you have something like a cabinet, hand-sorting cabinet, where you would use people trained to take out specific waste. Nowadays, you do have robots trained on thousands of images of the waste, and those robots can do the same without, let's say, the harm that can be, let's say, people can be exposed to. So you do have AI-assisted tools that deliver a lot of data that can be used by the operators to optimize the streams, to control the quality. And all that data is, let's say, already flowing within the systems. And, well, basically, the demand that we have, let's say, kind of created the need for the industry to transform. So we already have quite some tools that can deliver us the data as needed.
So, as I understand it, the tools and technologies are already there to help circularity, or do we need something more?
Well, we definitely need something more. We do have, let's say, isolated data points, so we can collect quite a vast amount of data. Nevertheless, as was also mentioned during the presentation, we need to exchange that data along the actors. So let's say along the whole product's life cycle, we do have many actors, from the manufacturers, well, the users, the recyclers, converters, and the data exchange is not there yet. So each actor in that chain typically uses its own quality control system, its own data policy. So we could use something like a digital data framework to allow this transfer of data between those actors.
Thank you very much. So we've heard that we need to gain a lot more data on types of products, processes, etc. What about the value chain, actually? So this is a question to Professor Blonsma. Are there circular ecosystems and value chains that couldn't be possible without digital technology? Is there something like that?
Short answer is yes.
Okay.
The funny thing about waste is that it occurs between different actors, different processes, different departments. I'll use the example of cars to illustrate this. Because whilst cars have become more efficient over the years, they've also become more heavier, so sort of negating any efficiency gains. And we've sort of accepted this because the manufacturers are not the ones who bear the cost of operating a car, right? That's the consumers or the users. So there is a systemic waste that has snuck in there. The other thing there is that component suppliers often get away with supplying the lowest quality product, and as much of them as is acceptable to manufacturers, right? That's how they make money. Sell as much of the components as possible at the lowest quality available. Again, this is a systemic waste that has crept in, and we don't see or acknowledge this. If we want to operate differently and take out those sorts of waste out of the system, then we kind of need visibility of that. We need to align interests. We need to do things like profit pooling and sharing. And it also means that in value chains, the different parts, so for example, those component manufacturers, they need to know more about the use conditions of their components, of the products that they're supplying, when they fail, what the failure mode is. And typically, they don't have access to that sort of information. So if we want to enable recycling, high-quality remanufacturing, that sort of stuff, then we need data, more data on that sort of processes, and need to align the interests within value chains in a transparent way so that profit pooling and sharing can be done according to every actor's contribution to the efficiency of the overall system.
So you mentioned the car industry, but it's a type of a sector that actually registers all of the products inside, some type of cadastre or whatever you call it, some type of database on products. The separate example is, for example, guns, but most of the products are not yet registered in a database. You don't know actually what is happening along the value chains. Is that right? Or do we need to label each and every product and know what is happening along the value cycle to actually gain as much economic value as possible in the value chain?
I think if I understand your question right, this sort of unseen waste, you can find it in many different types of value chain. Cars is just an example. It will look different in different value chains, for sure. But to create this type of visibility and to align the interest with overall sort of less use of materials, you need to exchange information of where the waste occurs and how to innovate in the same direction so that the efficiency of the overall aim, what kind of service, what kind of need is being fulfilled, that we achieve that as materially efficient as possible, and circularity obviously is a big part of that.
That makes sense. It also probably touches upon what you said, Professor Blomqvist, about standardization, to actually understand what is already there in the economy to make use of, right?
Yes, definitely. I mean, standardization is important, but I think that my word of warning was also that we can't wait for, a unifying standard of everything to make things work. We need to do this in a decentralized way and map between standards, maybe, rather than waiting for the standard.
And the experience in your project, is it positive already, or is there some, big steps to be done yet?
Well, I think what we've showcased is that there is a lot already, and we can do a lot with the standards and the technologies that most companies actually use already, the web technologies. So we can do a lot, but of course there are challenges, and to make this really scale, there's much more work to do.
Yeah, we've seen that data flow between different partners, the different business entities, is possible along the value chain. Now I'd like to switch a little bit to what is actually happening inside business models and how to approach data in business models. We have a great example here from an expert, Joanna Krombolz-Zabielska, that I pose my question to.
That's right, yeah. Joanna Krombolz, a difficult name, not
yes.
really Polish, but I'm Polish.
But yeah, your experience in actually circular business models, and especially products as a service, shows us that even inside this small sector, one of the sectors, the data is so important to actually make it work. And without digital technologies, it's a lot harder, right? Can you tell us more about this?
Yeah, definitely. I would build on Professor Eva's statement that technology enables automation, and automation allows scalability. And this is what happens in the product as a service models. And P2S, my company, stands for product to services. So we advise companies, actually manufacturers, or variety of equipment, equipment, hardware, machines. We help them design a model in which they no longer sell the ownership of the machine, AC equipment or medical equipment. Instead, they start offering a service which is based on the value that comes from using the machine. It was mentioned in the earlier speeches. I think Tim from Sintra introduced textile as a service. So this is basically a model in which the manufacturer keeps the ownership. So he's the owner of the materials, of all the technology that is built into a machine, and the client receives a guaranteed outcome or a guaranteed functionality of a machine. Imagine a hospital that has a lighting system, and the hospital no longer needs to invest and use the budget to buy the lighting or to buy a machine that saves lives. Instead, they pay for the usage of this machine, and the machine, as I said, stays with the provider, with the manufacturer. It's a huge shift which actually allows the unlocking of the circularity potential, because then the manufacturer is actually driven by the prolonged life longevity of the equipment. He no longer wants to service it, to spend money on servicing and so on. So let me now go to your question about the technology and my earlier answer that technology enables product as a service model. So there are three key areas where technology helps to build these models and launch them at scale. So first of all, predictive maintenance and monitoring. It was mentioned before, using of IoT, of sensors that are placed in the machines. So when you own the machine, which is installed in a different geographies, you have to have an access to how it operates. You have to be able to monitor when the service needs to be implemented, when you have to change spare parts, so that the guarantee that you give to the customer, the guarantee of uptime or the guarantee of the outcome of the usage of machines, that you can really deliver it. So this is the first area: sensors to monitor and sensors and telemetry to predict the maintenance. The second area is within the internal ability of managing different subscriptions. So imagine you have your machine as a manufacturer. You have your machines in different locations, in different type of usage. You have contracts for 2 years. You have contracts for 10 years. Someone is paying for the. There is seasonality in the business. So in order to be able to manage internally this sort of a business model, you have to have some sort of technology. It's software in this moment. This is where the technology enables the manufacturer to deliver the product as a service at scale. So this is the second field. And just out of curiosity, one of the companies that provides this sort of software, Circularly, they have just shared one interesting point with us, that they observe that companies using their platform to manage a product as a service can manage it with 1 to 2 people in their team, instead of different or bigger human manual power. So technology really allows for scalability and very good use of resources. And the third field I would mention is what was mentioned before, design of the products, access to data on how machines are used, how equipment is operated, allows the manufacturer to improve its products. And taking one of the examples, Etap Lighting, this is a company, family-owned business for more than 80 years producing lighting systems. They have moved 100% from selling bulbs, lighting, to offering circular lighting as a service. I think they moved 2018, they've totally changed their business. And they are able to design their products in the way that they foresee ability to change the modules of the lighting for the contracts of 20 years. So they have redesigned everything so that the major part of the one that is installed in the building, and they still own it, it's modular, so that they can just come and change some parts of it when there is a regulation change, or there is wear of the lighting system, and their clients pay for light as a service. They don't pay for bulb or a lamp. They pay for what they need. They need light in the room.
Okay, so as I understand, sensors, IoT, right?
This is connected.
So also data collection, some form. And my question is, because you mentioned predictive maintenance, is it done manually, as I would say, or is any form of artificial intelligence also used in this aspect?
Both ways. So first of all, predictive maintenance and remote maintenance is available and is possible. And this is one thing. And the second thing is that when you know that your machinery is wearing, or some parts are no longer functioning in the right way, instead of reactive intervention when you have to send some people to fix it, because this is the guarantee you give to your client, you can decrease the number of interventions by doing the predictive maintenance. And usually combining the interventions, for example, into one instead of 3 reactive ones. And I have some data here. I remembered that, Siemens Mobility, which is actually one of the companies of delivering trains to municipalities and countries. So they are providing services based on INT and predictive maintenance, and they have proved that this sort of a maintenance, remote plus positive actual maintenance, that decreases the costs of the maintenance by 15%. So this is actually a model that proves to be very very commercially supported and very, very positive. I mean, who wouldn't like to cut costs, right?
This is what circular economy actually is all about, to make the most of the resources, right? To make them work in the economy for as long as possible, for the greatest utility as possible. But we started the topic of AI, artificial intelligence. It's actually everywhere right now. So I'll just carry on this topic and ask Dr. Dariusz Prasek, because some might say that we are currently in the hype period of AI usage everywhere. Even yesterday we had our student competition, and 2 of the groups actually used artificial intelligence in their projects to increase circularity somehow. And we've heard that it is, of real benefit when it comes to some types of circular business models or product as a service. But my question is, do you see AI and other digital technologies as the answer to global problems, as it is presented right now, or as our yesterday students see it? Or more as a systemic approach would be necessary, and artificial intelligence might be connected with some other problems that we don't see yet, maybe?
Thank you very much, Hubert, for this question. Let me try to answer it slightly indirectly. Short answer is, yes, it is a very important tool. But I'll tell you a little bit of a story. I'm Polish, but I don't work in Poland, because in Poland we've got Agnieszka and her associates who are pushing the agenda in the right direction. I work mostly in the countries outside of the European Union. And the great example from Georgia. In Georgia, we started about 5 years ago with awareness raising. And by the way, awareness raising is still needed, because here we are preaching to converted. We are all like-minded. I was scanning Financial Times through last week, and how many times I've come across circular economy? 0. Okay, so we need actually awareness raising. But anyway, this awareness raising, mapping the economy, introducing extended producers' responsibility resulted in sort of SMEs, small and medium-sized enterprises, jumping into opportunity of circular economy. First, they found a barrier where raising financing. Financing, why? Because most of them were startups. Banks didn't understand startups. This was very high risk. There was no guarantee fund or anything like this. So now, digital technology, AI, came as a sort of rescue for the small and medium-sized enterprises, providing digital platforms which allow them to actually accelerate absorption of digital solutions in the market and exchange of information. So as much as I fully agree with my co-panelists that we need to have proper digital infrastructure, it's fantastic that we have these examples of how things are done, because, obviously they need to be followed in other places. But there is this practical aspect. The core of economies are normally the small and medium-sized enterprises, and they need access to technology, information about digital platforms. They need to actually have some exchange of information. And digital platforms are fantastic means conducive to actually all these targets. So let me just finish first what I said, that we have currently in poor little Georgia, we have several beautiful companies who are using digital platforms. There is a company, and they are using them, digital platforms, for different reasons. For example, there is one which is offering services to sort of car or vehicle type of waste, where they upload the information, users and those who are reprocessing, like oil, tires, and other components. So this digital platform in real time allows for actually sharing information and optimizing the reprocessing facilities. There is another one which is like a membership. It has 17,000 members, which allows for promoting industrial biosymbiosis, or symbiosis, where actually, as we all know, waste somewhere become useful raw material elsewhere. And there is another company which actually collects and reprocesses recycled components or materials, and then they use digital passports for actually having this traceability certification and accessing markets other than Georgian markets. So, you know, this is the long-winded statement in a way to answer, yes, digital technologies, artificial intelligence actually allow for shortcuts in accessing certain markets and promoting and accelerating absorption of circularity.
So they are positive, for sure. Are there any drawbacks? A quick answer, maybe.
Say it again, please.
Are there any drawbacks to digital technologies in terms of circular transition?
I think, you know, the drawback is that there is not enough information. And this is what is needed. We have found through our research, through our work, that there is a need for a center of excellence, for information on all these technologies, on dissemination of this information. Look, we managed within a couple of years to develop 15 projects which got commercial financing. If there was better access to information, we would have not 15, we would have 1,500 projects. So I don't see drawbacks, I see the need of acceleration and expansion.
Yes?
I just wanted a short comment to add to this. I would say that there is an incentive or an idea that we could collect so much data, that we have, the abundance of data is just amazing. But we should, when we, for example, design the level to which the provider of the as-a-service solution collects the data, we always say, let's figure out what data we really need to collect, so that we optimize the amount of this data that we can really consume. And what is interesting also from the point of view of the client, of course, there is a threat from the client sometimes that the data will be used, or that there can be a breach of data, things like that. It happens, but it can be solved. But what I want to point to is that the idea and the goal should be to optimize the collection, so that out of the collection and out of the analysis of the data come actionable recommendations. And the sweet spot is that, for example, for the product as a service provider, a company that collects this data, the manufacturer, can add a service of providing these recommendations and price it, make money on providing these actionable recommendations. Imagine, for example, a huge warehouse which uses a lot of forklifts. They have 200, 300 forklifts. How should they recharge the batteries? How should they operate? When should they organize the workload of the operators so that when they have a break, they can recharge the battery or things like that. So managing fleets of batteries or fleets of equipment and providing the user, the client, actionable recommendation is key. Sorry, it was supposed to be.
If I may briefly. Absolutely, I couldn't agree more. And especially if you link product service systems to component service systems and material service systems, because then the action flows not just from where the service or the utility is provided, but also up the value chain. How do component manufacturers, what do they need to do? And the material manufacturers, what do they need to provide in terms of the utility of their materials? And that starts to align the interest in the value chain in the way that I was talking about earlier.
Now you reminded me that I have another data here, again from the Siemens Mobility. And they are reporting that the ability to produce spare parts only when they are really demanded allowed them to decrease the material waste meaning that there is excessive or unused or broken spare parts, by 70%, still guaranteeing 100% of uptime. This is what
really
is the power.
70%. I'm really glad that we touch upon the, the needs that we have in terms of greater and greater flow of information, because it's not only about information as on material, whatever, but we need those servers. We need critical materials, as we've heard on previous panel. We need energy, etc. So we have Maciej Jakimiec with us, which actually provides us with some insight on what is the other side of the equation of the devices that we actually need to power this digital transformation. I had a great opportunity to be at your facility and to see how you actually refurbish some digital devices, how can they be reused, their life cycles could be increased, etc. Can you tell us what is the possible positive effects of circular business models on the technology sector, and what is your experience in terms of using circular business models as yours or any other experience?
Thank you, Hubert, for this question. Maybe back to Asia and this innovation, because I love innovation, and product as a service is something what I call it device as a service, because I am from IT industry, from technology, so we are selling devices. I'm coming from IT asset disposition industry. So that's a part. I am not a producer, I am not a distributor, I am not a user. I am a company which collects redundant products, mostly from big international companies. We collect them, we offer data sanitization, later also refurbishment, grading, and we offer remarketing. So we are moving the asset again, so we are extending the lifetime. And we are doing this for almost 30 years. So we can imagine in 90s, last century, it was not easy to explain that we want to buy the old computer and we want to sell it again. And we manage this from Excel perspective, but now we are using ERP systems which support us in making decision about which part of the inventory should go into recycling, which part is ready to be remarketed, and we can grant the second or even a third life. But back to your question, Hubert, we are dealing with assets which still consist of data. So that's important because we need to make everything around assets really safely. But this is the point when I see that, and I strongly see it and believe it, that circular models strongly influence on technology industry itself positively. And I see it in three different dimensions. One of dimension is the extending of value. The second one is driving innovation. And the third one is changing the culture of management in that field. The first one is, I'm touching this on daily basis, and I love to present the chart with two lines. One line is depreciation, and the second line is market value, and the point when those two lines are crossing is a decision, this decision point. And in old-fashioned, let's say, linear economy, in this decision point, everything stops because we used this equipment and we don't see a reason to use it longer, yeah? In the circular economy, this is exactly the point when everything starts, because those assets still keep a value. And this value is giving a chance that we can use those assets again and again. And from this point, I see that this decision point is so important and is pushed by circularity, and that's a proof that the circularity really influence on technology. The second point which I mentioned is innovation, and as Joanna said, we have many different new products as device as a product, device as a service, and different form of leasing and part harvesting and using them again is just a part of innovation which we can implement. And the third one is changing the culture of management of technology. And I see it from my client, because they stopped to ask about the footprint. They started to ask me about the handprint. So they stopped to see technology as a part of the problem. They see technology as a part of a solution. So let's see positive thing instead of just only reducing the negative impact. Yeah. So reports which we deliver to our clients, like mass balance, is just only one, but avoided emission, handprints, etc., is, let's say, a complete set of information which we are moving to our clients. But we discuss also about the data. Data are really sensitive because we do this from generic to specific. So when we start to process goods, we know only about the products category. So this is for us laptop, printer, desktop, networking equipment. But each step of the process building and giving more information to our database. So with the next step, we know that this is a laptop HP. With the next step, we know that this is laptop HP with specific processor, etc., etc. So as Professor said at the beginning of this session, we need a platform to exchange those information. So I am so happy that I am hearing that somebody is working on that. So as a summary, I want to emphasize that I see a really positive impact of circular business models into technology itself.
Perfect. Just to clarify, do you see them in also design, as the previous panel has stated? Is there more repairability of electronic devices that you see recently, maybe?
I want to say yes, but unfortunately, yeah, it's not easy. Even we have a right to repair, and we should see it. So we should see it, yeah, because we want to repair them. Yeah, sometimes we have a nice assets, but we cannot sell them, we cannot remarket them because they are they need to be repaired, and that's not easy in case of how they are built. So design is a key. And we will see this effect probably in the perspective of a few years, because the old-fashioned building computers are built in this way that repairing or changing, even just a swap repairs by changing the parts of or elements of technology is not so easy.
Okay, I see. Dear audience, you've probably noticed that we have academia, the representative of decision makers, also consultancy on business models, and also devices. So we have the holistic approach to discuss actually the digital transformation and its effect on circular transformation, the so-called twin transformations. So my question to all of you, and anybody can answer, whoever wants. Maciej touched upon the cultural factors. And as I compare the digital transformation to the circular one, I see that people are really keen to delve straight into using AI, for example, ChatGPT, whatever, share your information, okay, I'm in. But in circular transformation, it's not so easy to get them going, actually, in terms of how the society approaches all the necessary steps from regulations, incentives, etc. Can we learn something in terms of how to approach the society from digital transformation and to supplant it to the circular one? That's a tough question, right? Yep.
Two points here come to my mind. First, the mindset shift, I would say, to, for example, switch from the ownership to usership. That's one of the things we are dealing with when launching product as a service. So first thing, yes, some company, I'm dealing mostly with B2B, so business to business, usually, but not only. So there are some clients of our clients who resist getting rid of the ownership. They still prefer to own. And that's the reality. Sometimes it's cultural, sometimes it's, I don't know, company decision or culture. It happens. But we are seeing really the rise of the usership in reality. So as opposed to what I've just said, the number of companies, the number of clients who are seeking solutions that no longer require them to invest heavily into refurbished or into new machinery, more efficient solutions, the number of companies is rising. So for example, for the product as a service, and for the sharing economy, I see huge potential. On the other side, from the manufacturer's point of view, the ones that we are working with, there is also a mind shift needed because they have to let go the idea of getting revenues once they produce and sell the equipment. Imagine you have a machine that costs 300,000 euros. And instead of getting this money when you assemble it, when you dispatch it to the customer, you no longer get the 300,000 on the first day of the operation. You get maybe even 400 or 500, but along the whole contract, which is 10 years. So it's a difference. It's a difference in the way the business operates, but it's a beautiful, a really working concept that builds a sustainable business, because the shift in the company, how it operates, the manufacturer, it's tremendous. because they then understand that they see the revenue growing in years, and they also see that this is a resilient business. So I would.
I fully agree with you, but we need regulation, we need development of digital platforms, but we have to allow a bit for trial and improvement. So there has to be some organic development, and we shouldn't stop this. And this is what happened in the countries that I was working in, that actually we allowed for certain accelerated development. Of course, we need then framework, regulation and everything, but I fully agree with you with this.
I was going to second that if circular economy can learn anything from digital technologies, it's a willingness to learn, to experiment, to grow, to continue to develop. I think too often we throw out the baby with the bathwater. We say, this has failed. But it's actually, it might be a good idea, but the way to implement was maybe not right, or maybe the conditions weren't quite right. You needed to change something else for this solution to work. And I think we need to allow circularity to grow, to mature, and to develop, right? There's a formal term for this, which is called S-curves, right? Technologies develop. They're not quite ready in their nascent stage. They need supporting technologies, and we need to learn how to use them and how to apply them. And we forget that this also applies to circular technologies and circular solutions. We need to allow for a similar S-curve and a developmental curve for circular solutions also.
Maciej, anything to add?
Yeah, I wanted to just give a practical example of why we need to change the culture of thinking about the management of, let's say, fixed asset, not only IT. Because have you ever seen a company owner who scrap a car from company fleet after 3 years of usage? Nobody is doing that, yeah? Everybody try to sell it, because, yeah, that's a car worth 100,000 zloty, for example, yeah? But I met a lot of company owners who decide to scrap IT equipment because they are worth, let's say, hundreds of euro instead of thousands of euro, yeah? So we need to change mentality, and we need to change, and circularity is helping us to do this.
One more question, but a quick one. Because we haven't touched upon one major thing when it comes to digital transformation, twin transformation with the circular transformation as well. And this is actually who gets the benefits. And this is something you in your project probably are addressing by making sure that data, information system can be interconnected, we can share it, we can use it ourselves. And this is something that digital transformation is not yet really making sure of, right? With big AI models going to the greatest players in the business players in the world. Instead, for all of us, how can the society, maybe the SMEs, use digital and circular transformation to the greatest benefits? What is the future, and what about equity of this transformation? Anybody can answer?
Are you asking equity from the point of view of society, or
society, SMEs?
Yeah. From my experience with the product as a service businesses, first of all, what we are seeing is that these models are applicable for not only big companies, but SMEs and the startups also. So we work with any size of the companies. That's one thing. The second thing, I think that the progress and advancement of technology, for example, the sensors, let's take them. As I said, they are needed, they are crucial to run a profitable as a service business. And the sensors prices, I think they dropped by around 70% in the last 10 years. This is how they are basically becoming available for the small companies as well. And the third thing I would say here is that the technology and the software and products provided in as-a-service models allow a democratization of access, because the companies, no matter of the size, the client size now I'm talking about, they no longer need the capital to invest into using quality equipment, quality machinery that they wouldn't be able to access in other, just paying for them at once. So I believe that circularity is actually driving positive social and impact, I would say.
Any other voices? Everyone's positive about digitality, digital transformation. Okay, glad to see that. Glad to see that positivity, and it's been a real pleasure discussing this with you today. And this marks the end of our last session. So a great round of applause for our distinguished panelists, but also for you, audience, for staying with us this late. Thank you very much.
Okay, excellent. There was a fascinating last panel, and I think we can talk at least one day about digitalization. Well done, Hubert. Also a tough one to moderate in terms of the range of professionals. Thanks very much, Professor. Yes, it's the finalizing remark, or so. Maybe from my side, Agnieszka, if I'm allowed, I would like to share my deep appreciation to the team of Innovo. I would like to share my appreciation to the IT people over there. I also would like to say, let's give them also a big applause over there. The translation team, so you can translate yourself. You did an excellent job. Thanks very much. I think also the hosting was excellent. Catering, food and beverage. Also, let's give those people a big round of applause.
And of course, Master of Ceremony, I think, need a big round of applause.
Yeah, and I wanted to share also my appreciation to my team of moderators, because actually running a show as a Master of Ceremony with such a great team of moderators is, I would say, fairly simple. And then the last word is for you, Agnieszka. Because you are the powerful lady behind this initiative. So let's give a final word to you.
Yeah, I think, first of all, thank you very much for being with us and, support us for so many years. Still 2 days to go, actually. Tomorrow we have an event at Dutch Embassy about the energy transformation and online event about financial, sustainable financing. And on Friday, we're going deeply in the sustainable healthcare. So I think, thank you very much for today and have a nice evening.
Perfect. And let's review client satisfaction by your applause. So let's review whether you were satisfied and happy by the power of your applause. And then also the team of Agnieszka will hear whether you were happy, yes or no. So let's make some noise for Agnieszka and the team. Thanks very much. Safe travels back home.